You have just taken over as the clan leader and are preparing to lead the family to the peak, but the system informs you that the family has been exterminated due to poor management, and you have become a waste person with wasted cultivation in the battle of extermination. Now just completing the system's tasks can help you return to the peak. You glanced at the current powerful family and smirked directly, because it's obvious that this system arrived decades ago, and all the tasks are basically a piece of cake. At this moment, you look at the system panel appearing in your mind. At the age of 40, you failed to break through the purple mansion, and your family gradually declined due to poor management. The family's spiritual stones were almost depleted, and under internal and external troubles, they were surrounded and killed by other forces. In the end, the family was destroyed, leaving only your cultivation in ruins, picking up a miserable life. But you are unwilling in your heart, wanting to seek revenge and rebuild the family. Task: find first-order spirit medicine, resurrection flower, and a pot of first-order Linquan water. Task reward: 1 reshaping pill. After carefully reviewing the tasks given on the system, the divine sense retreated from the system panel and turned to look at the attendant Su Xiaobei behind him, saying, "Xiaobei, go help me pick a stalk of intermittent grass and a rejuvenating flower in the spirit medicine garden, and then go to the spiritual spring to fetch a pot of first-order spiritual spring water." Half an hour later, the courtyard gate was knocked on. "Chief, I have brought the spiritual medicine and spiritual spring water." Su Xiaobei quickly walked into the courtyard, arrived in front of the attic, and with a wave of his right hand, he took out a few things from the storage bag around his waist and handed them to you: a small dark green grass, a light pink flower, and a milky white small jade bottle. You look at the 2 spiritual medicines in your hand and the white jade bottle, and couldn't help but ponder, is this task so simple? Just 2 first-grade spiritual medicines and first-grade spiritual spring water. However, you soon thought that this task is for a 40-year-old person who is disabled with destroyed spiritual roots and meridians, which seems quite reasonable. Finding 2 first-grade spirit medicines and spirit spring water for such a person is indeed not easy. How do you know when the task is completed? You look at the elixir and the spiritual spring water in your hand, and a question arises in your mind. However, at this moment, the familiar sound ding rang in your mind again. Successfully completed the mission: find the first-order spirit medicine, the resurrection flower, and a pot of first-order spirit spring water. Mission reward: reshaping pill. The reward has been distributed and automatically stored in the system's storage space. Could it be that this system also has a storage function? Then you look through the panel, and sure enough, you see the word storage space at the end. The divine thought moved and chose to enter, and in the next instant, you found yourself in a space with about 10 square meters in total. Sure enough, there was a jade bottle in the corner. Then you continue to use the power of divine consciousness to pull the jade bottle out of space. After you exit, the jade bottle you just saw also appeared in your hand. Open the jade bottle. A fresh medicinal fragrance penetrates your nostrils. However, at this moment, you are feeling conflicted. The pill in question is called the reshaping pill according to the system, which has the function of repairing spiritual roots and restoring meridians. However, both of these are currently intact for you. Reshaping seems unnecessary. Should I swallow it and give it a try? However, just as you hesitate, new text information appears on the system panel again. At the age of 40, your meridians are completely damaged. Your cultivation is lost, and you have become a loose cultivator unable to sustain yourself, only able to wait for death. Mission: repair the spiritual root meridians. Take the reshaping pill to obtain the qualification to start cultivation again. Reward: 50 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. The appearance of this task, you can be considered to have figured it out. These tasks of the system are helping your future self, who is about to turn 40, from the decline of the family to become a scattered cultivator, to make a comeback. First is a simple task reward pill. The next task is to take the pill, reshape the spiritual root foundation, and then start practicing again. The next task is definitely to help the host become stronger step by step, seeking revenge all the way until the family is rebuilt. It seems that in order to appear new tasks, the current task must be completed. Thinking of this, you return to the special cultivation room of the Su family patriarch. This cultivation room is equipped with a second-order spiritual gathering array, a treatment that only the strongest members of the Qinglin Su family can enjoy. You adjust your breath, calm your mind, and the power of your divine consciousness settles down, pouring out the reshaping pill from the jade bottle. Looking at this pill in your palm that is emitting a refreshing medicinal fragrance, you are somewhat unable to discern its grade. The alchemy heritage of the Qinglin Su family does not record this kind of elixir, but based on the intensity of the medicinal fragrance, you determine that it is at least a third-grade elixir. You no longer think too much after the breathing exercise is over. You tilt your head back and put the pill in your mouth. The next moment you are running the technique to refine it. As the technique operates, the spiritual power in your body begins to be controlled, surging towards the reshaping pill entering your abdomen, like a giant tiger swallowing a sheep. A large amount of pure spiritual power wraps around the pill, devouring it from within, and beginning to divide the medicinal power of the pill. The spiritual power of the foundation-building cultivator is even more pure and sharp. After a few breaths, the reshaped medicinal power of the pill is completely exhausted and merges into that spiritual power. How to calculate the reshaping? You thought about it, and began to control the spiritual power that blends the medicine, flowing towards the body's elixir field and limbs. The spiritual power flows through, washing over the meridians and spiritual roots within your body again and again. The power of the reshaped pill is very strong, and that spiritual power wandered back and forth in your body several times before exhausting all its medicinal power. After all the medicinal power of the reconstructed pill has been consumed and refined, your divine sense retreats from your body and begins to feel the changes within. The strength of the meridians seems to have increased. The spirit root within the dantian seemed to have changed a bit as well. This discovery made Su Changfeng very surprised. Good fellow. The medicinal effect of this reshaping dan rewarded by the system was unexpectedly this powerful. It is not true that there are no pills that can enhance the strength of the meridians of the entire body of a foundation establishment cultivator. However, the usual grade is in the middle to upper third order. And surprisingly, it also had a slight increase in the purity of his fire and wood dual spirit roots. This is not indirectly helping himself to break through the purple mansion in the future, adding a little firewood. Looking at it this way, this elixir was definitely a superb elixir in the third rank. This discovery made Su Changfeng excited. Thanks for the invitation. The potion is eaten. The good news was that one's spiritual roots and meridians were fine and did not need to be repaired. Bad news. No, even better news. On the other hand, this reshaping dan had even strengthened his meridians as well as the purity of his spiritual roots. So it seems that this system, which came decades earlier, it's not exactly useless at all. Haha. Su Changfeng, who had gotten a taste of the sweetness, began to look forward to this reverse system. However, at this moment, after refining the elixir, the quest completion prompt rang out. Successful completion of the task, repairing the spiritual roots, remodeling the meridians, and obtaining the qualification to restart cultivation. Mission reward, 50 lower grade spirit stones. The reward has been issued and automatically deposited into the system storage space. 50 lower grade spirit stones. As Su Changfeng murmured, on the ground in front of him, there was a small pile of spirit stones. Divine thought swept through. The number was exactly 50, but the aura contained in these spirit stones that it was even more abundant than the lower grade spirit stones Su Changfeng was carrying. It's small, but it's better than nothing. And compared to 50 lower grade spirit stones, the sweetness that had just been tasted was even greater. Su Changfeng collected the system rewarded spirit stones within his own storage bag, starting to look forward to the system's next task. It's probably one of those certain game masters that keep speeding through the latest level in the game that then wait for the planner to update the subsequent levels in general and continue the feeling of a speed pass. For Su Changfeng, this is how he feels right now. The system, these missions, not a bit difficult or challenging so far. It was simply easy to take. Chapter 3, Practicing Qi First Level? That was 10 years ago. Just as Su Changfeng was lamenting the ease of the system's mission in his heart, the system's mission that arrived again immediately after. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. At this time, your spiritual roots, meridians are repaired, already able to start cultivating again. You look back on your 10 years as a clan leader, and you rekindle your fighting spirit in your heart. The determination to embark on the path of immortal cultivation once again. Task, use spirit stones to buy pills suitable for cultivation in the Qi practicing stage, and raise your cultivation to the first level of Qi practicing. Reward, 100 lower grade spirit stones. Rekindle the fight? The first level of Qi training? Su Changfeng looked at the information on the system panel and distilled the key information. Well, it's going to break through the first level of Qi practicing. Scary as hell. Seeing this message, Su Changfeng smiled. Since crossing over to this world of immortal cultivation several years ago, the predecessor was already in the late stage of Qi practicing. He's kind of picking up the practice. As for what the first level of Qi practicing was probably like, he really hadn't felt it personally. Moreover, practicing Qi one layer, that was already 10 years ago. So does this quest not require me to do anything and just finish it later? Su Changfeng's cultivation level was now at the foundation establishment stage. Naturally, he couldn't follow the system's task to recultivate to the first level of Qi cultivation. However, he speculated that when the system detected that his true cultivation level had reached more than the first level of Qi practicing, that task should be done. However, in the mission, it was also mentioned that one should use the spirit stones rewarded by the system to purchase elixirs to enhance one's cultivation. Complete the cultivation. Subsequently, Su Changfeng's divine sense probed inside his storage ring. There was no elixir found that was suitable for cultivation at the early stage of qi cultivation. The foundation establishment pill that he had taken was obtained from an auction in the workshop market. The spirit stones spent were the family spirit stones of the Qinglin Su family. The market price of a foundation establishment pill usually fluctuated up and down on the basis of 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones. For example, a cultivator from a small immortal cultivation family like Su Changfeng, by himself alone, is unaffordable. So the only course of action would be to raise the family's efforts to purchase the foundation building pill. It was then provided to cultivators in the family with relatively excellent spiritual root talent for foundation building. It was equivalent to borrowing a sum of spirit stones from the family first, and then waiting for the subsequent repayment to be made slowly. Of course, whether or not one succeeds in building the foundation, one is required to repay these spirit stones. This way, too, the cultivators in these lower-ranking immortal families, the only way to break through the foundation is now. Of course, this is to exclude those qi-practicing cultivators with great chances. For example, the existence of mistakenly entering the seated cave of a certain great cultivator, or the existence of picking up foundation establishment pills while walking on the road. However, such examples are few and far between, basically 1 in a million, and only exist in legend. Su Changfeng is an example of the former. To put it bluntly, that base-building Dan is the Qinglin Su family, spending family spirit stones to buy it. So at the same time, for him to take it, he would need to spend family contribution points and exchange it from within the family. However, he hadn't had many contribution points over the years, and even if he added the ones funded by his predecessor's father, it's also not nearly enough. As a result, Su Changfeng owed the clan a huge amount of contribution, and all the collection he had with him, except the spiritual weapons he always used and some necessary spiritual talismans, pills and other items, the rest were all sent to the family's internal affairs pavilion to mortgage contribution points to pay off debts. So at this time, within the storage ring on his body, there wasn't a collection of first-order items anymore. It is also that the 2 first-order elixirs and the first-order spiritual spring water, that there was also a need for Su Linan to give him the reason for going to the family spirit medicine garden to fetch it now. And at this time, he had no pills suitable for the early stage of qi cultivation on his body. There was no way to. One could only wait for Su Linan to return, and from the latter's body, see if there was still any stock of this type of elixir. Thinking of this, Su Changfeng was in no hurry. Anyway, there's no time limit on the system's quests, and they're very easy to accomplish. It's no big deal to be a little late. Why don't we wait for Su Linan to send over today's spiritual meal, and after eating it, re-examine this early labor system? Just like that, Su Changfeng began to operate the gong method and cultivate himself. Almost in a very short time, Su Changfeng entered the state of cultivation. Between even breathing and exhaling, the rich aura of the cultivation room began to start converging towards him. Not long after, around Su Changfeng's body, dots of spiritual light began to emerge. A faint halo of spiritual energy enveloped his body. Immediately after that, the aura points of light poured into his body again. There was already a second-order medium-grade spirit vein underneath Greenwood Mountain, coupled with the fact that this cultivation room was arranged with a spirit-gathering array. With the double boost, the concentration of spiritual qi within the cultivation room was already comparable to that of a second-order top-grade spirit vein, and Su Changfeng had no choice but to take over as the patriarch of the Qinglin Su family as early as the age of 17. But even if Su Changfeng becomes the patriarch at this time, the affairs of the family, it's still managed by the few elders underneath. This was also because currently, Su Changfeng's first priority was still to continue cultivating, a 17-year-old dual spirit root foundation building cultivator. His future path of immortal cultivation was very bright. Naturally, you can't at this very moment, when it's the golden hour of cultivation, getting caught up in some of the chores in the family. An hour later, Su Changfeng retreated from his cultivation state. This was because at this moment, the transmission device outside the cultivation room was triggered from outside. Su Changfeng walked out of the cultivation room and came to the first floor, finding Su Linan standing in the center of the ground. There was also a food box in his hand. Matriarch, today's spiritual meal is ready and I brought it over to you. Su Linan smiled and raised the food box in his hand. Since Su Changfeng hadn't said beforehand that he was going to undergo a seclusion, after Su Linan arrived, it's straight in. Of course, if Su Changfeng had told him in advance that he was going to be in seclusion, Su Linan said nothing to bother Su Changfeng. Good, put it there first. Su Changfeng looked at Su Linan, his tone gentle. Then will you eat it this time? Su Linan placed the food box on a side table and prepared to open it. There's no rush. I'll eat later. By the way, Lin Nan, do you have any yellow bud pills on you? Su Changfeng didn't rush to eat, but first inquired up if Su Linan had any pills on him. The yellow bud pill. A pill refined from the first order lower grade spirit medicine yellow bud grass as the main medicine. It is suitable for cultivators at the first to third level of qi cultivation. That is, the early stage of qi cultivation, to take and cultivate. Yellow bud Dan. I'll look for it. After Su Linan finished speaking, he began to rummage through his storage bag. A few moments later, Su Linan's hand had an additional jade bottle, and it was really found by him. Matriarch, these are the only ones left on me to see. Do you think it's enough? If not, I'll go to the family's pill refining pavilion to fetch you some more. Su Linan was still puzzled by Su Changfeng's request. The Foundation Establishment cultivator asked him for pills for the early stage of qi cultivation. It's alright, enough. Recently I've been practicing my free time, and I'm going to study some alchemy techniques. Passing the time. Su Changfeng thought of an excuse to dispel the doubts in Su Linan's mind. You should also go aside and cultivate first. You can clean up later after I finish eating later. Good. After Su Changfeng finished speaking, Su Linan walked towards a smaller cultivation room next to the clan leader's cultivation room. As Su Changfeng, a Foundation Establishment cultivator, and the accompanying servant of the head of the Qinglin Su family, Su Linan was naturally able to get some light, just like that cultivation room. This was also the year he resolutely chose to come to Su Changfeng's side. The reason for saddling up and serving the four spirit roots of the talent is very poor. This future confused and unbearable road to cultivate immortality, but also have to wrestle himself. After Su Linan left, Su Changfeng poured the elixir in the jade bottle into his hand. The two round pills that were translucent with a slight yellow color were none other than the yellow bud pills. Afterward, Su Changfeng swallowed the two pills into his mouth, chewing and swallowing them as if they were candy beans. Successful completion of the task. Use spirit stones to buy pills suitable for cultivation in the qi practicing stage, and raise your cultivation to the first level of qi practicing. Quest reward, 100 lower grade spirit stones. The reward has been issued. Automatically deposited in the system storage space. Chapter 4, Spiritual Meal. New task. Didn't think it was still a rigorous system. Hearing the system mission completion prompt, Su Changfeng skimmed his mouth and spat. However, looking at the extra 100 lower grade spirit stones in his hand, Su Changfeng was instantly delighted. What's wrong with being strict with a system that makes it so easy to come to spirit stones? Rigor. It's good to be rigorous, on the principle that if you can enjoy it, you can understand it. At this time, Su Changfeng naturally understood these tasks of the system. Maybe it's because this so-called extermination reversal system is helping a 40-year-old. The family was destroyed by the downtrodden loose cultivator. The reward if not more generous, then the process can be very long. And in fact, these tasks that had come out so far were indeed very simple for Su Changfeng. But if Su Changfeng's identity was what was mentioned in the system, it would be very difficult for these tasks to be completed. At this time, Su Changfeng's favorability towards the system directly soared. Let go of the idea of belittling and enjoy a pleasant experience with the system. Su Changfeng put away the spirit stones in his hand and walked to the table, ready to open the food box. Enjoy the food first, then move on to brushing up on your quests. But Su Changfeng thought about it. A system that knows what it's doing and is rigorous and efficient. And how can the host be left idle? At the age of 40, you start cultivating again, relying on elixirs to cultivate to the first level of qi cultivation, but want to take revenge and snow hatred. It is too early. At this time, how to self-protection problem, enhance the strength of cultivation, is to rebuild the family. Get on the road to reverse the roots. Side quest 1, obtain a first order attack spirit weapon. Side quest 2, obtain a first order defense spirit weapon. Reward, 1 qi gathering pill. Task after task, just as the previous one is completed, the next one comes along. This is not purely a cow and a horse. The corners of Su Changfeng's mouth trembled slightly, and the familiarity of the cow and horse beating workers in his previous life suddenly surged to his heart. Don't post it. Don't post it. Can someone get a bite to eat first? Little system, when this host has had his fill, he'll brush you hard. Su Changfeng roughly scanned the introduction of the new mission, and then he closed the system panel. Don't bother anymore. After dinner, coming to sit aside, Su Changfeng opened the food box. Looking at the several spirit meals in the food box, which were full of color and flavor, a pungent fragrance came towards Su Changfeng's nose. The saliva in Su Changfeng's mouth had also started to secrete involuntarily, since crossing over to this world of immortal cultivation, with his excellent spiritual roots. It's basically the meat and potatoes of the Qinglin Su family. The thing that most made him feel that the life of an immortal cultivator was tasty was the spiritual meals consumed by immortal cultivators. The spiritual meals consumed by monks in this world are As the name suggests, the raw materials for meals that, the meat of ferocious beasts as well as various spiritual materials were usually used. Just after some simple cooking, the rich aura contained within it, just let the meal take on a tantalizing aroma, and the spiritual energy within those spiritual materials, after being cooked in a special way. After the final spiritual meal was made, the aura within it became gentle and long, making it easier to be absorbed by the cultivator. That's why many cultivators have been insisting on consuming high-grade spiritual meals. Often there are great benefits to cultivation. The higher the order of the spiritual meal, the more useful it is to the cultivator. Even the spiritual energy contained within many spiritual meals could be comparable to that of a normal elixir. Of course, there was no doubt that the greatest effect on the cultivator's enhancement was still the elixir. Second order Xianyu spiritual rice. First order fierce beast spiritual blood pork. First order one clear tail spiritual fish. It's rather sumptuous. Looking at the food box, Su Changfeng mumbled with his mouth as he began to taste it. Over the years, it was just the spiritual meal that could bring him a little bit of satisfaction. After all, the constant truth that you don't want to be home when you're full. However, the preparation of spirit meals all require the cost of spirit stones. The second order spirit rice was even more beloved by foundation building cultivators. So even for the Qinglin Su family, a foundation building family, nor could it be a free daily supply of spiritual meals for Su Changfeng, the patriarch. Free spiritual meals are only available every few days, and at other times you want to continue to enjoy them, Su Changfeng would have to need to pay out of his own pocket. After all, even if he was a foundation-building cultivator, it was impossible for him to be an anthropoid when the unlimited sucking of the family's blood, a bowl of second-order spirit rice, braised spirit pork, and a steamed spirit fish, cool, food in front, saliva secretion more than Su Changfeng, no longer reserved, directly open, a windfall, not much time, today's family with the same offer of free spiritual meals, all of it went into Su Changfeng's stomach. This meal, outside at the very least 10 or 20 lower grade spirit stones, it's really a bit extravagant. After Su Changfeng estimated the value of this meal, he couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. Cultivating immortals together, wealth couple Lawland, really burns money. However, because the ingredients for this spiritual meal were all from the Qinglin Su family itself, so the cost wouldn't be as high as Su Changfeng said. After eating, Su Changfeng returned to the cultivation room. It was time to start refining the spiritual energy in the spiritual meal he had just consumed. Half an hour later, Su Changfeng stopped running the gong method, got up and stretched his waist, and took a long sigh of relief. A cloudy breath came out of his mouth. For this spiritual meal, the main supply of spiritual qi was still in that bowl of second-order spiritual rice. After the end of refining, although Su Changfeng didn't feel any significant growth in the spiritual energy in his body, but it was always a small amount of aura for yourself. But it was incomparable to a second-order lower-grade elixir. Spiritual meals provide very little spiritual energy to cultivators compared to pills. Still has some advantages. For example, the spiritual power is mild and well absorbed, and you don't have to worry about the problem of danmu, etc. With all of the spiritual qi within the spiritual meal being refined and absorbed by Su Changfeng to come, the feeling of fullness that I had just felt was once again gone as well. But it wasn't a wasted meal after a little bit. After eating and drinking, Su Changfeng once again opened the system. Under the system's tight pressure, Su Changfeng must also be becoming more diligent. It can't be helped. Who made the ton stupid? No, it's good-hearted and generous. Need to buy up to 2 first-order attack and defense spirit weapons. That's easy too. After Su Changfeng read it, he had a number in his heart. However, this time, Su Changfeng was not going to continue to pull wool over Su Linan's eyes. Otherwise, it always felt that the system's quests were prepared for Su Linan. The reward for completing the mission Su Changfeng took, and the things needed for the mission Su Linan provided. Who can stand this? People Su Linan's hard work of cultivation, save the family belongings, all to grips dry. The genus is a bit unorthodox, and at this time, Su Linan should have already entered a state of cultivation. Su Changfeng then wasn't going to call out the latter. So Su Changfeng was going to head to the family's weapon refining place by himself and randomly pick 2 spirit weapons, get this one out of the way, and slip in a little bit as well. As he walked and skipped along, the family clansmen he encountered along the way greeted Su Changfeng. 2 moments later, Su Changfeng's figure appeared at the waist of the family spirit mountain. The hillside is lined with buildings, constructed with lofts, large and small. This is the main complex of the Qinglin Su family, the family hall, ancestral shrine as well as the spirit pavilion, earth fire pavilion and more. Passing through a large complex of buildings, Su Changfeng came to a secluded place at the edge of the mountainside, in front of a tall and imposing attic building. On the attic plaque, the words Earth Fire Pavilion were clearly written. Chapter 5, Patriarch. Are you sure you want a first-order spirit weapon? Earth Fire Pavilion, one of the important parts of the Qinglin Su clan's assets. It was founded by the ancestors of the Qinglin Su family after they led their descendants to take root here. It was constructed by the formation artifact masters from other powers who had been hired at great expense. The entire Earth Fire Pavilion is made through formations and spirit weapons, which pulls the Earth Fire and eventually brings it together. For use by the Qinglin Su family, refining weapons and alchemy. Initially, the Earth Fire gathered here only had the strength of the First Order, but after decades of continuous investment, the strength of the Earth Fire nowadays already has the level of the top grade of the Second Order. It was basically something that could be used to refine most Second Order pills and spirit weapons, for a foundation building power. This Earth Fire Pavilion of the Qinglin Su family was already something that could be used as an important family heritage. And this is where the underpinnings of the Qinglin Su family thrive today. At the same time, it is also a hot target for others surrounding immortal cultivation forces. Su Changfeng raised his head and glanced at the plaque of the Earth Fire Pavilion. Then he walked slowly to the door and pushed it open. Walked in. When I entered, I was greeted by a wave of hot air. The hot aura of Earth Fire permeated the entire interior of the pavilion. And just now, when Su Changfeng was in front of the attic, there was no Earth Fire breath. It was because of the Second Order formation arranged here, locking all the Earth Fire breath that had gathered up without half of it leaking out. The interior of the attic was divided into two parts, with weapon refining and alchemy separated. This was because if the two were mixed together, the former would move too much and affect the process of alchemy. Not only that, the alchemy area was also equipped with a mute formation, isolating the noisy alchemy sounds from the outside, avoiding the several alchemists of the Qinglin Su clan to remain quiet enough while making pills. The sparrow may be small, but it has all the organs. The Qinglin Su family is just an ordinary foundation establishment immortal cultivation force, but it's not easy for this infrastructure to get to this point. At present, these two inheritances of the Qinglin Su family are all of the top grade of the Second Order, and they are all of these 200 years, the level achieved by the emergent foundation building cultivators. This is also because wanting to reach the second rank in one of the cultivation arts, you have to have the cultivation level of the foundation establishment stage, unless you are gifted with some spiritual roots. It was only then that it was possible to raise a certain skill to the Second Order level at the Qi practicing stage. And up to this current 2 generations, only Su Changfeng father and son were at the foundation establishment stage. However, Su Changfeng's father's skill talent as well as interest was not in the two paths of alchemy and weaponry either, and in the charm making together, and also has the level of the second stage. Su Changfeng had also been concentrating on cultivation and raising his cultivation level during these years. He has not yet been exposed to the cultivation techniques and has not mastered a particular technique. So in the current 2 generations, the Qinglin Su family's cultivation techniques on the two paths of alchemy and weaponry were a bit lonely, with only a few first rankers, but instead it was the runic production path that rose up and reached the second rank level. However, for the cultivators of the Qinglin Su family, as far as the current hardware strength and infrastructure is concerned, among the foundation establishment immortal cultivation forces in this part of the Anbei prefecture of Qinzhou County, it was already very good. There are no second order ones yet, and they may also just be limited by cultivation. However, with the Qinglin Su family's current financial resources, it was somewhat unrealistic to want to support multiple Qi practicing cultivators in the family to build their foundations. After all, without the huge profits brought by the 2 markets of second order spirit weapons and elixirs, the Qinglin Su family's speed of earning spirit stones was still very slow comparatively speaking. Greetings, matriarch. Inside the Earth Fire Pavilion, without waiting for Su Changfeng to stand firm, the family cultivators on the first floor who were on duty today. Then he greeted Su Changfeng. Oh, Uncle Shimo clan is here. Where are the other clan uncles? Are they busy? Su Changfeng looked at the appearance of the visitor. A black-shirted man. It was a clan member of the Qinglin Su family Z generation. Not exactly a familiar face, but one could call it by name. Several of them are busy refining spirit weapons or pills. Matriarch, is there something you came to the pavilion for today? Su Changfeng, who has always served as the key cultivator of the Qinglin Su family. It is also a cultivation fanatic, rarely appearing in the appearance of the Qinglin Su family members, basically in closed-door cultivation. But today is to come to the Earth Fire Pavilion, can also be regarded as a rare guest. Su Changfeng listened to the clanking and banging sounds coming from the depths of the attic. Someone should be refining spirit weapons. It's fine. I just came over to take a look around. Look around, and look for 2 first-rank spirit weapons along the way. A first-rank spirit weapon. Patriarch, are you sure you want a first-order spirit weapon? When Su Shimo heard Su Changfeng's words, he suspected that he had misheard them. The Su Changfeng in front of him at this moment, the patriarch of their Qinglin Su family, who had just assumed office yesterday, but a newly promoted foundation establishment cultivator. Shouldn't he be in need of a second-order spirit weapon at this time and go to the family spirit pavilion to exchange for a second-order spirit weapon? Why did you come to the Earth and Fire Pavilion to ask for a first-order spirit weapon? That's right. I've come to exchange 2 first-order spirit weapons, one for offense and one for defense. A grade in the lower grade is fine. Su Changfeng smiled faintly and spoke once more. Su Changfeng, who usually closed his eyes frequently, hadn't taken a good turn within the family spirit vein for a long time. At this point, it was time to focus on the family. Having just assumed the position of patriarch, it was a good time to take the opportunity of this quest to come and take a look around the Earth Fire Pavilion, which hadn't been visited for a long time. After all, this was an existence that accounted for a large portion of the Qinglin Su family's annual spirit stone income. Okay, then I'll go get it for you. When Su Shimo heard Su Changfeng's affirmative tone, he no longer had any other thoughts. Turning around, he headed to a nearby room that housed the spirit weapons refined by these refiners of the Qinglin Su clan. These refiners and alchemists of the Earth Fire Pavilion have the same tasks every month, to complete a certain amount of spiritual weapons and elixirs, and this month just so happens to not be ready for submission yet. At this time, someone was refining spirit weapons inside, and Su Changfeng didn't wander around in the Earth Fire Pavilion. When he finished speaking, he was sitting in a chair on the side of the loft, pouring himself a cup of tea. He waited for that black-shirt man, Su Shimo, to fetch him the spirit weapon. A moment later, Su Shimo came to Su Changfeng with a spirit weapon in each hand. Matriarch, these 2 spirit weapons were both just refined, as you requested. All of them are of the lower first order. After Su Shimo finished speaking, Su Changfeng looked at the 2 spirit weapons in the latter's hand, a reddish longsword spirit weapon as well as an earth-colored shield-shaped spirit weapon. However, they were all lower first-order spirit weapons, so Su Changfeng didn't bother to ask more. Good. Thank you, Uncle Simo clan. Then you're busy. I'll leave you to it. Although today's Su Changfeng was already the patriarch of the Qinglin Su family, but for these older generation cultivators, he still maintained the respect he deserved. To put it bluntly, the spirit stone spent on that foundation establishment pill he took, it was all saved up piece by piece with the contributions of these clansmen of the Qinglin Su family. So, as a latecomer as well as a beneficiary, this attitude should still be there. After Su Changfeng received the spirit weapon, he took out dozens of spirit stones from his storage bag. It was handed over to Su Shimo, and then he was ready to leave. But just then, the sound from the left side of the Earth Fire Pavilion's weapon refining area suddenly ended and a large, bare-chested man stepped out of it. Ha ha, first-rank top spirit weapon Golden Flame Blade. I've finally succeeded in refining it. Chapter 6, Chi gathering pill in hand. Inside the Earth Fire Pavilion, a man with a full black beard and a stout body that, holding a long golden blade spirit weapon, he walked out from the depths of the Earth Fire Pavilion. The strong arms of his upper body were bare, and his brown tunic, faded and half-tied at the waist, was unkempt, a brown man's face, glowing with a fiery red aura. Having just finished refining his weapon, there's still a little bit of metal left in the body. The big man didn't notice the 2 of them, Su Changfeng and Su Shimo, and walked forward on his own. With a joyful face, he examined the spirit weapon in his hand, immersed in his joy. Uncle Shurien, you're so excited. Looking at the rough man in front of him who was immersed in joy, Su Changfeng smiled slightly. Ahem, meet the matriarch. It was only when he heard someone speak that Su Shurien came back to his senses and, seeing that the person speaking was none other than the newly appointed clan leader, Su Changfeng, returning to his senses, he rushed to welcome the, smoothly placing the knife-like spirit weapon in his hand on the tabletop to the side. He turned around and bowed his hand to Su Changfeng. Ha ha, Uncle Shurien clan, there's no need to be polite. What's the good news that makes you so happy? For this clan uncle in front of him, who was called Su Shurien, and Su Changfeng's bloodline was still a bit closer, was his father's cousin, and had previously helped his predecessor, who was still in the Qi practicing stage, refine a first-order spirit weapon. It's also kind of familiar. It's not much, it's just that it's costing the clan so many first-order top-grade spirit materials. Finally, I've forged a top-rank 1 spirit weapon, out of the ground. Su Shurien scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. Su Shurien, with a cultivation of the 9th level of Qi cultivation and specializing in the art of smithing, over the years, because of age, talent, and various other reasons, were not qualified to take the foundation building dan of the Qinglin Su family. That's why it's been stuck at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. And with his cultivation stagnating, he had no hope of building a foundation in a short time. That's why the focus was all on the forging of spirit weapons. After many attempts, finally today, Su Shurian had successfully forged a first-rank top-grade golden blade spiritual artifact. Well, congratulations to Uncle Shurian. It seems like our Qinglin Su family smithing level has risen a great deal again. Su Changfeng did not put on the patriarch's airs, but was genuinely happy for Su Shurian and the Su family. A top first-order refiner can be better than a high-level first-order refiner that the revenue brought to the Qinglin Su family is on a higher level. Why? If we can't succeed in building the foundation, I'm afraid that's where we'll have to stop. It's better to take advantage of this time to forge more first-order top-grade spirit weapons for the clan. Wait until the chi and blood decay before attempting to build a foundation on your own. Mentioning the matter of foundation building, Su Shurian's mood seemed to have fallen a little. After all, there is no base-building elixir, such as he had. A chi-practicing cultivator with average spiritual root talent and no great perseverance who attempted to build the foundation on his own would not even have a back road. Clan Uncle Shurian is still young, and there will definitely be opportunities for foundation building in the back. Now that I can forge a first-order top-grade spirit weapon, I still have to put my energy into my cultivation in the future. Cultivate as soon as possible to the realm of chi practicing perfection. Su Changfeng's encouragement seemed to have some effect, causing the despondency on Su Shurian's face to subside a bit. Ha ha. Well, let's not talk about that. By the way, Longwind, what made you want to come up and visit our fire pit today? Could it be that he is interested in refining weapons and alchemy? If it's refining, I can tell you some of my insights. Su Shurian also inquired about Su Changfeng's reason for coming, and he was also guessing if it was Su Changfeng who finally wanted to get in touch with immortal cultivation techniques, so he hurriedly pursued the question. This is being considered, but it's not urgent. I'd just taken up my post, and I'm going to take a casual look around the family, and I was passing by, and I came to take a look at the... It's also just the right time to come over and pick up 2 first-order spirit weapons to prepare for gifting. Su Changfeng waved his hand and rejected Su Shurian's good intentions. Although he had now built his foundation, he also had the idea of mastering a cultivation skill, but it's still undecided which course to choose. Talisman making, artifact refining, alchemy, puppets, formations, and so on. There are so many choices, but he doesn't yet know where his talent for the craft lies. However, the Tao of refining weapons mentioned by Su Shurian was temporarily excluded by him. It wasn't that he couldn't look at refining, it was just that Su Changfeng really couldn't raise his interest. He preferred the quietness of talisman making, alchemy, and the like to the physical work in this noisy environment, the art of sedentary study. Alright then, Changfeng, if you need to refine a first-order top-grade spirit weapon, you can find me at any time, and as long as you provide the spirit materials, I'll refine it for you for free. Since Su Changfeng did not have the will to refine weapons, Su Shurian naturally could not force himself. No problem, Uncle Shurian, you guys get busy, I'll just leave and go around to other places. Fine. After Su Changfeng came out of the Earth Fire Pavilion, he put the spirit weapon in his hand into his storage bag. With that, a prompt rang out on the system panel. Successful completion of quest. Side quest 1, obtain a first-order attack spirit weapon. Side quest 2, obtain a first-order defense spirit weapon. Quest reward, 1 chi gathering pill. The reward has been issued and automatically deposited into the system storage space. Chi gathering pill? It seems to be a first-order middle-grade elixir, suitable for cultivation in the middle to early stages of chi cultivation. With mild medicinal power, it can provide a lot of aura. Hearing the system's prompt, Su Changfeng's mind, information about the chi gathering pill rewarded by the system, surfaced. When he was in the middle stage of chi practicing, his family had also provided him with these types of pills, aiding him in his cultivation. That's why he was able to remember the purpose of this kind of elixir all of a sudden. It seems that the system is still strong. This also made Su Changfeng continue to lament. A cultivation level of the first level of chi practicing was rewarded with a first-order medium-grade chi gathering pill. Even if it's the chi gathering pill, each cultivator can only take it once in one body. But for cultivators on the first level of chi practitioner, if one could take the chi gathering pill, after digesting all the medicinal power, cultivation could at the very least break through the second level of chi cultivation, or even the third level of chi cultivation. Sure enough, it's a reverse system. The speed at which it helps the host to recultivate is somewhat unusual. The task is simple, even holding and pulling, so the rhythm comes down. It's basically a handful of years away from successfully rebuilding the family and getting to the top of the heap. Su Changfeng walked on the road, not intending to go anywhere else. Instead, he returned at a brisk pace inside his courtyard. The jade bottle holding the chi gathering pill in his hand was put away, and he began to wonder where the bottle of elixir was going. And just then, The system quest. Refreshed again. At the age of 40, you have regained the cultivation level of the first level of Chi cultivation and have obtained offensive and defensive spiritual weapons. Your strength has been improved, but it is still insufficient, and you are well aware that your current ability to regain your cultivation should be accompanied by the enhancement of your ability to fight in actual combat. Please refine the spirit weapon as soon as possible and start trying to do real combat. Task: within 5 days. Kill a first-order lower-grade demonic beast. Reward: 1 bottle of Chi gathering pill. Chapter 7. What class? Needing this patriarch to do it himself? Seeing the new tasks that have appeared in the system, the familiar stagnant expression on Su Changfeng's face crept up once again. Based on these several system missions, Su Changfeng felt that the system's the completion condition of this quest definitely required a first-order demonic beast that he had personally killed in order to determine the basis of quest completion. No. Are you sure about the lower first-rank demonic beasts? What class of first-order lower-grade demonic beasts do you still have to have this clan chief personally do it? However, although Su Changfeng's mouth spat, for the reward that the system had given him for almost nothing, Su Changfeng's heart was still honest. In his mind, he began to flip through the information about first-rank lower-grade demonic beasts. The Green Forest mountain range, covering an extremely vast area, stretching for thousands of miles. In particular, the northern side of the Green Forest mountain range was bordered by the Border Wilderness mountain range, which possessed infinite possibilities. However, those within the Qinglin Su family's control range only had a range of several hundred miles, and within the sphere of influence of the Qinglin Su family, apart from the main peak of Qinglin Mountain, which had a second-order spirit vein underneath, there were still 3 first-order spirit veins controlled by the Su family. The second-order spirit vein was mainly where the main foundation of the Qinglin Su family was located. All the cultivators lived in this mountain peak as much as possible. The remaining 3 first-order spirit veins, on the other hand, each had first-order spirit materials, such as spirit wood, mineral, protected by the Qinglin Su family at great expense. The rest of the land, except for these 3 peaks, apart from a few towns and cities where the Qinglin Su clan mortals were built, there were some places that had yet to be developed, and all those unexplored places where no spiritual veins have been found, so there is also no need to invest too much manpower and resources to build it. So all these places are primitive forests, with demonic beasts encamped. However, there was no non-existence of second-order demonic beasts among them, and those first-order demonic beasts had basically turned into a source of demonic beast blood and flesh for the Qinglin Su clan. There were also some demonic beasts cubs that were taken care of with focused attention. However, during these years, during the clansman's adventures in the Qinglin Su family, as well as to protect the tens of thousands of mortals, the number has been greatly reduced by several cleanups. Looks like we'll have to go out there ourselves after all. The Qinglin Su family did not have the presence of a beast tamer breeder, and within all the family spirit lands, aside from some of the clan's protective spirit beasts, there were no more living demonic beasts. So Su Changfeng thought about it, and it seemed like the only way to get him out to the rest of the world, finding a first-order lower-grade demonic beast to strike out and kill, was this one way out. However, the reward after completing the mission was a bottle of Qi gathering pill. It was basically an elixir for nothing, so Su Changfeng didn't feel that he would tire himself out. Anyway, now that he is already at the early stage of foundation establishment, he wants to improve in a short period of time. It's still a little difficult. The collection of second-order elixirs within the Qinglin Su family wasn't very generous either. In addition, Su Changfeng's body also carries a huge loan. Want to exchange those pills, basically is a loan on top of the loan. So this time, the appearance of the system had rather given him some ways to eliminate the boredom caused by long hours of cultivation. Think of it as playing a little game of cultivation. However, all the same, the current quests of this reversal system were all for the early stage of Qi practicing. If one slowly reaches the late stage of Qi cultivation later on, or even after the early stage of foundation building, it might be a bit challenging. This also made Su Changfeng's heart keep some small expectations up. On Qinglin Mountain, Su Changfeng wandered around a bit. They ran into a few clansmen of the Qinglin Su clan who greeted Su Changfeng. Again, each one was busy with what he had in hand. There are clansmen who are spiritual planters and are watering their spiritual fields with spiritual water. Some clans were competing against each other on the martial arts practice field to grow their practical combat experience. There were also people beside the spiritual spring, feeding the spiritual fish, or guarding the entrance to the mountain. There were also people who hurriedly went to the cultivation cave that had been opened up in the back of the family's mountain to prepare for seclusion. Only Su Changfeng was wandering around. A day of tossing and turning, from various morning inaugurations. Then in the afternoon, wandering around within the family's spiritual land made Su Changfeng a bit like a daisical. This what's-his-name matriarch seems to be pretty good. and there's not much to do. But after a day's spinning around, still a little tired, and that loan of tens of thousands of contribution points is really not good to pay back. It's stressful. On the way back to the courtyard, a trace of pressure surfaced on Su Chongfeng's handsome face. Although he was now at the early stage of foundation establishment, he wanted to earn tens of thousands of spirit stones. It's still very difficult. So at this time, Su Chongfeng, the thought of wanting to master a cultivation skill as soon as possible grew stronger in his heart. However, the appearance of this reverse system had made it easier for Su Chongfeng. A bottle of qi gathering pills, which held 10 of them, the price of a single. The market price is basically around 30 or 40 lower grade spirit stones, and some of the auctions in some of the marketplaces will even speculate up to 50 lower grade spirit stones. This kind of value also has the mid-qi cultivator taking also has the effect within. If it wasn't for the fact that each cultivator could only take 1 or 2, I'm afraid the value would be even higher. And now, after the completion of the mission of this retrograde system, at hand were qi gathering pills worth dozens of lower grade spirit stones. What's more, after this next task of killing a first order, lower grade demonic beast was accomplished. It was a direct reward of a bottle of qi gathering elixir. 10 whole pieces. That's a few hundred spirit stones straight away. Worthy of being a reverse system, it's really atmospheric enough. But Su Chongfeng also understood that, if for a middle-aged cultivator who had just regained the cultivation level of the first level of qi practicing, it would be mostly unrealistic for him to want to kill a first-order lower-grade demonic beast on his own with his own strength. It was even possible to do so only after practicing on one's own for a period of time and having an increase in one's cultivation level. So the cycle is constant, and the system rewards the purpose of the qi gathering elixir. There must be a purpose for the host to take more than he or she can take out to exchange for spirit stones and buy other cultivation resources, and for Su Chongfeng at this time, it was definitely in the cards bug. However, it's absolutely normal for games to have players open up and get stuck in bugs. Between the thoughts fluttering, before sunset in the evening, Su Chongfeng returned within the patriarch's courtyard. Upon entering the door, Su Linan's figure was in the courtyard, trimming the flowers and plants, or he was feeding spiritual food to those spiritual fish in the pond. Lin Nan, today's cultivation is over? Su Chongfeng's expression loosened as he spoke out to Su Linan who was busy. Patriarch, you're back. Su Linan hurriedly put down the tools in his own hands, quickly came to Su Chongfeng, bent down and bowed his hand in salute. Well, get up. Thank you, matriarch. As soon as Su Chongfeng's words fell, Su Linan rose immediately after, and Su Chongfeng stared at Su Linan, gave a smile and opened his mouth. Lin Nan, how's your cultivation going these days? Chapter 8 Accidentally stepping on a first-order demon beast. Inside the courtyard, Su Chongfeng probed Su Linan's cultivation level. It was discovered that the latter's cultivation level was already at the 5th level of qi practicing, but with its 4 spirit root talent, being able to, at less than 20 years of age, to have a cultivation level of the 5th level of qi practicing was already very good. Although this was more or less with the help of Su Chongfeng, Su Linan's attitude of practicing diligently, it was also an important reason why he could have such a cultivation. Patriarch, my cultivation at the 5th level of qi practicing isn't too solid yet. Recently, daily cultivation has also been mainly to stabilize the cultivation level. Su Linan looked at Su Chongfeng and spoke carefully. At this moment, Su Linan had nothing but admiration and awe for Su Chongfeng. The difference between a double spirit root and a 4 spirit root talent was more than a little bit. Coupled with the gap between the two men's identities and cultivation levels, Su Chongfeng was to him, it's just heavenly. However, over the years, he was also taken care of by Su Chongfeng in many ways, having provided him with quite a few cultivation resources. It could be said that the favor was so great that Su Linan could remember it for the rest of his life. Of course, it also proved that Surinam's own choice was not wrong. Here, this qi gathering pill is for you. After your cultivation at the 5th level of qi practicing has been completely stabilized, use it to break through the 6th level of qi practicing. His right hand crossed the storage bag, and between the flashes of spiritual light, the jade bottle containing the qi gathering dan, it appeared in Su Chongfeng's hand. Su Linan was a little surprised to hear Su Chongfeng's. His eyes also turned to the jade bottle in Su Chongfeng's hand. Qi gathering pill. What are you waiting for? Take it. Get your training up as soon as you can. You can do more for me in the future as well. After following me for more than a year, if your cultivation doesn't go up, my face won't shine. Su Chongfeng had a disinterested look on his face as he threw the large jade bottle in his hand to Su Linan. The latter was a bit dumbfounded after catching the jade bottle. As Su Chongfeng's attendant servant, he usually serves Su Chongfeng. However, Su Chongfeng would often give him some cultivation resources, counting it as a reward. No, matriarch, This chi-gathering pill is too precious. I can't take it. Close to a few dozen lower-grade spirit stones. He basically had a year or two before he could save up. And at this moment, Su Changfeng actually gave him such a precious, priceless elixir. It made him a little terrified. Don't dilly-dally. It's just a first-order middle-grade elixir. Take it if it's given to you. Can I be any worse than that in my current position and strength? In the end, at Su Changfeng's insistence, Su Linan carefully put away the chi-gathering pill. For Su Changfeng did not want so. Su Linan served himself for more than a year. The heart is still in the right place, and a little casual support is just a matter of smooth sailing. Besides, this chi-gathering pill, which was rewarded by the system, he couldn't use it. Might as well have let Suriname take it. When that bottle of chi-gathering pills arrives, leave a few behind in case of an emergency. The rest will be handed over to the family spirit pavilion to be exchanged for contribution points to pay off debts. By the way, lately you should stop working on these chores, too, and just leave them to the others. Concentrate on your cultivation and go. When Su Changfeng was about to enter the house, he explained to Su Linan. After all, he himself was now at the cultivation level of a clan leader and a foundation establishment cultivator. The entourage around him must have a late-stage chi practicing cultivation anyways, or else it would be his own face that would be disgraced. Su Linan glanced deeply at Su Changfeng, his gaze filled with gratitude. Then he immediately answered yes and went to the eastern side yard of the courtyard he was staying in. After Su Linan left, Su Changfeng went inside the attic and came to the room on the second floor where he slept. Early tomorrow morning, first go find a first-order lower-grade demonic beast and finish this current task. Now that this is so easy and simple, it's better to speed things up a bit and let's see what kind of system quests will be brushed up later. Su Changfeng, who was lying on the bed, decided to make quick work of it and finish this task first thing in the morning. Su Changfeng, who had decided, then closed his eyes, adjusted his breath, and began to close his eyes to recuperate. A few moments later, the sound of even breathing came out from Su Changfeng's nostrils. At the moment, he was already in a state of false sleep. Early the next morning, the light of day breaks, dispersing the morning fog. Su Changfeng also got up early. In the center of the courtyard, Su Changfeng stretched out and took a big breath of fresh air. An aura entered his body and went straight to the sky, instantly refreshing himself. People who cultivate immortality are often said to have purple energy. It means a purple cloud driven in by the sun rising in the east at first light each day. At this time, when inhaling the aura in the air, it will also be affected, which is very beneficial to cultivation. Just as Su Changfeng was in a soothing mood, Su Linan also delivered today's spiritual meal. After Su Changfeng succeeded in building his foundation and assumed the position of patriarch, the frequency of supplying spiritual meals was also greatly increased. From once in 5 days before, it is now twice in 5 days. However, at Su Changfeng's request to deliver a sum of spirit stones to the family clan every month, basically just do it once a day. I can't help it. When I'm tired of practicing, I always want to eat something good. Half an hour later, Su Changfeng's figure appeared at the foot of Qinglin Mountain. Greetings, matriarch. Not far away, a young cultivator saluted Su Changfeng in greeting. It's a long dragon. How come you've started manning the mountain gates too? Su Changlong, a clan member of the Qinglin Su family, ranked in the teens, only 1 year younger than Su Changfeng. In recent years, all the earnings of the Qinglin Su family have been quite good, so the age range is also broad to under 20 years old cultivators. The main task is still cultivation. The family provides some cultivation resources subsidies. Yes, matriarch, lately I've been practicing, and I've run out of spirit stones, so I'll take on some simple tasks for the clan. Accumulate some spirit stones. Su Changlong was all smiles as he spoke respectfully to Su Changfeng. Oh, okay. After the short exchange ended, Su Changfeng walked out of the Green Forest Mountain and urged his aura to, flying towards the mountain range next to the Green Forest Mountain. Not too far out of the Green Forest Mountain, Su Changfeng flew suspended in midair, and as his divine sense dispersed in all directions, in exploring the scent and figure of the demonic beasts in the Green Forest Mountain range underneath. In the Green Forest Mountain range, outside of the several main peaks with spiritual veins, the rest of the place has not been overly developed by the Su family, but only cleaned up the demonic beasts from time to time, so it still maintains the appearance of the original ecological environment. Nourished by the aura of this cultivation world, the trees were even taller, the vegetation was lush, and birds and beasts were unaware of it. The entire Green Forest Mountain range had a thin aura permeating it. At this time, in the early morning, the dew had not yet cleared, and the mist had not yet dissipated, mixing with the spiritual power of the, forming a faint aura of spiritual mist. The air in the sky above the Green Forest Mountain range dazzled away, slightly resembling the realm of a fairy resort. Su Changfeng looked at this scene underneath and was in a soothing, even pleasurable mood. However, suddenly, Su Changfeng's figure stalled. And it seemed to him that he felt, not far beneath his feet, in the midst of the mountains, it has the scent of a demonic beast. Immediately after that, Su Changfeng's figure swooped downward, not restraining his aura in the slightest, straight ahead in the direction of the target. Boo! Within a few breaths, Su Changfeng's figure landed on the ground with a loud noise, destroying the surrounding area and splattering it with dust. It was only a moment later, after the dust had settled, that Su Changfeng saw the soles of his feet. The demonic beast's aura came to a screeching halt. The first-order lower-grade demonic beast, the tusked pig, was stomped to death by Su Changfeng. Sorry didn't get it for a second. Chapter 9 Disposal of Qi-Gathering Pills. Qinglin Mountain Range. In a mountain forest not far from the main peak Qinglin Mountain, Su Changfeng put the corpse of the demonic beast that he had trampled to death into his storage ring, and then actualized the cleansing technique, the psychic energy rushing through the rinse all the dust and dirt off yourself. So it's a tusked pig. Now that's a good way to have a few more red meat meals. Just now, when Su Changfeng was in midair, he detected that the cultivation level of this tusked pig was at the lower rank of the first order, and the breath was vague. It was probably just a lower first rank as well. This cultivation strength, under Su Changfeng's strength to strike without restraining his foundation establishment cultivation level. Naturally, he was killed by Su Changfeng without any resistance. Tusked pigs, on the other hand, have thick skin and don't have much offensive power, so a lot of the time, all of them are existences that have been captured by some immortal cultivation forces and reduced to meat. So, that's why Su Changfeng said that he could eat a few more meals of braised meat. Of course, the practice of braised pork was something he had passed on to the spiritual cuisine pavilion of the Qinglin Su family. There's not only roast pork, there's cassoulet and so many other dishes. All of them were Su Changfeng's special favorites from his previous life. After crossing into this immortal cultivation world, Su Changfeng naturally wanted to continue enjoying himself, especially with all these ingredients. The spiritual materials are resourced by the aura. The final result is a spiritual meal with an even more delicious and enticing flavor. Even those 5-star hotels in the previous world couldn't make this flavor. This also allowed Su Changfeng to enjoy himself ruthlessly. After Su Changfeng collected the demonic beast corpse, he waited for the arrival of this reverse systems prompt. Ding! Successful completion of mission, within 5 days. Kill a first-order lower-grade demonic beast. Quest reward, 1 bottle of Qi-Gathering Pill. The reward has been issued and automatically deposited into the system storage space. A bottle of Qi-Gathering Pill. To the hand. Hearing the system rewards arrival prompt, Su Changfeng held the jade bottle in his hand and was very happy. At this point he felt that he was holding not just a bottle of elixir, but a white flower. The shiny spirit stones. With several hundred lower-grade spirit stones in hand, the debt he owed to his family could be repaid somewhat. Although it is only a few tenths of a percent of the huge amount of Foundation Establishment Dan loan, it is only a few tenths of a percent of the amount of Foundation Establishment Dan loan, but that's more of a good sign. After building the foundation, Su Changfeng has been worried about how to pay back the tens of thousands of spirit stones, but now this prematurely born reverse system, the emergence of the earthy unicorn, made him not panic at all. Su Changfeng, who had finished packing up the corpses of the demonic beasts, gave up the idea of continuing to wander around in the Green Forest mountain range. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to continue brushing up on the quests and rewards. The thrill of this speed pass can only be understood by those who have experienced it firsthand. Afterward, Su Changfeng was flying in the direction of the Green Forest mountain. A few moments later, Su Changfeng returned within the boundaries of the family's spiritual land. Amidst Su Changlong's doubts, Su Changfeng then returned directly to his residence. Inside the attic, Su Changfeng returned to the cultivation room, operated his gongfu, and began to exhale his spiritual qi, cultivate it. However, at the foundation establishment stage, trying to rely on self-absorption of spiritual qi, the rate of improvement was too slow. Cultivating for a short period of time did not allow Su Changfeng's spiritual energy within his body to show a significant increase. After 2 hours, Su Changfeng, who felt uninterested, then stopped running his gong method, gave up on continuing to practice. Instead, he began to ponder what to do with the bottle of Qi-Gathering Pills that he had just received as a system reward. Su Changfeng knew it in his heart. There were 2 options before him, either to stay himself and count it as a collection of, to be left later for the descendants of one's own lineage, or to be rewarded to the descendants of other families. The second is that the bottle of Qi-Gathering Dan is directly delivered to the family spirit cabinet, converted into contribution points and then repaid the debt he owed. In addition to these 2 methods, Su Changfeng could also choose to go to the marketplace to deal with it on his own. selling or auctioning them off, discounting them into spirit stones, and then purchasing the cultivation spirits you need. But doing so is basically redundant and cheapens the outsiders. Su Changfeng understood the reasoning behind fertilizer and water flowing to outsiders, and if this choice was made, it would be better to just stay within the family with these qi-gathering Dan Dan. On the one hand, it would help him offset some of his debts, and on the other hand, these elixirs, in the future, it was definitely going to add several mid-qi practicing cultivators to the Qinglin Su family. This would not be a small increase in strength for the Qinglin Su family. As for Su Changfeng, who was still hesitating at this moment, it was because, in his heart, he was still concerned. If he took out 10 qi-gathering pills at once, it would more than likely be somewhat unreasonable. So after pondering for a moment, Su Changfeng decided to choose a compromise. That is to keep half of it for yourself, and then hand the other half over to the family spirit pavilion. Offset the debt of several hundred lower-grade spirit stones for yourself. As for the 5 that he had left behind, Su Changfeng's heart already had a candidate for use, and that person was his mother. Technically, though, it was the mother of the predecessor. Both of his parents were immortal cultivators, and his father, Su Shichang, was himself a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. It's long past the point of being useful, but his mother, that is, Su Shichang's wife Su Qing's own spiritual root talent is only 4 spiritual roots, so the cultivation level is not very high, and currently only the 6th level of qi cultivation, has not yet reached the late stage of qi cultivation. Su Shichang was a cultivator who had built his foundation on his own with 3 spirit roots, and could be called a person of great perseverance, and because after he succeeded in building his foundation, he did not abandon his childhood friend and chaff wife. This beautiful name was also celebrated by everyone in the Qinglin Su family. Nowadays, a qi-gathering pill could completely push Su Qing's cultivation to the 6th level of perfection. Later, if the system rewards have pills that can help cultivators break through the late stage of qi cultivation, it can also be handed over to Su Qing to take. Besides Su Qing, Su Lin Nan already has the rest of the candidates. Su Changfeng wasn't sure for the moment, but the elixir stays in your hand. It won't expire. You can keep it for now. You can send it out later when you have a suitable candidate. Even Su Changfeng had heard that. After his father, Su Shichang, had been wounded, it had been born that the news of the two continuing to have children before Su Qing's qi and blood fail. With this excellent foundation of dual spiritual roots from Su Changfeng, striving to have a few more children with spiritual roots, growing their lineage, and these pills could be saved for his future siblings. However, these were all afterthoughts, and Su Changfeng just drifted through a brief thought that didn't think deeply about it. After deciding, Su Changfeng put the qi-gathering pill in one portion in 2 halves, each of which was loaded up. Prepare to send it to the spirit pavilion at some point. At that moment, the system, which had been silent for half a day, once again refreshed the mission. At the age of 40, you've been through some battles, and you're re-feeling the surge of spiritual energy in your body, and regained confidence in battle, but at this time regained spiritual power. Cultivation is still low. Continue to improve the strength of cultivation. It's your main thing at the moment. Task: take the qi-gathering pill and raise your cultivation to the 3rd level of qi practicing. Reward: a Xian rank technique. Chapter 10, Xian rank technique. At this time, inside the attic, Su Changfeng looked at the new mission that emerged from the system in his mind. A smile appeared at the corners of his mouth once again. Practicing qi at the 3rd level. Simple. The system's new quest, which required the host's cultivation to be raised to the 3rd level of qi cultivation. It was the same path as the previous task of practicing the 1st level of qi. Therefore, Su Changfeng only needed to follow the system's requirements and swallow a qi-gathering pill rewarded by the system. Then wait for the system to recognize that his cultivation level exceeded the 3rd level of qi practicing to complete the mission. And these kinds of simple tasks, there was simply no need for Su Changfeng to expend any effort to figure out how to complete the mission. However, Su Changfeng's expression stagnated, and he suddenly thought that when he had just looked at the quest information, there seems to be some kind of word for what appears to be a kung fu. So he went back and scrutinized the mission information again. Holy, no! Xian rank technique. Su Changfeng once again confirmed that he hadn't been mistaken just now. This time, the quest that the system had refreshed, the reward upon completion was a Xian rank technique. However, although it was not written, the grade of the gongfu was exactly what level of the Xian rank. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that a Xian rank technique was enough. In the immortal cultivation world, for a very large proportion of cultivators, in addition to the innate differences in spiritual root talent, the difference in the final cultivation achievements of cultivators with the same spiritual root is related to many factors. It is often said that the land of the Dharma couple's wealth is a straight path to the cultivation of immortality. It's hard to rank these 4 things in any particular order. However, all of them are important parts of the cultivator's participation in the pursuit of the road to immortality, and have occupied most of the determining factors. Take the feats, putting aside the cultivator's enlightenment, resources, and other factors, under the same spiritual root talent. A cultivator who cultivates a high-grade technique will definitely be able to increase his cultivation faster than a cultivator who cultivates a low-grade technique. The strength is stronger. This also has a high-grade gongfu to help the cultivator absorb the spiritual qi will be faster. The power of the accompanying spells will also be more powerful for a reason. And with Su Chongfeng's talent of dual spiritual roots of fire and wood, the technique he practiced, although it was a mere single fire attribute Xian rank lower grade gongfu, it was already one of the highest grade gongfu of the Qinglin Su family. A single attribute technique would hardly allow Su Chongfeng to utilize his full strength. Therefore, Su Chongfeng's strength was considered to be in the middle of the pack among the newly promoted foundation establishment cultivators around him. And the Xian rank gongfu, the highest but can support the cultivator to cultivate to the foundation consummation realm. Even some of the top Xian rank techniques would allow the cultivator to cultivate for a period of time even after breaking through the purple mansion. But there was no way around it. The Qinglin Su families was originally a weak foundation establishment immortal cultivation force. Each generation of foundation establishment cultivators is more than a handful. And from those top foundation establishment cultivation forces, the difference in heritage can be more than half a star. Take the feats, the spell collection. The Qinglin Su family's highest ranked gongfu was only the middle grade of the Xian rank, and it was still the only one. But it's that middle grade Xian rank gongfu that's water attributed. So naturally, it was just not related to Su Chongfeng. High grade techniques, spirit weapons, spells, and the resources needed for cultivation. All of them require the support of a large amount of spirit stones. Originally, he had thought of practicing in the family for a while longer, spending time drilling a cultivation skill, raise it to the level of the second order. Then pay off the family debt as soon as possible, and just plan for your own path down the road. But the appearance of the system seemed to have opened another door for Su Chongfeng. Now that the system was actually rewarding Xian rank techniques, then down the road, the rewards would only become more and more generous. Cool. It's cool. However, at this time, Su Chongfeng had another thought, and that was that this gong method was of a higher grade, and then it still fits right in with your own attributes, and it's perfect. However, although Su Chongfeng was a bit greedy, in the bottom of his heart, he was praying for the system to give some strength. Whether it works or not depends on now. Su Chongfeng's heart condensed as he took out a qi-gathering pill from his storage ring before swallowing it. Then he began to run up his gongfu and refine the medicinal power in it. The amount of spiritual energy that a first-order, mid-grade elixir can provide, for a foundation-building cultivator, it's like 9 cows in one hair. Therefore, in a few breaths, the medicinal power of the qi-gathering pill was refined by Su Chongfeng as much as possible. It turned into a small strand of pure spiritual qi and converged to Su Chongfeng's dantian. After the refining of the qi-gathering pill was finished, Su Chongfeng withdrew his divine sense from his body and waited with anticipation for on the system panel, the prompt of mission completion rang out. The host's cultivation level has been detected as exceeding the 3rd level of qi cultivation, and he has successfully completed the task, taking the qi-gathering pill. Raise your cultivation to the 3rd level of qi practicing. Mission reward, 1 Xian rank technique. The reward has been issued and automatically deposited into the system storage space. Here it comes. Here it comes. Inside the cultivation room, on top of the spirit platform, Su Chongfeng rubbed his hands together and prepared to open the box. Then, with a movement of divine sense, he probed into the system's storage space. Then he took out a jade slip that had just appeared inside. After the divine sense exited, Su Chongfeng had an additional jade slip in his hand. Most of the techniques in the immortal cultivation realm were burned into special jade slips for easy storage. There are still some cultivating clans that will pay the ungodly price of temporarily inscribing feats within a large number of jade slips for cultivation by family cultivators. These were also known as one-time consumption jade slips, and Su Chongfeng speculated about this jade slip in his hand, and found that its material was somewhat different. It was a permanent jade slip, regardless of the attribute grade. It's definitely a package deal. The next step was the intense and exciting unboxing. Su Chongfeng once again activated his divine sense and probed into the interior of the jade slip of merit in his hand. Rustling. Su Chongfeng's divine sense easily entered the interior of the jade slip without the slightest obstruction. Abruptly, a large amount of information within the jade brief was wrapped toward Su Chongfeng's divine sense. As for Su Chongfeng, he immediately held his yuan and returned to one, stabilized his mind, and began to receive that large amount of information about the gongfu. Amazing Green Spirit Determination. Top Xian rank technique, possessing the dual attributes of fire and wood. It is also suitable for cultivators to cultivate the single attribute of fire and wood, supporting more than a dozen spells, 3 of which are all top Xian rank spells. The spiritual energy cultivated by this technique is scorching hot, just like the amazing fire in the ground. Not only that, but this amazing green spiritual power, for cultivators alchemy and other skills are applicable. In his mind, a large amount of information about this technique flooded in. Immediately after, Su Changfeng utilized his not-so-weak divine sense and began to sift through the valid information. After a long time, Su Changfeng was satisfied and withdrew his divine sense from the jade slip. Looking at the jade slip in his hand, Su Changfeng was once again surprised for this premature system. This reverse system, for the sake of the host's path of reversal, can truly be said to be hemorrhaging money. Think what you want. The host is rewarded for what he lacks. With this technique, Su Changfeng would, at the very least, before the purple mansion, all without having to worry about feats. Steady on. Steady on. Chapter 11, Conversion Technique. Inside the cultivation room of the pavilion, Su Changfeng's hand, which was always holding the jade slip of the Gong method tightly, and the joy was long in coming. The shock, so far, of this so-called retrograde system it made Su Changfeng's jaw drop for it. Good man, you screwed up like that. What host can't succeed against the odds? Even if you put a pig up, you can build something again, right? This is totally feeding the host's cultivation up, with spirit stones and elixirs. There are also high-grade feats that just don't make any sense at all. It seems that even after more than 20 years, turning into a down-and-out loose cultivator, but having become the host of this reverse system, I don't think the days will be too hard. With a handful of top-ranked techniques of the Xian class, Su Changfeng felt as if he had an extra guiding light on his own path ahead. With Unity Sun around, perhaps one could explore that great way of eternal life. Later, you practiced Jindan and I cultivated to Zifu, and we both had bright futures. Spare Su Changfeng, who usually acted steadily, was made thrilled by this reverse system. Started rambling. Since this technique was rewarded to me by the system, isn't it true that I can continue to teach others as well? Or perhaps, it can be topographed into more Gongfa jade slips and placed within the family spirit pavilion. Make it the family's inherited technique? In this way, wouldn't I be able to just pay off the entire debt I owe for the foundation establishment pill? Su Changfeng muttered and whispered, calculating whether he could pass this technique on to others. The value of a top Xian rank technique, compared to the foundation building Dan, was naturally greater in the former. Several years ago, in an auction organized by a large workshop in the city of Anbei province, there had been a Xian rank upper grade earth attribute technique that had been crazily looted by the surrounding forces. In the end, that Xian rank upper grade technique was auctioned off by a top tier foundation building force. The final transaction price reached a terrifying 50,000 lower grade spirit stones. This was also because a top-notch cultivation technique could all be in existence that acted as a family's backbone. Although the number of base building pills circulating in the market is also not large, but the value of consumables like pills is naturally worse than that. However, although Su Changfeng had this idea, he still decided to hold off for a while. It wouldn't be too late to do so after one's full cultivation was complete. Sooner or later. Anyway, handing it over to the family is the only way to maximize the use of this technique. It might as well have been a direct offset of the debt he owed. What about immediately switching to the cultivation technique now? Or wait a little longer? Su Changfeng has only been building his foundation for more than a year now, and the foundation building spiritual energy cultivated in his body. It's not too deep, and in Su Changfeng's own estimation, that part of the spiritual energy in his body wanted to be fully transformed. It takes a minimum of 3 months. Nowadays, however, his father was in seclusion to heal his wounds, and he was the only foundation establishment cultivator in the family. If he were to announce his seclusion again, I'm afraid that it would cause some small-minded people to covet the Qinglin Su clan. However, just as Su Changfeng hesitated to immediately switch to the cultivation technique, the system mission was refreshed once more. At 40 years old, you've practiced hard, succeeded in possessing the cultivation of the 3rd level of Qi cultivation once again, and his strength had risen by a large margin. But due to the limitations of the grade of the original Gongfu, cultivation is too slow, so you make up your mind to switch to Kung Fu. Quest, convert to the new technique, Amazing Green Spirit Decree, and successfully reach the introductory realm. Reward, First Order Top Attack Spiritual Weapon. Well, say Gongfa Tungzitu. Now, there was no need for Su Changfeng to hesitate. The system directly helped him make a decision. However, it's good to know that it's just enough to ask for the introductory realm. 10 days and a half months of. It shouldn't be a big deal. The cycle would not be too long. so Su Changfeng decided to leave a sound transmission jade slip for Su Linan, leaving behind the message that he was going to close down for a short period of time to cultivate. He asked the latter to go and inform a family elder when he was out of the gate. After that, Su Changfeng was ready to start switching cultivation techniques. Time was money, and for immortal cultivators, cultivation was the most time-consuming. There is an old saying that there are no months in immortal cultivation, and there are cultivators who can easily go into seclusion for months and years. It was even common for some high-ranking cultivators to remain in seclusion for decades. That's why Su Changfeng had to take the first opportunity to turn the high-quality gongfu rewarded by the conversion system. This would also allow him to cultivate a higher strength and more powerful spirit power in his next cultivation. Su Changfeng's original gongfu was the lower grade of the Xian rank, the Inferno Fire skill. The building spirit power that he had cultivated was of average power, which made him against some cultivators of the same rank. There was a huge difference in terms of spiritual strength. The system rewarded the grade in the top of the Xian rank Amazing Green Spirit skill. According to the information in the jade slip of the gongfu, the strength of the spiritual energy that was eventually cultivated was already top tier amongst the Xian rank gongfu. Moreover, the power of this spirit power cultivated was very strong, carrying a hot, lingering aura that, like the amazing fire of the earth, it melts everything. Even if Su Changfeng hadn't started cultivating the spiritual power of the amazing green spiritual determination yet, just by looking at the introduction of the gongfu, it was already something for Su Changfeng to aspire to. The power of amazing green, like a spiritual fire, runs through the orifices of the circumference, refining the essence of all things. According to the information of the gong method recorded in the jade slip, Su Changfeng began to follow the mantra and, beginning to control his fiery red spiritual energy, he began to run it along the estimation of the orifices and meridians around his body. A few minutes later, Su Changfeng, according to the running trajectory of the amazing green spirit decrees gong method, running the gong method through in its entirety. Subsequently, the fiery red spiritual power he had just controlled, cultivated by the inflaming fire resolve. The color gradually became darker, and the fiery red color became even more brilliant. Not only was the color changing, an even bigger change, the aura of this spiritual energy seemed to be starting to increase. Moreover, Su Changfeng's divine sense could easily sense that a lingering, sizzling aura of it emanated from the interior of that spiritual energy. A few moments later, the fiery red color of that spiritual energy became even deeper, so red that it was about to turn into a reddish color in general. It began to boil up, as hot as magma in the ground, as if it was going to scorch inside Su Changfeng's body. The spirit power of this amazing green spirit decree is really worthy of being a top Xian rank spirit power. It's not bad. Such an obvious change made Su Changfeng already sigh up the power of this Xian rank top level technique, and in the next instant, the metamorphosis of that spiritual energy ended and stayed within Su Changfeng's body. Subsequently, this brand new red-colored spiritual energy controlled by Su Changfeng was cast towards the Dantian spiritual sea. Boo! Bear with me. The moment the spiritual energy of the amazing green spiritual skill entered the spirit sea of the Dantian, it then collided up with the spiritual power of the Inferno Wood skill. And on the contrary, Su Changfeng was affected by the movement of this spiritual energy. Instantly, he felt that his Dantian had received a huge shock. Abruptly, Su Changfeng's sea of spiritual energy, like a calm lake, was falling a huge flaming meteorite in general. It set off shocking waves. It seemed to ignite Su Changfeng's original sea of spiritual energy and completely boil it. Chapter 12, Introduction to the Sutra. The crimson spiritual energy entered the sea, breaking the stone and startling the surging waves. That spiritual energy transformed by the amazing green spiritual decree was like a medicine guide. It entered Su Changfeng's body, activating the spiritual energy in Su Changfeng's spiritual energy sea, and its surroundings began to boil. Su Changfeng's fragile Dantian spirit sea. After all of this, seemingly suffering from great pain, he clenched his teeth, with drops of sweat seeping out from his forehead. Immediately, Su Changfeng tried his best to stabilize his mind, and his divine sense probed out and began to control his Dantian. Trying to stabilize his Dantian spirit sea, and that spiritual power was just a small strand, like a drop in the ocean of Su Changfeng's spiritual power, though it made waves when it was first entered. It made Su Changfeng's Dantian feel a pressure, but after Su Changfeng's mind stabilized, he was quite honest under the suppression of the rest of the spiritual power. After Su Changfeng's Dantian was completely stabilized, the spiritual force that it didn't seem to give up, and continued to start eroding towards the surrounding spiritual energy, seemingly to engulf them. Again, Su Changfeng struck the iron while it was hot, and within his Dantian a spiritual force rose once again. Afterwards, he immediately operated the amazing green spiritual decree. gradually transforming it into new amazing green spiritual energy. A moment later, Su Chongfeng's sea of spiritual energy in his dantian once again emitted a muffled sound. Boo! A new stream of red-colored spiritual energy once again entered within Su Chongfeng's dantian spiritual sea. This, which made the originally somewhat lonely and isolated amazing green spiritual power find a kindred spirit. The two converged and became even more powerful, and the lingering flame breath began to tumble, expanding its territory outwards. Again. Inside the cultivation room, Su Chongfeng was tireless and he began to transform his foundation establishment's spiritual energy over and over again. After an hour, Su Chongfeng was exhausted and his divine sense was somewhat depleted, so he stopped transforming his spiritual energy and, beginning to close his eyes and absorb the pure spirit vein aura gathered by the spirit gathering formation within the cultivation room, recovering itself. A few moments later, Su Chongfeng once again plunged into the battle of spiritual power transformation. Just like that, a strand of fiery red inflammatory fire spiritual energy rose from within Su Chongfeng's dantian spiritual sea. It flowed through all the limbs and bones, rushing through the meridians and orifices, and then turned into the ruddy-colored amazing green spiritual power. And once again, it converged into the dantian spirit sea. If Su Chongfeng was sucking in spirit vein spirit power from the outside world out of thin air, the molding speed of pure amazing green spiritual energy was naturally slow. But at this time, Su Chongfeng was transforming his original spiritual energy. Although the process was a bit tiring, there's still the pain. But this spiritual energy is ultimately what you've practiced to get here. The transformed amazing green spiritual energy didn't have any discomfort, and the process is pretty quick. Throughout the day, Su Chongfeng spent his time in constantly transforming his spiritual energy. According to the current progress, it will take 3 months to completely transform the spiritual energy in the end. It was not far from the time Su Chongfeng had estimated. But the system merely required that the amazing green spirit technique be introduced to the world, so there was no need for him to finish transforming his spiritual energy completely. In this way, Su Chongfeng was not worried. Since his own appointment as patriarch of the Qinglin Su family, those clan elders of the family, too, have shown that for a short period of time, he didn't need to participate in the management of the family's affairs, and could just concentrate on cultivation. So this 10 days and half a month of closed-door cultivation would not cause any problems. For the next few days, Su Chongfeng was basically concentrating on transforming up his spiritual energy. And during that time, after Su Linan delivered the daily spiritual meal, he placed it outside the cultivation room of the retreat. Su Chongfeng would fetch himself in between to satisfy his appetite. Spiritual transformation. The spiritual energy provided by the spiritual meal. Coupled with the fact that Su Chongfeng gradually began to familiarize himself with the amazing green spirit technique. In the process of running the technique over and over again, he was also sucking in the spiritual vein aura. Adding the three together, the spiritual energy within Su Chongfeng's dantian spirit sea increasingly began to increase. The strength of the spiritual energy increased, and Su Chongfeng's strength was also quietly changing. Time flew by, and Su Chongfeng cultivated in seclusion day and night. And just like that, half a month passed in a flash. The inflammatory fire spiritual energy in my body has already been transformed by 1/5. The proficiency level of the Gongfu has also increased quite a bit. How come it hasn't satisfied the system quest yet? Inside the cultivation room, Su Chongfeng was puzzled in his heart after one cultivation pause. However, not having met the system's requirements, Su Chongfeng had to just continue to cultivate the Gongfu, transforming spiritual energy. Another 10 days have passed. At this time, it was already almost a month since Su Chongfeng entered the state of seclusion, and the spiritual energy in his body had already transformed by 1/3. The cultivation that lasted for a month made Su Chongfeng physically and mentally exhausted, but he wasn't discouraged either. This process of getting stronger is always boring. However, right after Su Chongfeng ended this transformation of his spiritual energy, when the amazing green spiritual energy converged into the dantian spiritual sea, suddenly, the system, which had been silent for almost a month, once again sounded. Su Chongfeng heard the familiar system alert sound. Ding! Successful completion of mission, switching to the new technique Amazing Green Spirit Decree and successfully reaching the introductory realm. Quest reward, First Order Top Attack Spirit Weapon *1. Reward has been issued. Automatically deposited in the system storage space. Su Chongfeng had successfully cultivated the Amazing Green Spirit skill to the introductory realm. In a month's time, one could cultivate a top Xian rank technique into a doorway. In addition to Su Chongfeng's top-notch spirit root talent, which wedded itself to the attributes of the Gong method. More reasons, on the other hand, illustrated Su Chongfeng's talent for cultivation. Enlightenment is not weak anymore. But in Su Chongfeng's opinion, he was able to master this technique so quickly, there was also his not-so-weak divine sense related to it. After Su Changfeng crossed into this cultivation world, he became one with the divine consciousness of his predecessor. Therefore, Su Changfeng's strength of divine sense was quite a bit stronger than the average cultivator of the same rank. It could even be compared to the average cultivator who practiced feats that grew divine sense. Spiritual root talent, divine sense talent, coupled with a not-so-weak enlightenment, coupled with the Qinglin Su family's tilting of resources. This had created Su Changfeng's rapid progress in cultivation, successfully building a foundation at an age of less than 20. Phew, finally got started. Cultivation is such a joyless thing. Su Changfeng took a long breath and then decided to end this retreat. The amazing green spirit decree had already been initiated, and the next thing one cultivated was the amazing green spirit force. The remaining inferno flame spiritual energy could just be gradually transformed in the time to come. The divine sense probed into the system storage space and saw a spiritual weapon lying inside. First grade top attack spiritual artifact, amazing spirit sword. Su Changfeng looked at this top grade 1 spirit weapon of excellent quality. It was a bit higher in quality than the extra first rank top grade spirit weapon that Su Shiyan, who he had met in the Earth Fire Pavilion a few days before, had crafted. What the system produces is really all fine. Chapter 13, Crazy Quests. Outside the cultivation room where Su Changfeng was in seclusion, Su Linan delivered today's spiritual meal on time. He was then about to leave and return to his cultivation room when, suddenly, the door to the room of the cultivation room opened. Ha, Patriarch, you're out of the gate. Su Linan, who was about to turn around, was slightly surprised to see Su Changfeng walking out of the cultivation room. Aha, I've been practicing occasionally lately. I'm just shutting down for a short time. A month is just about the end of it. By the way, has anything big happened in the family recently? Su Changfeng began to care about the family. In fact, if there's something big going on, Suriname would definitely be the first to notify him. Recently the family has been quiet and unruffled, but at the end of last month, when the meeting of the clan was held, the Grand Elder came over to look for you and left when he saw that you were in seclusion. Su Linan arched his hand and reported. Did the Grand Elder leave any words behind when he left? Nothing. Hearing Su Linan's words, Su Changfeng no longer continued to pursue the matter. The clan meeting held every month is an old tradition of the Qinglin Su family. It's not really every month that there is necessarily a big event to report. In most cases, that is to say, some elders and stewards in charge of the family's various industries as well as various affairs had reported on the matters under their jurisdiction, the consumption of spirit stone income, and so on. It's logical for the clan leader to attend. But this month's clan meeting, there probably wasn't that much going on. It was just everyday chores, so the family didn't force themselves to attend. The current Su Changfeng was for the Qinglin Su family, closed for cultivation to enhance his cultivation. That's the first priority. Okay, if nothing else, the medicinal power of the qi gathering pill is all digested? Su Changfeng noticed that Su Linan's cultivation was already to the point where he had almost touched the middle realm of the 6th level of qi cultivation, and was not far from the late stage of qi cultivation. It's thanks to the matriarch's qi gathering pill that I was able to get to this point, or else if I had relied on myself, I'm afraid that if I want to cultivate to the 6th level of qi cultivation, I'll need at least another year. Su Linan bowed once more, thanking Su Changfeng, who had shown him great kindness before him. As he said, if it wasn't for this qi gathering pill given by Su Changfeng, if he merely relied on his own cultivation, it would more than likely not be easy for him to break through the 6th level of cultivation so quickly. Although he was Su Changfeng's attendant servant and could enjoy some of Su Changfeng's care, but compared to other cultivators of the same rank in the Qinglin Su family, his salary was very low. It's also due to being worse at family tasks as well as contributions. To put it bluntly, he hadn't contributed much to the Qinglin Su family, and naturally, he just couldn't compare to others in terms of family salary. However, to be able to follow Su Changfeng, a foundation establishment cultivator, it is natural that he could benefit from more than that. There's no need for that. It's also the result of your own diligent cultivation. Su Changfeng waved his hand, signaling that Su Linan did not need to be like this. Su Linan had been at Su Changfeng's side for more than a year, and with regard to the former's heartfelt character, Su Changfeng naturally knew a lot. In that case, Su Changfeng wouldn't mind supporting Su Linan in passing. After a few simple conversations, Su Changfeng swept away today's spiritual meal. The emptiness from nearly a month of closed-door cultivation was swept away. After that, Su Linan packed up and left, leaving Su Changfeng alone. And then, Su Changfeng was waiting for the system quest to refresh. It couldn't be helped. Su Changfeng, who had been in seclusion for a month, only felt that cultivation was uninteresting and too boring. You can only go online and brush up on the qi practicing stage quests to gain some satisfaction from completing them. Ding! At the age of 40, You've gone through some kung fu recultivation and mastered a spirit power with a much higher strength of power. Again, you have 2 first-order spiritual weapons for offense and defense as well as a first-order top-level spiritual weapon as your base card. But after many battles, you still feel that your cultivation is insufficient, and you have decided to continue to practice hard to raise your cultivation. Quest: raise your cultivation to the 4th level of Qi practicing. Reward: 300 lower grade spirit stones. The prompt for a new quest rang out, and Su Changfeng looked at the quest information. Understand that it is the task of raising the level of cultivation. Spiritual weapons, techniques, and pills have all been matched. The next thing should be a massive quest to raise your cultivation level. As Su Changfeng said, the rewards of the previous mission. The system is already helping the host in every way. It's basically the equivalent of a 5 guarantee household. The host's strength is in the process of being raised. All the necessities are in place. And for the next cultivation enhancement quests, the rewards started to be spirit stones again. It can be said that all the boosts that can be given have been given. As if it were like reverse system, no more. Not a single drop left. Host adult, but you have to work hard. Oh, a certain host, Su Changfeng, not enough. More. Tuanzi, reward me hard. However, just as Su Changfeng's thoughts were turning over, the system's prompt rang out again. Ding! It has been detected that the host's cultivation level exceeds the 4th level of Qi practicing. Successful completion of quest, cultivation increased to the 4th level of Qi practicing. Quest reward, 300 lower grade spirit stones. The reward has been issued. Automatically deposited in the system storage space. It's done. Hearing the sound of the system prompting, Su Changfeng's hand had an extra 300 shiny lower grade spirit stones. Without waiting for him to react, this mission was already completed and the reward was in his hands. What you get for nothing is fragrant. Su Changfeng sighed and put away the spirit stone. The system's quest was then refreshed again. At the age of 40, you still feel the lack of cultivation. Decided to continue to practice hard. Enhancement of cultivation. Quest: raise your cultivation to the 5th level of Qi practicing. Reward: 400 lower grade spirit stones. Ding! It has been detected that the host's cultivation level exceeds the 5th level of Qi cultivation. Successful completion of quest, cultivation increased to the 5th level of Qi practicing. Quest reward, 400 lower grade spirit stones. The reward has been issued. Automatically deposited in the system storage space. Between Su Changfeng's jaw-dropping stagnation, the task of raising his cultivation to the 5th level of Qi cultivation in the system. Once again, it's done. Good. Spirit stones were once again in hand. Unidentified male, too late to say more. Something's up. Reach out. Immediately after that, the task of practicing the 6th level of Qi arrived. In the next instant, the task was completed, and 500 lower grade spirit stones were already in hand. A few moments later, at the 7th level of Qi practicing, the task was completed. 600 lower grade spirit stones. Practicing Qi at the 8th level. Mission accomplished. $700. At the age of 40, you still feel the lack of cultivation. Decided to continue to practice hard. Enhancement of cultivation. Quest: raise your cultivation to the 9th level of Qi practicing. Reward: 800 lower grade spirit stones. Ding! It has been detected that the host's cultivation level exceeds the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Quest reward: 800 lower grade spirit stones. Reward has been issued. It wasn't long afterward. In one of the system alerts rang out. 9th level of Qi practice. Mission accomplished. Chapter 14 Rich Rewards. Not a drop gone. Inside the pavilion, Su Changfeng, who was lying on the rattan wood tie-shirt chair in the hall on the 1st floor, was stagnant. The divine sense had been traveling back and forth between the system panel and the system storage space. A loud mission completion prompt, and the small pile of spirit stones that gradually grew larger and larger. Gradually it made his mind wander a little and he began to lose himself. He paused briefly as the system beat stopped, then got up, pushed open the door, and walked to the center of the compound. The sunlight flooded the earth and scattered a hot breath. At this time, although it is already nearly noon, but Su Changfeng feels that today's air is exceptionally fresh. Breathing in the air with a big mouthful, the spiritual energy sent in the air, if any, flowed into Su Changfeng's nostrils. Su Changfeng seemed to be smelling a different flavor, and this flavor was not spiritual energy nor was it the scent of the grass and flowers around the compound. Between savoring it, Su Changfeng finally understood. This flavor came from the 3,000 or so lower grade spirit stones within his storage bag. How can I describe it? Probably the joy of the harvest, the flavor of the harvest. The system's generosity exceeded Su Changfeng's imagination. 3,000 lower grade spirit stones. With such a generous reward, it was already possible to purchase a second order spirit weapon. Even second-order elixirs that were suitable for foundation cultivation could be bought in abundance. Of course, for Su Changfeng, the task of practicing Qi stage was easily accomplished, but for a 40-year-old host, cultivating to the 9th level of Qi cultivation would definitely take a large number of years. This was still the cultivation level of recultivation to the 9th level of Qi cultivation, and as long as the spiritual energy was in place, there is no bottleneck in cultivation. Engaging in so many cultivation enhancement quests at once, it looks like Tadako is preparing to take some time off. Not nice cc wow. The little tutelary son is still easily taken by this patriarch. Su Changfeng, who was by the pond, was getting carried away, a smile hanging on his handsome face. A smugness appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes then withdrew from among the system panels and moved into the distance. In the courtyard, aura filled the air, and the trees and plants emitted a clear fragrance. The unknown spirit fish in the pond swayed, driving the water waves and creating ripples. The sky was cloudless and blue as a clean azure curtain hanging in the sky. At this moment, Su Changfeng only felt physically and mentally relieved and relaxed. The generous reward of 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones was directly a way to make Su Changfeng forget about the withering silence of the past. It's not just the loneliness that comes with traveling only to this strange world that brings this emotion. It's more the bitterness that comes from a few years of boring cultivation. But now with the emergence of this system, in Su Changfeng's view, it is equivalent to senior high school students who had been studying hard day and night in their previous lives suddenly came to a practice that lasted a long time, and could change their brains, and relieve yourself of the stress of studying. Putting it into Su Changfeng's hands is as boring as a. Suddenly you have a mini-game to relieve boredom, and one that is, with its easy clearance and rewarding feel, a delightful mood. A moment later, Su Changfeng's thoughts pulled back, and his divine sense probed into the system panel. Prepare to view the next task. Looking at the blankness of the panel, empty without any information, Su Changfeng was instantly deflated. No, Tun-chan, listen to me. It's been 10 minutes. Why haven't you had any new quests refreshed? The relentless spitting from Su Changfeng, the host, appeared once again. The previous quests were refreshed immediately without long intervals. And this time, a quarter of an hour had passed, and there was no new mission. A certain host, Su Changfeng, no. Man, are you good? Where's the efficiency? Man, is it still underdeveloped? Helpless system, dear Lord Host, there really isn't a single drop. After waiting for a while more, and seeing that the system's panel still hadn't moved in any way, Su Changfeng whirled around and gave up. It seems like there are literally no new quests refreshed for this reverse system. Holy, it's not going to be played out. Suddenly, Su Changfeng came up with a dangerous idea. This system, which came decades earlier, won't really be playing itself out. There's a bug, isn't there? Or did the system also fail to calculate that the host, can quests be completed so quickly, almost as soon as they are refreshed, that they haven't been generated yet? Su Changfeng had already begun to comfort himself. Really, if the system pulls the pot, there's nothing he can do about it. Who let this extermination reversal system come so many years earlier? And he couldn't control the matter of cultivation. At this moment, Su Changfeng had an innocent look on his face. It seems to be saying, Big brother, you do not blackmail me, with me nothing to do with it, is your own broken. Seeing the system, for a long time and then no movement, Su Changfeng will no longer be entangled. Right now there are no new quests refreshed. It's just the white rewards that aren't there. After that, Su Changfeng closed the system panel that had fallen into silence and stretched his back, skipped around the yard. A moment later, the somewhat bored Su Changfeng returned to the cultivation room and continued to cultivate. In the next few days, the family still didn't have much to do. Su Changfeng, the patriarch of the family, he was happy to be free, and spent his time in the midst of cultivation. And Su Changfeng also personally went to the family spirit pavilion while cultivating, prepare to convert that half bottle of Qi gathering pill into spirit stones, to repay the debt he owed, not sending Su Linan to deliver the elixir. On the one hand, because he didn't feel the need to pose as some kind of foundation building cultivator, the patriarch's frame, he also wanted to stop by to see how the spirit pavilion was doing these days, to take a break. On the other hand, the Qinglin Su family did not produce many Qi gathering pills each year, and these 5 Qi gathering pills, taking it out all at once, there was no way for Suriname to account for it. By the time Su Changfeng threw the 5 Qi gathering pills into the hands of the spirit pavilion steward elder, the latter was naturally shocked. But it's just 5 first-order medium-grade Qi gathering pills. It was not surprising that it came from the hands of Su Changfeng, a foundation establishment cultivator. Because of the refining materials as well as the level of the alchemist, the Qinglin Su family was basically able to ensure that they could refine several furnaces a year, and the rate of successful pills was not guaranteed. Whenever there is a chi gathering pill that becomes a pill, it will be sought after by the cultivators of the Qinglin Su family. There have even been queues. So the latter was also happy to accept it, and calculated the contribution points for Su Changfeng. According to the highest market price, a portion of the debt is crossed out. 5 chi gathering pills could bring at least 3 or 4 mid-stage chi practitioner cultivators to the Qinglin Su family. For the Qinglin Su family, these few pills were definitely much more useful than a few hundred lower-grade spirit stones. In this regard, Su Changfeng was naturally very happy to see it get. After all, the Qinglin Su family was already considered a booster behind him, like that foundation pill. But of course there may be more than that in the future. Chapter 15, the first clan meeting after taking office as clan chief. The 5 chi gathering pills crossed off a debt of nearly 700 lower-grade spirit stones for Su Changfeng. It's not much, but it's a bargain for the family while you pay off your own debts, since Su Changfeng was happy to see it. As for the rewarded piece of first-order top-grade spirit weapon, Su Changfeng didn't hand it over for the time being. A newly minted foundation builder himself, that first-order, top-quality spirit weapon, not to say that he could call it his own, but it can also bring out a few points of its own strength, and can be used as a backup weapon for the time being. This was also because since Su Changfeng had built his foundation, he had only been from the spirit pavilion of the Su family in Qinglin. Among the collection of spirit weapons accumulated by successive generations of ancestors, he received a single fire-attributed second-order lower-grade spirit weapon. For one thing, the foundation building pill is already putting him in huge debt. A second-order lower-grade spirit weapon worth thousands of lower-grade spirit stones was already no small burden. Secondly, it also has the high-grade spiritual weapons collected by the Qinglin Su family, which are basically of the water and wood attributes. It doesn't fit with Su Changfeng, and if you want to go to the auction in the marketplace, or looking for a second-order refiner to create their own attributes of the spirit weapon, the final cost, I'm afraid, is more than thousands of lower-grade spirit stones, where all the factors come into play. Su Changfeng also had to be the first to casually find a second-order lower-grade spirit weapon to make do. Nothing else, just too poor in the pocket. Afterwards, when one's own stash of spirit stones is substantial, and then find a way to get a handful of high-grade spirit weapons while you're at it. At that time, with spirit stones, whether you are looking for a refiner to build a spirit weapon, or go to those large workshops to buy, the auction can naturally choose the route it will. When you don't have spirit stones, you can only commit yourself. Look at it this way. One would know Su Changfeng's reasoning for leaving behind that first-order top-ranked spirit sword with the fire and wood attributes. At the very least, at the critical moment, even if it was used as cannon fodder, it could still be of some use. And that Xian rank top-level technique, amazing green spirit technique, rewarded by the system. Su Changfeng also did not intend to hand it over to the family now. The reason was naturally that Su Changfeng had multiple considerations. First of all, he had not yet finished his full conversion, and his mastery of the Gongfu was merely introductory. The fire is still a long way off. Secondly, it was that this technique was still too hot for the current Qinglin Su clan. It's a simple fact that a piker is not a piker, but a piker is a piker. Currently, the overall strength of the Qinglin Su family, among these surrounding foundation establishment cultivation forces, falling in the lower middle class. Nowadays, within the family, there are only 2 foundation establishment cultivators. The mid-foundation establishment cultivator, Su Shichang, himself, an early stage of foundation building. The former was still in closed-door healing, and the latter he himself had only just built his foundation a year ago, and his strength was shallow, a top-ranked technique of the Xian class. However, it was an existence that made many top-tier foundation building cultivation forces rush to it, and if it leaked out and was known by other foundation building forces, it was not guaranteed that they would take it by force. With the 2 of them, Su Changfeng and that cheap old man of his, but they couldn't keep this technique. As for the need to take out a portion of it first and let those juniors of the family cultivate it first, it's something to think about when you're fully practiced. As he left from the family spirit pavilion, that elder in charge also reminded Su Changfeng in passing. 5 days later would be the clan's half-yearly clan meeting. Hopefully Su Changfeng would be able to attend. In response, Su Changfeng naturally agreed readily. It's been over a month since I took over as matriarch myself. And aside from some involvement in the inauguration ceremony, other times, it seems to have little presence. Participating in this clan meeting, it is also good to have some understanding of the current situation of the Qinglin Su family and have a clear picture in mind. The next few days, Su Changfeng continued to spend in closed-door cultivation. His own cheap father was in seclusion and healing, while his mother looked down on him and took care of him. The 2 relatives were not around. He was alone for a while, but he did not know where to go to string to relieve the boredom. Solely just practicing day in and day out. The only son in the family, and not many close peers in the family. Naturally, there was nothing to walk around with. Plus, at this time, he was already a foundation establishment cultivator, and those clan cultivators of the Qinglin Su clan, regardless of whether it was the elder character generation that was in the same generation as him, or the she character generation that was a generation higher than him, all of them had a respectful attitude towards him. This is even more so, and the saying that the path of immortal cultivation is much loneliness is, at this moment, it was comprehended by Su Changfeng, but fortunately, Su Changfeng's mentality was still very good, and with the appearance of the system, it was also a way to add guiding lights to his front path of immortal cultivation, and his mindset became more positive to look upward. However, Su Changfeng also knew that he wasn't a casual cultivator after all. Rather, he was born in the midst of this immortal cultivation family. Being in the family, from the time when the spiritual route was measured to embark on the journey of immortal cultivation to the present time when he successfully built the foundation, the family behind him provides him with a lot of help. But all the same, the family behind him will be a tie to him. For this status quo of not participating in any of the family's affairs and not having contact with the rest of the clan, absolutely untenable. Simply put, Su Changfeng believes that it is a detriment to family unity that, enhancing cohesive practices. Think about it. A family in which people work together, regardless of their level of training. It was only by earning spirit stones for the family while raising his own cultivation strength that he managed to scrape together enough to purchase the spirit stones for foundation building. It was finally taken by the most gifted one in the family. Then that man succeeded in building his foundation, and became the head of the clan, and finally forgot about the family, abandoning his family to pursue the path of immortal cultivation alone. Such a result will never be accepted by everyone for a long time. The cohesion of the entire home is weakened, and every human being becomes selfish, and that's not far from falling apart eventually. After Su Changfeng took office as the patriarch, he had been thinking about this issue. His predecessor's father, Su Shichang, had worked a lot for the family and delayed his own cultivation. Therefore, it was necessary for Su Changfeng, himself, to think about how, between the family and his own cultivation, finding a balance now. Time flies like a shuttle. Years pass by. 5 days pass by in a flash for immortal cultivators. Northern Cloud Calendar. Year 2882. First day of the 7th month. It was the middle of summer, and although the sun was scorching hot, under the protection of the mountain spirit formation, it wasn't too hot and dry, but rather the air was fresh and pleasant under the effect of the spirit veins aura. The Green Forest Mountain on this day was a lot more lively than before. On the mountainside of Green Forest Mountain, in front of the family's great hall, there were staggering shadows. Between the entire hall, the figures of many cultivators entered and exited, passing through the. Some people were serving spiritual fruits and spiritual meals, others were sweeping the floor using cleansing techniques, and still others were arranging the interior of the great hall. Set up spiritual fruits and meals over there as well. Here, and here, it's not cleaned up. Between the busyness of the crowd, there were a few older cultivators commanding with their hands in the air. Compared to the usual clan meeting, which was an exchange of reports between several elder stewards, today is just a bit more grand in terms of preparation. And today, it was this year's semi-annual clan meeting of the Qinglin Su family. Chapter 16, The State of the Family. Qinglin Mountain, Su Family Great Hall Pavilion. The main body was constructed using second-order spiritual materials, decorated with some precious first-order spiritual materials. The whole is grand and majestic, nourished by the aura emanating from the spiritual veins, and the spiritual mist fills the air above. It was as if the top of the entire hall towered into the top of the clouds. Within the hall, the decorations are even more exquisite and beautiful, with spiritual materials carved and wood piled up. Various spiritual plants and flowers adorned them, appearing to be grandiose but without losing the flavor of elegance. The grand hall of a foundation establishment family is considered a facade, and the Qinglin Su family has naturally taken great pains to do so. Leave no stone unturned. Inside and outside the grand hall, the figures of a dozen clansmen of the Su family saved back and forth. Inside the hall, there were already several old men sitting on the seats on both sides, surrounded by some servants and maids around the service, spiritual fruits and spiritual food. The table is even more spiritual wine to match, happy and comfortable. And not long after, the rest of the people came to the hall one after another, and found their seats and took them. Gradually the great hall became crowded. About half an hour later, the time came to the 6th hour. All of the dozen or so seats on either side of the main hall in the great hall were filled. And those sitting up there are all the elders and stewards of the Qinglin Su family, most of them of the Shiji generation. There are still some few that are Xingzi generation, which is where the top of Qinglin is. The Qinglin Su family, since hundreds of years ago, discovered a first-order top-grade spirit vein here, and thus landed on its roots. The lineage of the Qinglin Su family was established and is passed down to this day. That original ancestor set the character line of the later generations of the family. Song Ling Dao Chong Xing, Sai Chang Kai Zhang Xian, Xin Shang Zhong Xiang. The family will be immortalized forever. These 20 words are also sent to the first generation of the old ancestor. For the future generations of children, ardent expectations. I hope that they can truly manage to pass on the Qinglin Su family for all generations. Now that hundreds of years have passed, the Qinglin Su family has been passed down for 6 generations. Even the 7th generation of the Zhejiang clan had begun to appear, despite not having achieved immortality of the legacy. In this many difficult world of immortal cultivation, after centuries of floating around, it's kind of landed on its feet. It was difficult to maintain the foundation establishment legacy, and it was never able to go any further. Nowadays, most of the cultivators of the Xingzi generation of the Qinglin Su family had retired to the second line. Continue to shine for the family or work on your own path. Nowadays, the backbone of the Qinglin Su family is already Su Chongfeng's father's generation. The world word is supported by even after Su Chongfeng was forced to take up the position of patriarch. It's also a sign that a new generation of long characters is about to take the stage. Of course, for a short period of time, Su Chongfeng was in a hurry. They, the clansmen of the long character generation, were still all young and strong, and it was the best time to cultivate, and it was something that should never be delayed. So for some time to come, among the figures of these people, except Su Chongfeng, I'm afraid the others won't be able to show up anytime soon. The hour has come. Silence, everyone. The main seat went down, and the first old man on the left side got up and said aloud. Upon hearing this, those elder stewards withdrew from their state of exhaustion, and immediately sat upright in their seats. Get serious. The moment this voice was heard, all of the maids and servants beside him withdrew from the hall. Only those elder stewards remained in the main hall, and the eyes of the crowd at this moment were all gathered above the main seat, as if they were waiting for someone. A few breaths later, a green-shirted teenage figure, drifting from outside the great hall, arrived. The back foot of his shirt floated without wind, which was quite a sight to behold. Its muddy up and down breath did not converge, if at all, the breath that it emanated from the inside out to the surroundings, causing the elder stewards on the seats on both sides to feel some pressure. Immediately after the crowd detected the aura, they all got up and bowed to the visitor. Greetings, matriarch. And the final visitor in the great hall was none other than Su Chongfeng, the patriarch of the Qinglin Su family. Recently, I have occasionally felt something in my cultivation, and I only ended my seclusion today, so I'm a bit late. I beg your pardon, clan elders. Su Chongfeng arched his hand, smiled slightly, and did not pause, but sat directly on the main seat above. Oh, where is the matriarch's words? The hour has not yet arrived. We can only begin when you arrive. By the time Su Chongfeng was fully seated, the gray-shirt, white-bearded old man at the head of the left-hand side, take the lead. And the identity of this old man in a gray shirt was none other than the Qinglin Su family, Grand Elder Su Shichang, 9th level of Qi cultivation. However, now that he was over 100 years old, he had lost the qualification to compete within the family to take the foundation establishment pill. In this life, in addition to attempting to build a foundation on their own, to win a few chances to build a foundation, except for the fear that there is no way to build a foundation, and it's also worked hard for the Qinglin Su family all his life. To this day there is the thought of sitting in this position for a little while longer, playing the last remaining role for the family, and then, at the age of 60, before his chi and blood fail, go and try to build the foundation on your own again, and wrestle that foundation building path for yourself. There is no need for the Grand Elder to do so, and the various matters within the family. All of you still need to take more trouble to worry about it. 2. Great Elder. That's why Su Chongfeng, for an older generation like Su Shichang who had dedicated almost his entire life to the family, still have a great deal of goodwill, and all the respect that is due on weekdays. There was no bullying just because his was already a foundation establishment cultivator. The matriarch is too kind. These are the things we old bones should be doing. The future of the family still depends on your next generation. The Grand Elder is right. The future is yours. We are already old. That's right. We'll still have to rely on you, matriarch. In the future, after Grand Elder Su Shichang finished speaking, followed by the others, they began to chime in as well. Su Chongfeng had the talent of dual spirit roots, and all these years under the thorough protection of the Su family in Qinglin. Finally, he had succeeded in building a foundation at the age of less than 18. As the crowd had said, Su Chongfeng, who had only just begun his path of immortal cultivation, was the future of the Qinglin Su family. All the clan elders are too kind. The clan still can't do without you. Su Changfeng scanned the circle. The ones sitting on the bottom two sides were basically the elder stewards of the Qinglin Su family, in charge of all affairs of the Qinglin Su family. With them, the family can be stable and orderly operation. Other than Grand Elder Su Shicheng, he could mostly recognize the others as well. These people were Second Elder Su Shilin, Third Elder Su Shihai, the Fifth Elder Su Shibai, the Sixth Elder Su Shiyu, the Seventh Elder Su Shiyong, and so on. These people's cultivation is basically in the middle and late stage of qi cultivation, and all of them have industrial management in their hands, or they were responsible for external development. In short, they were the backbone of the Qinglin Su family. Alright, you boys need to stop gabbing. All of them will be in their own hands of the jurisdiction of the affairs and industry. The first half of the situation to say it. Also let the patriarch look at the family. The income and expenses for the last 6 months. Grand Elder Su Shicheng controlled the scene while he himself became serious. And at this time the Su Changfeng for long known within the family of the great Elder Su Shicheng's majesty. We were able to meet again today. Sure enough, this old man, old-fashioned enough to work, is sure to call a position ah. However, Su Changfeng was silent, his face normal as he waited for these elders to report back. Chapter 17, The State of the Family 2. Outside the Great Hall, not far from the practice field. There were already beginning to be figures of the Qinglin Su family juniors appearing in them. Every year at the clan meeting, besides the patriarch and elders of the clan, the stewards come together to exchange. Outside of debriefing, these juniors of the Qinglin Su family would also get together and engage in sparring matches to grow their practical combat skills. Share your experience of practicing with each other. It's kind of a traditional part of the annual clan meeting. But of course, it's only for 6 months. It is also equivalent to a waste heat link. And it's really at the end of each year that the year-end clan meetings get even more grandiose. This session would also become formalized, with 3 segments, from early to late Qi practitioner, being divided into 3 segments and matched against each other. In the end, it's the top 3 in each segment that will be rewarded handsomely. It's kind of an incentive to practice. And in addition to that, there's a big party at the end of each of the bigger clan meetings, too, gathering together the entire clan's clansmen who are out on adventures, or those who are in seclusion and training hard, to spend the end of the year together. It also kind of adds some family cohesion. However, for the half-yearly clan meeting, some of the clansmen were not able to return in time from the outside. This part of the party will be held in abeyance. On the cultivation field, several Eldritch Qi practicing clansmen, with both high and low cultivation levels. They had found their opponents and had started to blast each other. All kinds of moves come and go. There are many different kinds of spirit weapons, and some people summon spirit beasts that the puppets help themselves to battle, indicating their identity. For a while, various colors of spiritual attacks flew around in the cultivation field. Some people are defeated and bow their heads a bit demoralized, while others overcome their opponents and hold their heads high. However, they were just sparring for progress, not life and death enemies, and they were all on point. Gradually, more and more clansmen gathered in the cultivation field, and some went up to participate in the battle. Some people were shouting and cheering from the sidelines. For a while, the cultivation field was bustling with activity. And the other side, Qinglin Su family, within the family hall, Su Changfeng and a group of elders sat in unison among them. No one spoke. The scene was somewhat quiet. The crowd stopped their thoughts of continuing their idle chatter when Grand Elder Su Shicheng stopped them. Get ready to start reporting on your business at hand. This was also a necessary process for every clan meeting of the Qinglin Su family, and when they finished reporting, then it was Grand Elder Su Shicheng's turn to summarize all the family's income and expenditures for this period of time on his own. It was the last time the patriarch spoke, so after Grand Elder Su Shicheng finished speaking, Su Changfeng just sat quietly. There were no interruptions to stop them from continuing. This Grand Elder, Su Shicheng, is notoriously old-fashioned and serious, and some matters of it must be done according to the family ancestry and follow the statutes. Just in terms of the ceremony over a month ago, when Su Changfeng assumed the position of clan chief, but according to the ancestral system, step by step, worship the ancestral temple, incense, granting the talisman and other ceremonies, tossed all morning before the end of the let Su Changfeng know it well. Plus, Su Changfeng had been cultivating at a high intensity over the years, focusing on raising his cultivation level. Originally, he was not too familiar with the various affairs of the family. In his place, he seeks to do his job. Now that he's the previous patriarch, he should have to know a little bit about it. Okay, no one's talking, so let's start over here. You go first, Dick. The Grand Elder, Su Shicheng, looked around and saw that no one was talking, so he spoke to the man beside him. and the black-shirt middle-aged man sitting beside him was the steward of the spirit pavilion of the Qinglin Su family. Second elder Su Shilin, the 8th level of Qi cultivation consummation. A few years younger than Su Shichang, his Qi and blood are still relatively abundant. Slightly younger. Patriarch, then I'll be the first to speak. That black-shirt middle-aged man. Second elder Su Shilin glanced at Su Changfeng in the main seat. Having obtained the latter's assent, and proceeding to draw from his sleeve a booklet, supposed to be an account book or something of the sort. Then he spoke. From the beginning of the year to the present, the main spiritual artifacts, pills, talismans, and other spiritual items that have come in and out of the spirit pavilion are as follows. Offer 1 first-order top-grade elixir, spirit ascension pill, and 1 first-order top-grade spirit weapon. Now 1 top-grade spirit weapon of the first rank, 3 top-grade spirit ascension pills of the first rank, 5 first-grade medium-grade Qi gathering pills. Su Changfeng, who was on the main seat, heard that the second elder Su Shilin was spouting about the situation of some of the spirit items of higher value that were being cashiered in the spirit pavilion. Although it was a bit boring and lengthy, this was the function of the spiritual pavilion of the Qinglin Su family. It is to be in charge of the storage and cashiering of all kinds of spirits of the Qinglin Su family. And Su Changfeng also heard the words first-grade top spiritual armament and Qi gathering pill. Mostly, it was the first-order top-grade spirit weapon forged by Su Shiyan and the Qi gathering pill he had provided that he had encountered in the Earth-Fire Pavilion. The main point to be mentioned here is that it's that first-rank top spirit weapon that Shiyan managed to create. I believe he'll be able to provide 1 or 2 first-rank top spirit weapons for the family every year behind him. Moreover, there are 5 more Qi gathering pills provided by the clan leader. Offset some of the contribution value owed to him for the foundation establishment pills, the 5 Qi gathering pills. In the second half of at least it will bring 3 to 4 mid-Qi practicing clansmen to the clan. After Su Shilin finished his approximate cashiering, it also emphasized Su Shiyan who had become a first-rank top refiner as well as the 5 Qi gathering pills provided by Su Changfeng. Oh, Qi gathering pill. There are 5 more. The group of elders who heard this information let out their surprise. The main ingredient of the Qi gathering pill is a first-order, mid-grade yuan gathering flower, so that the spirit flower, although it is not of a high grade. However, the growing conditions are very harsh, and the ripe ones wither after a short period of storage. That was why the Qinglin Su family's annual production of the polyvalent pill wasn't much. Oh, it's just that some time ago, going out and bartering with other cultivators. It was only recently that I went over and handed it over to clan Uncle Shiren when I was free from cultivation. Su Changfeng eyed the people who had shifted their gazes to himself, and then opened his mouth to explain. And when the people heard that, they didn't say anything else. After all, 5 first-order middle-grade elixirs. It seemed like it was nothing to the foundation-building cultivator. Siren has finished, so let's all continue in order. Alright, then I'll talk about the family's outgoing pioneering in the past 6 months. After Su Shichang finished speaking, third elder Su Shihai continued to pick up. In half a year, by issuing several quests and gathering a large number of clansmen to explore the Green Forest mountain range, cleaning up demonic beasts. After third elder Su Shihai finished speaking, the other elders continued to follow. The family spiritual fields, the spiritual springs, the spiritual medicine garden, the Earth Fire Pavilion, the situation of the Spirit Cuisine Pavilion and other industrial matters are all being reported. And then after the last elder finished the situation of the family's workshop stores, the Grand Elder Su Shichang began to summarize. From the beginning of the year until now, the various industries within the family have earned a total of more than 5,500 lower-grade spirit stones. A total of over 3,200 lower-grade spirit stones were spent, totaling a surplus of over 2,300 spirit stones. Hearing the reports from these elders, and the final summary from Grand Elder Su Shichang, Su Changfeng couldn't help but sigh. The family is involved in all industries, and the sparrow is small and has all the organs. Although not proficient in leading industries, all have a surplus, but poor is also really poor. Chapter 18 Family Dilemma. Quest Refresh. 13 newborn babies in the first half of the year. 2 new young children with spiritual roots. 1 with 4 spiritual roots. 1 person with 3 spiritual roots. Currently all have been arranged for the clan's instructors to teach knowledge related to the initiation of immortal cultivation. In the first half of the year, there were deaths and injuries within the family. 1 member of the clan, it is for going out to practice the soul lamp went out, have not yet found out the specific reason. As of now, there are a total of 178 cultivators within the family. 1 in the middle stage of foundation establishment. 1 person in the early stage of foundation establishment. 28 in the late stage of Qi practicing. 56 in the middle stage of Qi practicing. The rest are all at the early stage of practicing qi, as well as young children who have not yet stepped into the first level of practicing qi, who have tested out their spiritual roots. After Grand Elder Su Shicheng finished talking about the receipt and expenditure of the spirit stones, he started talking about the current situation of the clan cultivators of the Qinglin Su family again, and the thoughts of Su Changfeng in the main seat began to turn over. $30,000 of base building pills. A foundation building family has to save up after keeping a steady surplus income for almost 10 years, which is ridiculously poor. That is, it amounts to disregarding the family's heritage, and at the 10-year point it's only possible to save up enough spirit stones to auction off a foundation establishment pill. This still doesn't include the market fluctuations of the foundation establishment dan and the possible instability of the family. The base number of family monks isn't really that small, but to put it bluntly, it's still the reason for the lack of resource problems. Insufficient supply of resources. The cultivation level of the clansmen gradually declines in the long run, forming a vicious circle. It's the beginning of the decline of the whole family. After listening to these elders of the family as well as the final summary of the Grand Elder, Su Changfeng felt quite emotional in his heart. He was also finally able to understand the current situation of the Qinglin Su family. It's just outrageously poor. A foundation establishment family's surplus for a year is only 4 or 5,000 lower grade spirit stones. This level of income was still at the downstream level of the foundation establishment immortal cultivation forces. The overall level of resources of a clan determines the cultivation level of the clan cultivators within that clan. Technical skills. In turn, the level of the clan's cultivators, the skill ability to come up and can feed the family, enhance the overall resource level of the family. It's a mutually reinforcing thing, and when one side goes wrong, the whole balance would be upset. Su Changfeng, a man of two lives, naturally could tell at a glance that the Qinglin Su family, where the root of the problem lies. The fundamental reason is not that the Qinglin Su family's industry is small, but that it involves too much, and is too diverse. Most of the products produced were first-order spirit goods at the level of practicing qi. Without some prominent pillar leading industries, the market for practicing qi is huge. However, the number of qi practitioner and foundation establishment cultivation forces mixed in there is correspondingly very high, and the supply and demand relationship can easily be destabilized. This is the cause of the Qinglin Su family's various types of industries are with a surplus, but cannot afford to have more cultivators. The annual salary payment and the various industries' own consumption, the maintenance and loss of various infrastructures of the family such as the array, etc., and so on. All in all, it's a case of high inputs and consumption, low surplus and less overall down the line. This is the current status of the main problem facing the Qinglin Su family, and gradually, Su Changfeng's thoughts began to turn over, wanting to look deeper into this issue. However, just when Su Changfeng's thoughts had begun to drift, the summary on Grand Elder Su Shicheng's side had also ended. As of now, that's all that's happened to the family in 6 months. Does anyone have anything else to add? Su Shicheng finished his words and looked at the crowd, but the others all shook their heads and did not add anything. Patriarch, what I have just described is the first half of the family's income and expenses, and the situation of the clan monks. Do you see anything to say on your side? Seeing that the crowd was speechless, Su Shicheng turned his head to look at Su Changfeng in the main seat. There is nothing on my side. I have just taken office, and I am not too familiar with it, so I will get to know it for a while, when I follow up. And I also have some more ideas that may not be too mature, so I'll tell you all about them later. Su Changfeng's mind was full of thoughts at this time, filled with the beginnings of some ideas on how to grow the family in the future. Although there is nothing that can be said at the moment to be an effective measure. But how about giving them a head start? Then when the idea in his mind has matured, he will confer with these elders, see if it can be practiced. After all, trying to implement some system in the family, initiatives that it still takes the support of these elders to get people to accept it faster. Hearing the subtlety in Su Changfeng's words seemed to reveal that he had some other ideas. Could it be that the patriarch has decided to intervene in the management of the family's affairs? However, the crowd didn't show too much surprise. Su Changfeng, as a foundation establishment cultivator, again, he had already taken office as patriarch, so naturally he had a lot of power. Nowadays, although everyone wanted Su Changfeng, the patriarch, to continue to raise his cultivation level, impacting a higher realm, he would then once again lead the Qinglin Su family to rise and prosper. But the crowd couldn't stop Su Changfeng from wanting to manage the family's affairs, so the crowd was surprised but not very repulsed. Good. Then it is as the matriarch said. Grand Elder Su Shicheng also understood Su Changfeng's meaning. The latter did not have a detailed understanding of the various specific affairs of the family, and may not be able to say anything for a while. The whirlwind is dismissed. So here's here today. Then, I hope that all of you will take care of all the affairs of the industries that you manage in your hands, so that there will be no mistakes. After Su Shicheng finished speaking, the crowd rose to respond. And then, everyone looked at Su Changfeng in the main seat in unison. Then let's stop here today. We still have to work more on various matters within the clan. Su Changfeng finished his words and got up in a gesture to leave. Patriarch, those little guys are having a great time on the cultivation field outside. The Grand Elder Su Shicheng on the side said, wait for the end of the year. Recently, I will continue to be in seclusion for some time, and when I come out of seclusion, we'll call the group together for further deliberation. After Su Changfeng finished speaking to Su Shicheng and the others, he hurriedly left, flying towards his patriarch's courtyard. A few moments later, Su Changfeng flew back inside his courtyard and did not immediately enter the cultivation room. Instead, he came to his usual resting place. He then sat down, and with his divine sense activated, he immediately opened the system panel. Su Changfeng, who was so anxious to return to his courtyard, it wasn't so-called wanting to close the door to cultivate again, but there was a very important reason for it, and the reason for this was that the system, which had been silent for a few days, had once again refreshed its mission. After his own unremitting efforts, and some bitter trials and tribulations, your cultivation level has successfully broken through the 9th level of Qi practicing, but at this point it's still too early for you to build your foundation again, and after some thought, you realize that you need strong financial support to destroy your enemies and rebuild your family again, so you decide to practice a cultivation art, and focus on practicing hard to earn more spirit stones for himself. Task: the host is invited to master a cultivation skill and raise it to the 1st level. Reward: second order inheritance of the corresponding skill. Chapter 19 Technique Selection. Before it was even noon, Su Changfeng hurriedly returned to his courtyard from within the family hall. The exchanges between the patriarch and the elders were the main event of the half-yearly clan meeting, and now that Su Changfeng had left, and the crowd dispersed, only the family juniors and some Qi practicing cultivators were left there at the cultivation field, still competing and communicating with each other. Due to Su Changfeng not going, the Grand Elder Su Shicheng also had to be the one who brought the rest of the elders forward to observe. It was also a way to give these family juniors some incentive to cultivate, letting them know that they were being watched by the family's senior elders. So upon seeing the appearance of Su Shicheng and the others, the crowd of clan cultivators on the cultivation field become more vocal about it. And the other side, Greenwood Mountain, the courtyard of the patriarch at the back of the mountain. In the attic, within the restroom, Su Changfeng sat on the bed, his divine sense probing within the system. Cultivation skills? How come it's not a cultivation increase to the foundation establishment stage? Su Changfeng looked at the mission information and muttered, I had thought that the system would have refreshed and continued to articulate to the task of raising one's cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. But what Su Changfeng didn't expect was that this time it was still a Qi practicing stage mission. And the quest information stated that it was required for Su Changfeng to choose an immortal cultivation skill by himself, then master his chosen skill and raise it to the 1st rank. That is, to be formally inducted into the order. Looking at the mission information, Su Changfeng began to speculate about the mission intentions of this reverse system. After a few moments, Su Changfeng obtained a tentative conclusion that, it seems that my own thoughts were still a bit one-sided, since it's a system to help the host rebound and rebuild the family. Su Changfeng felt that the mission it issued would definitely not be entangled only in the host's personal improvement. Rather, it is to help the host become stronger and more well-rounded. The main task of the Qi practicing stage is for the host to raise to the 9th level of Qi practicing as soon as possible to increase their power of self-preservation. And after a period of silence, after the mission was refreshed, apparently it's starting to make the quests progressively more skewed towards enhancing the host's well-roundedness. Mastering a cultivation skill is the best illustration of this. Even Su Changfeng suspected that in the future, as long as he could be of some help to the family, the system is definitely going to let him wear several hats. When the level of cultivation skill is high, it is not just about earning more spirit stones for the host, even a greater boost for the family in the early stages of its rebuilding. In this way, it will help the host to rebuild the family faster. Based on the current direction of the system's mandates, Su Changfeng felt that his guess should not be close. After all, from its name, Family Extermination Must Reverse System, one can be certain of Su Changfeng's speculation. And at this point, this mission comes up. It was also back to what Su Changfeng had been struggling with for nearly a year. That is, which cultivation skill to choose as the main direction. Refining requires a much greater amount of natural perseverance, and it's still a physical endeavor. Other arts of formation, spiritual plants, taming, earth veins, and so on. On the other hand, the requirements for talent were even more stringent, and Su Changfeng wasn't really interested in that. Aside from these, Some of the more common immortal cultivation techniques left are alchemy, talisman making, the puppets and so on too. Compared to the first few, Su Changfeng was a bit more interested in these latter ones. Maybe it's a personality thing, maybe it's a genuine interest. Su Changfeng felt that these latter items usually need to be in a quiet environment, as well as with your own full commitment. You can achieve good results. Moreover, there was another important factor that swayed Su Changfeng's decision at this time. The factor is that, more than just being useful to Su Changfeng, it is that skill that has to be considered. Is it possible to maximize the benefits for the family's role? After all, if Su Changfeng were to raise the level of a certain skill to the second order, or even higher, the role for the Qinglin Su family is also immeasurable, especially high-grade spiritual objects that could directly become the signature of the Qinglin Su clan. Help the Qinglin Su family to open up the visibility of the market as a way to enrich themselves. So although Su Changfeng was entangled, there were no more entangled options. Which one to choose? The talisman-making one seems to be unnecessary for the time being. The former patriarch of the Qinglin Su family, the father of the predecessor, Su Shichang, the skill that was mastered was the art of making charms. Therefore, the talisman-making course was temporarily put aside by Su Changfeng, to be considered later. Then there are the two options of alchemy and puppetry together. Alchemy, the golem. Su Changfeng fell into deep thought. Though I'm not too interested in puppets myself and want to try some, but the puppet one didn't seem to be that useful to the family for a short period of time. Even if he manages to enter the rank, or even ascend to the second rank, the number of cultivators in the family who were interested or even proficient in this course was very small. By that time, there are limits to what one can do on one's own. Can't do anything to create a greater good for the family. In this way, once the elimination method was out, it was as if it had already helped Su Changfeng make a decision. The most suitable one is the alchemy one, compared to the more difficult collection of the various spiritual materials needed for puppet refining. That second-order spirit medicine garden of the Qinglin Su family seemed to have the cheap condition of being able to provide a large amount of spirit medicines for Su Changfeng's alchemy, and elixirs lie between cultivators. Always hard currency, whether it's taken out and sold, or left within the family to enhance the cultivation of the clan members' cultivators within the family. All good choices, and the Qinglin Su family has this earth-fire pavilion where the hardware facilities are located. There were also several first-order upper-middle-grade alchemists, so there was even more help. Even Su Changfeng's dual spirit roots of fire and wood were more suitable for alchemy. How does it feel? After half a day's hesitation and a tangle, that as far as the alchemist is concerned at present, it's the perfect fit. Then choose alchemy, talisman making, puppets and whatnot. Consider it later. In the end, Su Changfeng decided to choose the alchemy course. Ergo, Su Changfeng checked up on the rewards for completing the mission. Corresponding memory second order inheritance. Su Changfeng was overjoyed in his heart. This reward if he got his hands on it. With the system's urbane nature as well as the degree of generosity, this second order inheritance would definitely be more complete. In this way, it would be possible to perfect the second order alchemy inheritance of the Qinglin Su family. It would be easier for the Qinglin Su family to follow up on the cultivation of alchemists. A second order Dan formula. It would be nice if it was complete and had the Dan formula for the foundation building Dan. Su Changfeng's heart also gave birth to the bold idea of producing his own foundation establishment pills. However, as to whether or not the formula for the foundation establishment Dan would appear, Su Changfeng also had no way of knowing for the time being. He could also only try to speculate on the system rewards. However, unlike the earnest expectation of the foundation establishment Dan formula, the only clear option currently before Su Changfeng was immediately start the liver alchemy one, the fastest speed to get the system quest rewards. Chapter 20, Trying to Make Pills. For alchemy together, Su Changfeng basically has no understanding. This also had the fact that when he was in the qi practicing stage, there was only one task that the family had given him, and that was to cultivate. Putting all his energy into cultivation when kind of a dual spirit root talent that wasted too much time at the qi practicing level would be like a waste. A foundation establishment cultivator, or even an existence that has the chance to cultivate to the purple mansion, the realm of Jindan. The elders of the Qinglin Su family still had a clear idea of what was more important than a qi cultivator who had mastered the first-order cultivation techniques. However, since the system's quest had been refreshed to have Su Changfeng master a cultivation skill, then this elixir will have to start trying even if you can't make it. The next day, early morning, Su Changfeng made an early trip to the family spirit pavilion. From the second elder Su Shilin, he exchanged the second-order alchemy inheritance within the family, plus a first-order Dan furnace, into his hands. Now that he is a foundation-building cultivator, does he choose to practice a cultivation skill that? It was already Su Changfeng's freedom. Moreover, the dual spiritual roots of fire and wood are also very suitable for the alchemy of pills. Su Shilin did not have any opinions since, and gladly handed over the jade slip that was engraved with the family's alchemy inheritance to Su Chongfeng's hands. In the Qinglin Su clan, the clan cultivators want to redeem these cultivation skill legacies. It was necessary to pay some contribution points to the family, but Su Chongfeng's head wasn't too far off from that. Still keeping score, after Su Chongfeng left the spirit pavilion, he went to the family spirit medicine garden. He took a whole bunch of first-order spirit pills from the steward of spirit pills. The latter had equipped him with several medicinal materials for first-order pills, even though it was Su Chongfeng's first attempt at refining pills, but he couldn't be too stingy with them. There are dozens of medicinal ingredients for each type of elixir. As he passed by that spiritual spring on the mountainside, he collected some spiritual spring water for alchemy in passing. Subsequently, Su Chongfeng pushed his aura under his feet and flew all the way to the courtyard at the back of the Green Forest mountain range. Inside the cultivation room, Su Chongfeng had long been impatient to start trying to make pills. Immediately, he probed his divine sense into the inheritance jade slip in his hand, drawing on the alchemy knowledge contained therein. Alchemists, as the name implies, refine pills, and the principle is naturally to refine spirit medicines, extract the pure medicinal power within the elixir and finally condense it into a dan. A short introduction, but not so easy to actually implement. Refining a spirit medicine is not simply burning it into a spirit liquid. Instead, it required the use of divine sense to control the spiritual energy, decompose the elixir, refine it into a liquid, and then congeal it into a dan shape by roasting it through the flame. Pill refiners in the Qi practicing stage realm usually need to refine with the help of an external heaven and earth spirit fire. For example, the ground fire pavilion of the Qinglin Su family is a ground fire traction formation that is laid to gather ground fire for use within the family. The second stage earth fire was helpful for the refining of many first stage elixirs to increase the rate of pills. Cultivators above the foundation establishment stage, on the other hand, just discarded this refining method. It was because there were too many unstable factors in the heaven and earth spirit flame. When making high-grade spirit pills, if the flame is unstable, there is a possibility of burning the elixir or blowing up the furnace during the refining process, resulting in the entire refining process being undone. Foundation stage cultivators relying on their own spiritual energy to condense spiritual fire and refine pills. And the spiritual power of a foundation establishment cultivator was even deeper and longer. The spirit fire condensed in this situation was enough to satisfy the needs of pill refining, and it's not affected by the environment. The only drawback was that it was a bit of a drain on spiritual energy. Now Su Chongfeng doesn't have to stay in the Earth Fire Pavilion to refine pills at all. All that was needed was to fetch the elixir and you could attempt to refine it in your own cultivation room. Su Chongfeng sat in the center of the open space of the cultivation room, frantically drawing on the vast alchemy knowledge within the jade slip. Under the effect of the strong power of divine sense, an hour later, Su Chongfeng then absorbed the entire contents within the jade brief. He then took out the first-order Dan furnace green flame that he had previously exchanged from the spirit pavilion. Place it in front of your body. The first key to making pills was to learn to control the spirit fire. The first thing Su Chongfeng practiced was utilizing his spiritual energy to condense spirit fire. He was seen placing his hand flat on his leg, palm facing upwards, and running his spiritual energy. A small reddish flame rose in both hands, big and small, like a snake, extremely soulful. Refining pills is extremely concerned about the fire of the spirit fire. Bigger is too hot. Smaller is not enough. All of them may lead to the failure of the refining of the medicine. So it is necessary to control the size of the spirit fire as you wish before you can start refining the elixir. Su Chongfeng looked at the two small balls of fire in his palms and recalled the information recorded in the jade slip. For the step of controlling the spirit fire alone, Su Changfeng had spent most of the day. It wasn't until he felt that he had indeed been able to master the fire of the spirit flame that he began the next step. Then, an emerald green spirit medicine that emitted aura came out of his hand. The stem and leaves of this elixir were very delicate, and it seemed that they would be broken with a little force. This was the main ingredient of the first-order lower-grade elixir spirit recovery pill, the green spirit grass, and if it was swallowed directly, it has the effect of restoring spiritual energy for early to middle Qi refining stage cultivators, but it is even more effective when combined with other elixirs and refined into pills. Su Chongfeng took a light breath, lifted the top cover of the Dan furnace, and threw the green spirit grass into the furnace. Then the spirit fire in his hand lunged towards the bottom of the Dan furnace. It was recorded in the Jade Slip's message that the main point of refining a spirit medicine was to control the fire, liquefy and extract the essence of the elixir. He used his divine thoughts to drive his spiritual energy and wrap the green spirit grass around him. On the other side, the spirit fire underneath the Dan furnace slowly rose in temperature. The temperature rises slowly at first. He clearly saw that the green spirit grass was slowly withering and concentrating, transforming into drops of spiritual liquid flowing into pool at the bottom of the Dan furnace. It's almost time. Su Changfeng's thoughts fluctuated when he saw this situation end. The intensity of the spirit flame could not help but increase by 1 point. Zip! In just an instant, the green spirit grass in the Dan furnace, which was on the verge of extracting its essence, was suddenly scorched. The spiritual liquid at the bottom of the Dan furnace was also scorched. The power of the spirit fire condensed by the foundation establishment spirit power is really different from the ordinary. Su Changfeng was instantly a bit frustrated, looking at his palms and muttering to himself, you can't get excited. Calm down. Su Changfeng once again collected his mind and adjusted his state. Another green spirit grass was taken out and thrown into the Dan furnace, once again slowly heating up the Dan furnace. This time he was fully focused and his expression did not fluctuate in the slightest, only to see the green spirit grass, again like just now, slowly transforming into drops of milky white essence. His palms trembled as he controlled the spirit flame 1 point hotter than it had just been. Hiss! The essence of the green spirit grass was completely extracted and turned into a milky white liquid, crystal clear. It converged into a ball at the bottom center of the Dan furnace. Su Changfeng didn't dare to be careless. He used his spiritual energy to wrap the spiritual liquid essence at the bottom to protect it. Another auxiliary elixir was then thrown in, and the flames once again rose. 2 auxiliary spirit medicines in a row were successfully refined by Su Changfeng, and fine sweat began to appear on his forehead. It was evident that refining pills was not an easy task. By the time he reached the 5th elixir and so on, he didn't control the fire well enough to burn another elixir. After the essence of all 5 kinds of spiritual medicines were extracted, 5 spiritual power clusters were formed in the Dan furnace respectively, spread out. He wasn't very excited, though, because the Jade message mentioned that refining the elixir was only the first basic step. Why does it feel like this job of refining pills isn't easy either? Throughout the process, the divine sense was highly concentrated, causing Su Changfeng to feel a hint of exhaustion. Though his mouth sputtered, he wasn't about to stop, and with that, he was ready to begin the next step. Next, it came to the stage where the essence of the various elixirs that had just been fused together. This step was the most crucial step, the one that made the difference between being able to become a Dan or not. He followed the order mentioned in the Jade slip and first moved the essence of the green spirit grass to the center. With it as the center, the essence of the remaining 4 elixirs were concentrated together. Then cover the top of the Dan furnace. He increased the intensity of the spirit fire as he transported his spirit energy. This is the time to increase the fire to promote the essence of each spirit grass to melt and blend together. Who knows? After 10 seconds, Su Changfeng's spirit flame intensity suddenly became unstable and fluctuated. Immediately afterward, a muffled sound came out from the Dan furnace. Boom! A thick cloud of gray smoke rose from the Dan furnace. Obviously, this refining back to the spirit pills. Condensation failed. Chapter 21, Flame Shadow Hands. Dan Chang. Ahem. Meditating and concentrating, Su Changfeng, who was fully focused, couldn't react in time. Smoked by the sudden surge of smoke, there were some gray and black marks hanging on his handsome face, and his appearance was quite a bit of a mess. It's pretty hard to dodge when it comes out of nowhere like that. Su Changfeng skimmed his lips, completely not anticipating such an outcome. With that, he was casting a cleansing spell to wash the dust off his face. A hallowed foundation establishment cultivator has been made to feel so bad by a first-order elixir. But it's always nice to have a first experience to get some experience up. Su Changfeng laughed at himself and re-encouraged himself a bit. It's time to start extracting the essence of the elixir again. With the experience of extracting just now, Su Changfeng did not appear to damage the elixir this time. The essence of all the spirit medicines was refined very smoothly. After all, as a foundation establishment cultivator, the strength of the foundation establishment spirit flame that was condensed was great. Refining the first-order spirit medicines was a breeze, and very quickly, he grasped the main points of refining these few spirit medicines. The next step is here again, the fusion step. Su Changfeng took a few deep breaths, smoothed out his mind, and his divine sense dispersed and the essence of the elixir in the Dan furnace was concentrated once again. This time, Su Changfeng's condensed spirit flame didn't dare to add too much at once, slowly raising it little by little, but he failed again. This time because he was too careful and the fire wasn't hot enough to. The essence of the elixir dispersed without a smooth fusion, but he didn't fail as badly as he did the first time. And this time, in the moment of failure, he quickly gathered spiritual energy to wrap the Dan furnace to prevent the smoke from evaporating. Su Changfeng had to start all over again. Immediately after, failed the 3rd time, then kept coming. 4th failure. With his spiritual energy depleted, Su Changfeng stopped and began to recover his spiritual energy. Day 2. Continued failure. Day 3. Failure. It wasn't until the 4th day's attempt that Su Changfeng was able to fuse the essence of the spirit medicine together. The second step is always complete. The next step was the final step of refining. Condensing the Dan. Su Changfeng didn't dare to be distracted. He was fully concentrated, tightening his mind and focusing his attention completely. Bean-sized sweat kept sliding down Su Changfeng's cheeks, and he was oblivious to it. In his heart, he kept in mind the essentials recorded in the Jade Slip's message, continuing to increase the intensity of the spirit fire some first, causing the temperature of the Dan furnace to rise sharply. Then he cut off the spirit fire and cooled the condensation. This step just now was about being swift and making sure to get the temperature of the Dan furnace right. 1 minute more or 1 second less in this process could result in a failure of the congealed Dan. The corners of Su Changfeng's mouth moved slightly as he gulped lightly. Condense me. He dispersed the spirit fire with both hands, gathered his spirit power, and wrapped his divine sense to press toward the center of the Dan furnace. Shu, the essence of the spiritual liquids, which had long been fused together, instantly joined together and it turned into 2 Danish-shaped rounds. It's done! Su Changfeng was overjoyed and immediately used his spiritual power to take out the elixir and return it to his hand. He noticed that the color of the elixir in his hand was much different from the ones he usually took. There's also a bit of a burnt paste odor. And these two aren't as round and natural as the real band of elixirs, either. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it's been refined successfully. He sniffed closer again and realized that the 2 pills didn't have much medicinal properties. It should be that the final process of condensing the Dan still has some flaws, causing the essence to leak out. It was eventually refined into this current failure. Su Changfeng summarized the experience of his earlier failure based on the information recorded in the inheritance Jade Slip. After resting for a moment, Su Changfeng continued refining elixir, fusion, and conjugation. But what awaited Su Changfeng was still failure. After a few more attempts, and still no success in condensing the Dan, Su Changfeng called it quits. However, Su Changfeng was not in a hurry, but calmed his mind and, continuing to study up the points of refinement recorded in the recovery spirit pills formula. After a long time, Su Changfeng suddenly remembered that it was recorded in the pill refining inheritance. Some high-grade alchemists have some exclusive refining techniques that it was extremely beneficial to the entire process of refining pills, not only increasing the speed, but also increasing the success rate of the final condensation. The Qinglin Su clan's legacy precisely has an alchemy technique called Flame Shadow Hand. This alchemy technique was accidentally obtained outside by a second-order top-grade alchemist of the Qinglin Su family, passed down to this day. Although the grade is not high, but it can have the inheritance of alchemy techniques. It was also showing that the inheritance roots of the Qinglin Su family were still relatively deep. Flame Shadow Hands, divided into a total of 774.99 phantoms, striking out fast phantoms, red as a fiery cloud. It was a maneuver that manipulated spirit flame primarily, with each hand shadow controlling a different strength of spirit flame. If you can fully develop the Flame Shadow Hand, you can control the fire as you wish. And it also greatly increases the speed of alchemy. A top-of-the-line, first-order drug refining technique. It will have a potentizing effect on first-order elixirs as well as some ordinary second-order elixirs. Su Changfeng experienced the Flame Shadow Hand's mantra and tricks with all his heart from based on the information in the Jade Slip. For a while, the silent Su Changfeng actually entered the realm of forgetting things. Only his eyes were slightly closed. His expression was solemn, and his hands were gradually spread out and spiritual energy slowly churned in the palm of his hand. The movements of his hands went from slow to fast and, gradually there were countless hand shadows following some kind of trajectory in the churning. If anyone were to see it at this moment, they'd just be dazzled that it was indistinguishable as to which one was Su Changfeng's real palm. I don't know how long it stayed that way. Su Changfeng felt that this flame shadow hand seemed to be a bit like some kind of palm technique. In fact, just as Su Changfeng thought, this flame shadow hand also has the power to attack. With the spirit fire condensed by his foundation establishment Cultivation, the killing power would not be too weak. Su Changfeng opened his eyes, and a look of enlightenment flashed through his tiger eyes as he spoke to himself in a low voice. These 77 and 49 phantom hands do have unique features, if one can familiarize oneself with the use of the. For extracting the medicinal essence of different spirit medicines, it was definitely much more convenient and quicker, and in the final process of condensing the Dan, it has the same remarkable effect. Su Changfeng spent the whole night. With his good understanding, he mastered the Flame Shadow Hands. He couldn't wait to verify whether the Flame Shadow Hand was really as magical as the inheritance Jade Slip mentioned. Su Changfeng decided to do it again, and this time, he was full of confidence. Afterward, he threw a green spirit grass into the Dan furnace. the flame shadow maneuver interspersed with spiritual energies suddenly struck out, and the spiritual fire was controlled at just the right intensity, distributing itself around the Dan furnace. Subsequently, Su Changfeng repeatedly changed according to the palm technique of the flame shadow hands, and between the changes of spiritual energy, the intensity of the spirit flame also fluctuated, being controlled at his whim. Sure enough, the medicinal essence of the green spirit grass that had just been put in was quickly extracted. Immediately afterward, Su Changfeng continued to refine the other 4 auxiliary spirit medicines. With the help of the flame shadow hand, the speed of refining has more than doubled. However, Su Changfeng was only tentatively grasping this maneuver now. He believes that as long as he refines the flame shadow hand to the extreme, he can strike out 774.99 phantom shadows at the same time. Then the speed of alchemy would at least increase by more than several times. The extraction of the essence of the elixir was complete, and it was time for the fusion stage. With the previous experience, the process of fusing the spirit liquid this time was also very smooth. A few moments later, it was time for this final moment of congealing the Dan. Su Changfeng even hit several phantoms. The spirit fire extremely fast and swiftly wrapped and roasted on top of the Dan furnace. Then he quickly cut off the flame. "Condense me!" Su Changfeng shouted as a strong spiritual force continued to press down. After a while, the essence of the spirit grass was split into 3 and finally blended together. The spirit return pill has become a success. Su Changfeng carefully picked up the pills and looked at the 3 round and smooth pills. A refreshing smell of medicine came to the surface. "Ha ha, it finally worked this time." Su Changfeng laughed out loud in triumph and immediately took out an empty jade bottle. The 3 rounded spirit recovery pills were packed and put away in the storage bag. Chapter 22, Second Grade Alchemy Inheritance. With the support of sufficient spiritual medicines, it allowed Su Changfeng, within these few days, to attempted the refining of the spirit recovery pill more than 10 times, gathering experience from failing over and over again, and eventually, on the 5th day, he had successfully refined a furnace of first-order lower-grade spirit recovery pills, and it was also a one-time event that resulted in 3 pills. With the successful refinement of the first-order lower-grade spirit recovery pill, it was announced that Su Changfeng had become an introductory first-rank lower-grade alchemist. Although Su Changfeng was at the cultivation level of foundation establishment, but the test of medicine refining is another kind of cultivator's talent. 4 pills of the first or second order. A single herb can be refined to produce a maximum of 10 pills. Su Changfeng was able to condense 3 of them with his first successful refining. Already, it's much better than most people's first exposure to pill refining. Alchemy, weaponry, talisman making, and other immortal arts, is very much a test of a cultivator's spiritual roots as well as his talent for this one skill. If there is not too much talent for this, even if the cultivation is high enough, otherwise this immortal cultivation world would already be full of alchemists. Although driven by the system mission, Su Changfeng had mistakenly chosen the alchemy course, but to become a Dan in 5 days, and to become 3 dawn in one go, was also illustrating Su Changfeng's talent in the Tao of alchemy. These 5 days, the high intensity of refining pills made Su Changfeng feel a sense of tedium rising from the bottom of his heart. Even the divine sense was a bit depleted, so it could be said that he was physically and mentally exhausted. But 5 days of exhaustion and successfully refining a first-order lower-grade elixir made Su Changfeng reap the rewards. Not a single complaint. Next, he decided to rest for a few days to get himself back into shape a bit, and then continue to refine the rest of the elixir. However, before that, Su Changfeng had one more thing to do, and that was that it was time to receive the system rewards. The divine sense was urged to open the system panel, and the hint of mission completion then surfaced. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the quest. Please master an immortal cultivation skill, and elevate it to the first class level. Quest reward, second order inheritance of the corresponding skill *1. Rewards have been issued and automatically deposited into the system storage space. Su Changfeng chose the alchemy course, so the system reward was naturally the second order alchemy inheritance. Su Changfeng was excited inwardly and hurriedly took out the inheritance jade slip within the system storage space. With that, he probed his divine sense into the jade slip. First order top grade pill, spirit rising pill. Recipe, Xianling grass, beehive flower. Second order medium grade elixir, Jin Yuan Dan. Dan formula. Second stage top ranking elixir, foundation building pill. Formula, heavenly spirit grass. Purple jade fruit, god concentrating flower. 1 second order demonic beast demonic pills. It really is a second order alchemy inheritance. Browsing through the inheritance jade slip within, the numerous number of Dan pill recipes, as well as the precautions required when refining each, Su Changfeng was delighted in his heart. In this way, with the second order alchemy inheritance rewarded by the system, plus the original incomplete inheritance of the Qinglin Su family, The combination of the two complemented each other, and the Qinglin Su family's second-order inheritance in alchemy became complete. The long silence system, once again refreshed with the task of. A great surprise was given to Su Changfeng. It's a second-order skill. The Qinglin Su family had worked hard for several generations to have this incomplete inheritance now, and now the system had solved this problem in one go. Moreover, Su Changfeng saw a long-awaited Dan formula among those second-order Dan formulas. Foundation Building Pill, Dan formula. This surprise really made Su Changfeng's heart unable to calm down for a long time. With the formula for the Foundation Building Pill, although the Qinglin Su family doesn't have a second-order top alchemist or third-order alchemist as well as the various precious elixirs needed for refining, it's not possible for the family to make its own foundation establishment pills in a short period of time. But with the Dan formula in hand, Su Changfeng believed that, as long as the Qinglin Su family worked hard to find spiritual medicines as well as vigorously cultivate alchemists, in the near future, the Qinglin Su family would definitely be able to achieve self-production and self-sale of foundation establishment pills. Although that day is still far away, there is always a direction to work hard and a hope for success. So many Dan formulas, going forward for the clan. It should be estimated that the clansmen are trying more alchemy together. If we can really cultivate a few second-order alchemists, then in the future, the family will be able to completely use pills as the family's signboard to the outside world. At that time, the family will be able to be labeled as a great pills family. This second-order alchemy heritage rewarded by the system contains more than 100 types of first and second-order pills of various types of pills, and Su Changfeng was dazzled, but his heart rejoiced. He couldn't help but envision what the Qinglin Su family would look like years from now. After some longing and thinking, Su Changfeng returned to his senses and calmed down. Next, he planned to use all the spirit medicines taken from the spirit medicine garden to refine them into pills. Re-exit the gate. Time flew by, and half a month passed in a flash in Su Changfeng's closed-door alchemy. Of course, failure in this process is essential, but sufficient elixirs that you can let him refine it for a while. Within this half a month, he repeated the process of refining pills, recovering his spiritual energy, divine sense, and the work of transforming cultivated spiritual energy is joyful. Half a month later, Su Changfeng officially ended this closed-door refining of pills. After spending more than 10 days, he finally finished refining all the remaining spirit medicines. During this period, in addition to refining all the remaining materials of the spirit recovery pill into pills, another first-order elixir was also successfully refined. Qi recovery pill is for cultivators in the middle to early stage of Qi cultivation to heal their injuries. The Qi recovery pill was the same as the spirit recovery pill, and both pills were lower-grade pills of the first rank. The average alchemist will try to make these two kinds of pills when he or she is introduced to the world. Sort of the easiest elixir to refine. For the herbs of the two pills, the steward of the spirit medicine garden had taken a total of 50 copies of each spirit medicine for Su Changfeng. The result of the final refining was 13 bottles of spirit recovery pill, totaling 130 pills, and 10 bottles of Qi nourishing pill, totaling 100 pills. Although the first furnace has a rate of 3 pills, but the overall rate of pills refined this time was not too high. However, Su Changfeng was not dissatisfied with this in any way. This result was enough for him who was touching alchemy for the first time. After ending his seclusion, Su Changfeng packed up the Dan furnace on the ground, as well as cluttered bottles and jars. Phew! Getting up and stretching, taking a long breath, Su Changfeng swept away his exhaustion, pushed open the attic door and stepped outside. It was early in the morning, the rising sun was just hanging in the sky, and the morning mist had not yet dissipated. Su Changfeng, who had been bored in the cultivation room for half a month, greedily breathed in the fresh air. It seems that all that kind of cultivation skill is not as simple as one would like it to be, and that this half-month of alchemy, it's really a bit tiring. In half a month's time, Su Changfeng was understanding a truth. Cultivating the immortals in 100 arts, each of which tests a cultivator's talent as well as patience and persistence. To make progress in it, you have to work 10,000 times harder. Now that he has officially grasped one of them, going forward there is still a lot of time to invest in it, to enhance it. Walking out of the compound, he flew all the way to the spirit pavilion on the mountainside. With nothing else to do, he dropped by the refined pills and sent them to the spirit pavilion. Chapter 23, Spirit Vein Mission. Not long after coming out from his courtyard, Su Changfeng came to the front of the spirit pavilion, push open the attic door and step inside. Su Shilin sat on the eunuch chair at the entrance, leisurely sipping the spirit tea and resting his eyes. However, upon sensing the proximity of the foundation establishment aura that uniquely belonged to Su Changfeng, he also immediately got up and ushered towards Su Changfeng. Elder Shilin, these pills, you can exchange them into contribution points for me, Su Changfeng said to the welcoming Su Shilin. Greetings, matriarch. Elixir? What elixir? Su Shilin greeted him and hurriedly bowed his hand and saluted. There were some questions about the elixir Su Changfeng had mentioned, but there was no thought towards the aspect that Su Changfeng had already successfully refined the elixir. Refined in seclusion in recent days. There are 2 types of pills, both of which are first-order pills. There are probably over 100 of each. Oh, hearing that it was refined by Su Changfeng himself, Su Shilin came to have some interest. If he remembered correctly, the Su Changfeng in front of him was also about a month ago. Taking away the family's alchemy inheritance jade slip from him, as well as the Dan furnace. He said that he was prepared to study alchemy, but it's only been less than a month and Su Changfeng has successfully refined a first-order elixir? To not be so exaggerated. Looking at Su Shilin's face that was filled with surprise, Su Changfeng said somewhat indifferently, "It's just 2 first-order lower-grade pills. Elder Shilin doesn't have to be so surprised." But what Su Changfeng didn't know was that unusual chi practicing cultivators, touching the alchemy of Dan. Mostly, it would take at least a year to successfully concoct a first-order elixir. This would already be a cultivator with good talent in the alchemy path. And it's going to take a lot of elixirs to support that time period. Let it fail over and over again. Learn from the experience of failure so that under the accumulation, it is possible to refine successfully. Chi practicing cultivators need to refine pills with the help of heaven and earth's spiritual fire. But the foundation establishment cultivator is using the spiritual fire condensed by his own spiritual energy, plus the powerful divine sense of the foundation establishment cultivator. In the process of refining the elixir, it's overwhelmingly dominant. It is under such advantageous conditions that the average foundation establishment cultivator who wants to get started in the alchemy of it would also have to take months or even half a year. Now that Su Changfeng had managed to successfully enter the ranks in the alchemy course in just 1 month's time, how could it not make Su Shilin act so surprised? The patriarch is still amazing. Su Shilin was silent for a long time and emerged with an exclamation. It's the 2 introductory first-order lower-grade elixirs, the spirit recovery elixir and the chi recovery elixir. If I drag this out for too long, won't I apologize for my dual spirit roots of fire and wood as well as my foundation building cultivation? Su Changfeng took out the jade bottle holding the elixir inside his storage bag. It was piled on top of the desk on the first floor of the spirit pavilion. And yes, Su Shilin took a look at the jade bottle that Su Changfeng took out and there were no less than 20 of them. Eyes instantly lit up. The spirit recovery pill and the chi recovery pill are pills that can be used by cultivators in the middle and early stages of chi cultivation. The annual salaries given out within the family to those cultivators in the middle and early stages of chi cultivation included this type of elixir. Looking at these considerable amounts of pills, Su Shilin was very pleased, because this is basically enough to pay the annual salary this year. Then these 2 types of pills made by the family's several alchemists could be put into the family's stores in the marketplace for sale, and some profit could be made as well. Then I'll convert it into contribution points for you, patriarch, according to the value within the family spirit pavilion. Su Shilin smiled at Su Changfeng and said, "Aha, redeem it and cross it off. Then, does the matriarch need any more spirits? I'll go fetch it for you if you need it." "There's nothing needed, Elder Shilin. You get busy. I'm going to go around to other places." Scattered. "Yes, matriarch." After Su Changfeng put down the pills, he was in the process of leaving the spirit pavilion. As for the alchemy inheritance jade slip that was exchanged earlier, it was disposable. The information automatically expired after it was absorbed, and after it became a blank jade slip, there was no need to return it. And the more complete second-order alchemy inheritance rewarded by the system. Su Changfeng was not ready to hand over to the family spirit pavilion for the time being. How do you think? When you spend all day in closed-door cultivation and suddenly take out a complete second-order alchemy inheritance? None of it makes much sense. It's too dubious to take it out in a hurry. Su Changfeng also didn't want to cause unwarranted suspicion from these elders of the Qinglin Su family. So it's better to put it in your hands first, and afterward, when you have a chance to go out to the family, the right time to go out for a little stroll, and when you come back, take it out and turn it into the family spirit pavilion. It would be slightly more reasonable. After leaving the spirit pavilion, I wanted to continue to the spirit medicine garden to fetch some more spirit medicines for refining first-order pills. Strike while the iron is hot and continue to refine the elixir. But he thought in a whirlwind that he could just leave this kind of thing to Su Linan in the future. After Su Shilin spread the news that he had become a first-order alchemist, it was natural that no one would stop Su Linan, who was his servant, from fetching some spirit pills for himself. This way, Su Changfeng would not have the need to personally fetch the elixir and deliver the pills to the spirit pavilion. Afterward, Su Changfeng was ready to return within his courtyard and wait for the system quest to refresh. After Su Changfeng left, Su Shilin took out one of the jade bottles and after opening it, nose close to the mouth of the bottle and sniff. A medicinal fragrance evaporated from the jade bottle, and then he poured out the elixir, the round and majestic elixir, and the warmth coming from his palm. It made Su Shilin understand that Su Changfeng had indeed successfully stepped into the Tao of alchemy. He scratched off some contribution points for Su Changfeng, according to the value of the elixir. Immediately, he beckoned the Spirit Pavilion's family cultivator to collect these pills. After that, he exited the Spirit Pavilion and walked towards the distance. And the direction he went was precisely the direction of the courtyard where Grand Elder Su Shicheng resided. Su Changfeng, who had returned to the courtyard, practiced for a while before. Then he waited for Su Linan to deliver today's spiritual meal. And he was also noticing that Su Linan's cultivation had some growth, and encouraged. Then the latter was dismissed. Because, at this moment, Su Changfeng's mind once again recalled the sound of the quest refreshing prompt. At the age of 40, you've mastered a skill of immortal cultivation through your own tireless efforts, and elevated it to the first-class level, making up for the regrets of the first half of your life. At this point you've already stood at the peak of the chi practicing level, and has the ability to earn spirit stones. This is still too early to build the foundation again. To rebuild the family again, you need a spiritual land as a foundation. After some thought, you decided to look for a spiritual vein first, as a temporary landing place, and began to plan things in advance for the rebuilding of the family afterward. Task: the host is asked to find a place of spiritual veins and take it for himself. Reward: first order spiritual plants. Spiritual medicine seeds gift pack. Chapter 24, Earth Pulse Master. Looking for a spirit vein. Inside the cultivation room, Su Changfeng saw the mission information and had some doubts in his heart. After the host's cultivation has reached the 9th level of chi cultivation and he has successfully mastered a cultivation skill, the quests issued by the system became quests like searching for spirit veins to start rebuilding the family. Is the tempo that fast? Su Changfeng was a bit puzzled. Shouldn't the host's cultivation be pushed to after the foundation establishment stage? Start plotting all this rebuilding of the family again? Chi practitioner stage. Even if they have found a place of spiritual veins, it is also difficult to keep and follow up development work. At the very least, it is necessary to have the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, in order to be able to establish the foundation of a party. Of course Su Changfeng's thoughts like this were based on the need to rebuild the family and find the enemy who had overthrown the family. It wasn't simply occupying a first-order spirit vein to survive. If you don't get to the foundation establishment stage of cultivation, even if you occupy the new spirit vein land, if word gets out, if the enemy knew about it, wouldn't he be killed by the other family's foundation establishment cultivator in a matter of minutes? But, what the tutelary says, we'll do. Su Changfeng immediately corrected his ideological understanding. No longer speculating on the intentions of the system's latest quest, he instead considered up what to do to find the spirit vein. There's no way around it. Unico gives just too much. Since so much was given, it wasn't impossible for him to be an obedient host. Besides, by keeping up with the system, it won't be long before know which families destroyed the Qinglin Su family, or do some planning in advance. The family already has a second-order spirit vein and 3 first-order spirit veins in the family today. Shouldn't the system detect it and just finish? Su Changfeng waited quietly, waiting for the prompt of mission completion to ring out on the system panel. However, the system didn't appear to complete the mission as he expected. After waiting a few more moments, the system remained silent. No, why not now? Could it be that he got stuck in a bug? Was discovered by the system, and then the system was updated. Well, Unico, you had to play it that way, didn't you? After a long time, Su Changfeng finally gave up and couldn't get stuck on the bugs. That would be the only way to find a new spirit vein, as the quest demanded. Thinking about this, the corners of Su Changfeng's mouth twitched, somewhat speechless. The Qinglin Su family has been cultivating within this mountain range for hundreds of years before finding 3 spirit veins, and he had cultivated one of the spirit veins into the 2nd rank. The remaining 3 in the input spirit stone is huge, as well as the value of the spirit contained on it is too low, etc. So far, they were all lower middle first order. Moreover, these 3 spirit veins, all of which emit aura on their own. It was only after the cultivators of the Qinglin Su clan came across the aura leakage points that they confirmed that these 3 locations had natural spirit veins. At this time, the system's quest, however, told Su Changfeng to go and find a new first-order spirit vein again. This is not a strong man locking up men. Something that had not been done for hundreds of years within the family. Although he himself had become a foundation establishment cultivator, but it was not easy to find a new spirit vein. Moreover, one's luck wasn't so good that one could go out and come across a place where spirit vein aura was leaking. What a headache! Finding a spirit vein will have to be figured out. Su Changfeng scratched his head as his thoughts began to flip. Suddenly, a message popped up in Su Changfeng's mind. The Earth Pulse Master. In this immortal cultivation realm, there are a large number of immortal cultivation skill professions, and thus they are called the 100 Arts of Immortal Cultivation. And among the 100 Arts of Immortal Cultivation, there is a special group of people. This type of cultivator has a unique heritage that they walked through the mountains and wilderness, relying on their special Xuanfa abilities to find spirit veins and explore spirit stone veins without fail. And they are known to the world as Geomancers. Finding the pulse and splitting the gold is their specialty. In the presence of those Geomancers with deep cultivation and profound abilities, spirit veins hidden in the depths of the earth, as well as all kinds of rare spirit stone veins, special spirits in the earth, with no way to hide from them, in their hands, it was able to see the world. Such a unique ability also makes this type of cultivator, by the cultivation world by the major cultivation family, sect as well as powerful loose cultivation forces are sought after, and basically wherever they go, they are the guests of honor and receive special preferential treatment. Nowadays, Su Changfeng can't think of any other way to find the trace of the spirit vein. That's all that can be thought of. The Qinglin Su family did not have any clan cultivators who became Earth Pulse Masters, as well as within the family spirit pavilion. There was also no series of inheritance collections related to Earth Pulse Masters, so it was unrealistic to rely on oneself. Even if there was a legacy, without a strong talent, one wouldn't be able to grasp its mysteries in a short period of time. Become a Geomancer. This wouldn't work, so there was only one option left in front of Su Changfeng. The only thing that can be done is to spend spirit stones to hire a Geomancer to help him within the Green Forest range. The trace of the spiritual vein was found between the mountains and ravines, and the system mission was completed. At this time, Su Changfeng suddenly didn't have so many worries in his heart. It's simple. Why embarrass yourself? If you can't do it yourself, then pay a professional to do it. Professionals doing professional work. This was a truth that Su Changfeng had always been convinced of in his past and present lives. After making up his mind, his worries disappeared, and a hint of a smile hung on his handsome face. Then, another question suddenly popped up in Su Changfeng's mind. Where do the spirit stones come from? From the family? He himself suddenly ran to those elders and said that he was going to spend a large sum of spirit stones to hire an Earth Pulse Master. Finding a new spirit vein for the family? That doesn't make much sense either. Even if one were to find a first-order spirit vein, not to mention spending a large amount of spirit stones to find an Earth Vein Master. Even if we find it, the development of that spiritual vein, the setting up of formations, the planting of spiritual objects, post-maintenance and other matters cost a lot of spirit stones. In this way, until the spirits planted in that spiritual vein begin to yield, it is a very long process to go from getting your capital back to starting to make a profit. With the Qinglin Su family's current spirit stone financial resources, it would be too much of a hassle to push this matter forward. It's also easy to drag the whole family down by investing too much. So this idea, as soon as it popped up, was rejected by Su Changfeng. If it doesn't come out of the family, then it has to come out of itself. He himself first paid out of his own pocket, spent some spirit stones, and hired an Earth Pulse Master that. Find yourself a land of spiritual veins and complete the system quest first. But he's sitting on a spirit vein, and he doesn't have the spirit stones, the energy, or the help of a large number of cultivators. Nor could he do that kind of thing where he secretly developed a spirit vein on his own behind the family's back. We can only wait for the follow-up. According to the Qinglin Su family, then he would see if he would reveal this spirit vein to the family, and at that time, he would let the family compensate him back for the spirit stones he had spent. Anyway, it's the main one, so you can't lose out on it yourself. When I think about what I saved up a month ago by frantically brushing up on the Qi training quests, it was not easy. The system rewarded more than 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and Su Changfa touched his storage bag. I can see that. Tuanzi, you are clearly thinking of my spirit stone. Chapter 25 Green Forest Market. After some final thought, Su Changfeng decided to pay for it out of his own pocket. First, find a way to hire an Earth Vein Master, regardless of grade, as long as he can find a spirit vein, so that he can complete the system quest first. Think about something else after that. After all, the progress of the system couldn't be delayed, if we really waited for the spirit vein to appear on its own. Or if you're looking for it by manpower, just wait until it's a monkey wrench. I also don't know how the market for Earth Pulse Masters is, and if these spirit stones are enough. Su Changfeng touched the storage pouch on his waist, calculating in his heart. The system reward is only 3,000 lower grade spirit stones, so if it's not enough by then, it would have to use its own inventory, a few thousand lower grade spirit stones. If they couldn't hire an Earth Pulse Master, then it would be too expensive. It must be said that Su Changfeng was still a rather conservative person, and when he first arrived in this cultivation world, He then told himself that everything must be grasped in their own hands, to act steadily. Even if he had succeeded in building his foundation, this character was still deeply plowed in his heart. After all, this immortal cultivation world has a vast area. Countless cultivators exist in it, and the capable people don't know how many of them are extraordinary. He himself is just a drop in the ocean of it. The next thing Su Changfeng pondered was where to find the Earth Pulse Master. To the best of his knowledge, Qinglin mountain range around these in Qinglin Su family is still some intercourse cultivation forces, including several other base-building cultivation forces. In recent years, its within have not been passed out. With the news of the existence of the Earth Pulse Master, so trying to find traces of Earth Pulse Masters in the neighborhood was mostly difficult to come by, so Su Changfeng could only give up on this route. I've heard that in the Green Forest Market, there's a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and a large number of cultivators coming to and from the border wilderness mountain range. I wonder if it's possible to find traces of the earth vein in that workshop. Suddenly, Su Changfeng thought of the workshop market. The flow of cultivators in the marketplace wasn't great, but it was moving, so perhaps there was hope that he could hire a geomancer to find a spiritual vein for him. Thinking of this, Su Changfeng was somewhat helpless. Perhaps this was the only way at the moment. There could be no better way. The Green Forest Market was just a small market jointly organized by several foundation establishment immortal cultivation families in the Green Forest mountain range. If you can't find a geomancer in this type of small workshop, then it can only be the front of those large and medium-sized workshop market to try. Open those large and medium-sized workshop market forces. At least are the existence of Zifu Xiao Xian power or above. They possessed high-ranking cultivators, and there were many cultivators within their forces. There are naturally a lot of talents in all types of cultivation of the 100 arts, and cultivators who possess the ability to cultivate the Earth Pulse Master definitely exist. But no matter what, Su Changfeng still had to go to the Green Forest Market to give it a try. If that's not possible, then we'll make plans. Phew, finally something is looking up. You dog system, net make things difficult for people. After thinking about all this, Su Changfeng let out a long breath of relief. The system issued the latest task of searching for spiritual veins. Can give Su Changfeng worried, some painstaking thinking, finally have a little bit of a brow. As for the search for the Earth Pulse Master, whether or not he could successfully find one in the Green Forest Marketplace would only be a matter of luck. After the matter of the system mission came to a head, Su Changfeng then closed the system panel that he was looking at somewhat badly. Whether or not the tasks going forward were getting more and more difficult. Although Su Changfeng was worried, he wasn't afraid. Both come and go. Not long afterward, Su Linan delivered a new batch of spirit medicines to Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng was in no hurry to start a new round of alchemy. The system mission was important. Su Changfeng desperately wanted to try out the workshop at this time. Without waiting much longer, Su Changfeng decided to move to the Green Forest Market. After making up his mind, Su Changfeng also asked Su Linan to inform Grand Elder Su Shicheng about it. He was going to head to the workshop market to purchase some spirit goods and check out the situation of the workshop in the meantime. Although Su Changfeng, a foundation establishment cultivator, was very liberal, such a thing as leaving the family. It's better to inform these elders of the family, so that they can be prepared for some emergencies, so as not to cause any losses, and Su Changfeng chose to travel quietly this time. The only people in the entire Qinglin Su family who knew about his movements were Su Linan and Grand Elder Su Shicheng. Now that the predecessor's father was in seclusion recovering from his injuries, if Su Changfeng were to leave the family in a high profile again, without a foundation establishment cultivator sitting in the town, the strength of the entire Green Forest Mountain was somewhat empty. And if it is known by some hostile immortal cultivation forces and those bold robber cultivators, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't develop some crooked thoughts and bring some losses to the Qinglin Su family. That's why Su Changfeng collected his breath after explaining to Su Linan. The figure vanished towards the outside of the clan. The main peak of the Qingyang mountain range occupied by the Qinglin Su family was in the northernmost part of the entire range of the Anbei prefecture. It is also close to the border wilderness. There were not a few cultivation forces in this part of the Green Forest Mountains, as it was close to the border wilderness. Overall the flow of cultivators was still good, with teams of cultivators from various clans and casual cultivators moving in and out of the border wilderness frequently, driving the economy of this part of the Greenwood Mountains. At the same time, a large number of low-ranking cultivation resources flowed out from within the borderlands, and that's how the Greenwood Market came into being. The Qinglin Su clan hadn't missed out on obtaining a large amount of resources as well as spirit stone earnings from the workshop market over the years. The proceeds from the stores within the Qinglin Square Market basically accounted for about 50% of the Su family's annual income. Occupying half of it, the large amount of spirit materials produced by the Qinglin Su clan were similarly digested outwards through the Qinglin Place. But the Qinglin Marketplace isn't exclusive to the Qinglin Su clan. Instead, It was jointly owned by 4 nearby foundation establishment Immortal Cultivation Forces, so the overall share of the proceeds from the Qingyan Mall market was divided into 5 shares. However, the Qinglin Su family is the sole owner of 2 shares, that is, 40% of the overall income, which is the big head. The existence of a workshop market was originally one of the important means for Immortal Cultivation Forces to gather cultivation resources, because each family specializes in different aspects: talisman making, pill refining, artifact refining, etc. The degree of aggregation of each kind of resources in each workshop opened by each family is also different. So except for some high-quality families that have enough ability to open a workshop market independently, usually it was something like the Greenwood Place market. For example, with the participation of several clans, each family specializes in a different direction, so it can supply as many kinds of cultivation resources as possible, so that it can better attract scattered cultivators as well as other immortal cultivation forces to move in, expanding the size of the workshop. In the long run, the bigger the snowball rolls, the more foot traffic it attracts, the more the spirit stone revenue that the workshop market could bring to these immortal cultivation forces was also greater. That's why the 4 families are very serious about this workshop, and set a pact to, every year, they would take turns sending foundation establishment cultivators to station here to guard this treasure pot that had amassed wealth for them. The Qinglin marketplace was hundreds of miles away from the Qinglin Su family, and after about 20 minutes, a sizable workshop appeared in front of Su Chongfeng's eyes. The area of the marketplace was not small, covering hundreds of square miles, just like a small city, standing between the mountains. Su Chongfeng came to the entrance of the marketplace and waited to enter the city. At the entrance of the marketplace, there were cultivators hovering in a long line, waiting to enter. At the same time, there were also a large number of qi practicing cultivators coming in and out, and the crowd was quite lively. From this, it could be seen that the flow of cultivators in this green forest market was also quite good. Su Chongfeng converged his cultivation and wore a bucket hat and black veil on his head to cover his face, toward the inside of the workshop. Chapter 26, High Bounties. Su Chongfeng was still relatively low-key and didn't strut into the green forest marketplace. The cultivation of the early stage of foundation establishment was also not revealed. Instead, he suppressed his cultivation to the level of qi practicing perfection. It's okay for qi practicing perfection cultivators to enter the marketplace. It's not too flashy, but if a foundation establishment cultivator approaches with the intention of entering, he may attract the attention of the foundation establishment cultivators stationed in the marketplace. It might instantly turn on the workshop's second-order protective array. Afterwards, it is also necessary to verify the identity of the other party as well as the other party's intentions, so as not to be mixed into the workshop by some ill-intentioned robber cultivators. Of course, this is not absolute, but the 4 foundation establishment Immortal Cultivation Forces jointly opened a workshop that, if an ordinary foundation establishment robber cultivator wanted to take action on this, he also needed to weigh his options. But if Su Chongfeng really came waltzing in with his foundation establishment cultivation, then you can't act so covertly either. And if he revealed his identity and made a big fuss about looking for Earth Pulse Masters in the marketplace, mostly, it would cause those clans to be wary. Nowadays, the 4 foundation establishment Immortal Cultivation Forces near the Green Forest mountain range were on a delicate balance. Once one of the forces showed signs of movement, the other 3 would be alerted. The Qinglin Su family is looking for a Geomancer. Then they would definitely speculate that the Su family was about to make a big move on the spirit vein. Whether it was upgrading the spirit vein, or discovering a new spirit vein ready to be relocated to the Qinglin Su family. Regardless of the facts, this is always a more sensitive topic. Therefore, Su Chongfeng intended to act with caution in everything. After a bit of registration, Su Chongfeng paid the fee to enter the workshop market. Along with the crowd, he walked into the Green Forest market. For the Green Forest market, in Su Chongfeng's memory, there still existed very little. Su Chongfeng, who had double spirit roots, was raised in the Qinglin Su family like a canary. Cultivate in peace and enhance your cultivation. Even at that time, when he had already practiced qi to perfection and was preparing to build his foundation, he wanted to go out for some experience. All were unanimously rebuffed by the elders of the family. It can't be helped. A dual spirit root, representing the future of the Qinglin Su family. They know the lesser of the two. It wasn't until after foundation establishment that the family's restrictions on Su Chongfeng weren't as severe. Now that Su Chongfeng had once again come to the Green Forest market, he actually felt a little unfamiliar. The entire Green Forest workshop covered hundreds of square meters, and from the moment you entered the workshop was a main street. The street is lined with all kinds of stores and pavilions. The signboards hanging on the stores were their signature spirits for sale as a way to attract the patronage of cultivators. Along the way, Su Chongfeng looked around. Looking at the lively look around him, one couldn't help but feel how bitter it was to stay in the family and cultivate in seclusion all day. However, it seems that even after becoming a foundation establishment, one cannot leave the family at will and venture out in the world. After all, the overall well-being of the family still rested on his head. One can only hope that cheap old man will come out soon. The northern cloudy mortal world. Such a great place. Su Changfeng didn't want to stay nestled in this tiny and bay mansion. Su Changfeng crossed the main street and headed towards the northwest corner of the marketplace. In Su Changfeng's memory, that was exactly the place known as the gathering place of scattered cultivators in the Green Forest marketplace. Not long after, Su Changfeng came to the northwest area of the workshop market. Looking forward, the rows of stalls are very neat and tidy, and there is no clutter. The things placed on the stalls varied from one to the other. Spiritual medicines and herbs, demonic beast corpses, spiritual talismans, and all sorts of miscellaneous items. Don't miss the fresh and intact carcass of a first-order demonic beast, the iron-backed tiger. Just 50 spirit stones, a treasure map from an ancient monk's cave, with great opportunities inside. Come and take a look. Don't miss out on the perfect opportunity to take a step to heaven. 300 spirit stones to take home. A large number of first-order spirit talismans, attack talismans, defense talismans, all at discounted prices. Pack it up for a big sale. Fragments of the Jindan Realist's original magic treasure, rare ores, and demonic beast carcasses, at a fair price. Child and young man, between the well-organized stalls, the scattered cultivators who set up their stalls made yelling noises from time to time, along with the constant sound of slashing prices, attracting cultivators to go up to buy. This was the free trading area opened in the Green Forest Market, because the only way to own a store in a marketplace is to pay a high rent to the marketplace. Only then can there be a place where spirits are sold, and most of the scattered cultivators cannot afford, or the value of the spiritual objects to be sold. It doesn't match that high rent, so naturally, you don't rent a store. And here is the location for some of the casuals. They can set up stalls here to sell spiritual goods they can't use, and they only need to pay enough for the daily stall fee, 1 spirit stone a day. To the workshop market, you can set it up for as long as you want and no one cares. There were many loose cultivators, and many of them took out what could only be described as strange spiritual objects. All kinds of spirit items are available. The Green Forest mountain range is backed by the vast and boundless border wasteland, which brings endless imagination to the cultivators. Everywhere was filled with strange encounters, prompting cultivators to explore frantically in them. All sorts of weird and wonderful things are channeled from inside the border wasteland. A sizable trading area is formed here, because there are no restrictions. All kinds of loose cultivators are mixed up. This place has naturally become a paradise for all kinds of casual cultivators and those cultivators from small families to pan for gold. And from time to time, someone will still have the luck to buy dusty high-grade spiritual objects. In this way, the cultivators who have been pitted are also since a large number of people. For example, a cultivator spent dozens of spirit stones to buy a brand new Dan furnace. Back to the family just gathered the spirit fire, was blown up all the internal injuries. However, picking up high-grade spirits and breaking through at once for no apparent reason. It has existed in the hearts of most cultivators since the beginning. There are plenty of such monks. After a long time of turning around those loose cultivator stalls, Su Changfeng looked around and there weren't many spirits that could attract him either. Most of them were of the first rank. Some of the stalls that were also labeled had second-order spirits. But looking at the stall owner's cultivation at the 5th level of Qi practicing, how could Su Changfeng not believe in the authenticity of those spirits? Subsequently, Su Changfeng came to the workshop management office of this scattered cultivator's stall, and after paying the spirit stone, in the slightly questioning gaze but polite tone of that big Hanyu cultivator at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, he received the stall's proof jade talisman. After all, Qi practicing perfection cultivator, coming to a small marketplace like Green Forest Market to set up a stall. Still very uncommon, but he didn't say much, just good words and a kind manner. A Qi practicing perfection cultivator, even he could not be easily offended. Immediately afterward, Su Changfeng walked to the stall recorded on the jade talisman, 68 North. Afterward, Su Changfeng took out a spirit pen and wrote a line on the information board in front of the stall. A booth was successfully staked out. However, the stall was empty, and there was only a line of big words on the information board on the side. Overpriced hiring of Geomancers. Chapter 27, This Fellow Daoist, Let Me Try, requesting for follow-up readings. Qinglin Square City, Northwest District. Scattered cultivator area. Booth 68 in the north end. Su Changfeng quietly leaned on the chair behind the stall. The cultivation of practicing perfect Qi glowed outwards without uttering a word, waiting for someone to pass by his stall. As for making a big deal out of it, Su Changfeng didn't do that. The flow of people in this gathering place of scattered cultivators was too mixed, so as long as they waited some more time, someone would always be able to discover it. Just like that, Su Changfeng continued to wait quietly. Sure enough, it didn't take long for good cultivators to start crowding around in front of Su Changfeng's stall. A complete qi practicing cultivator, setting up a stall here, and the stall is empty. It looked really strange, so some of the cultivators who passed by, some good people started to stop and watch them, wanted to see the action. You know, there's a cultivator with perfect qi cultivation over in the North District who's actually setting up a stall as well, and there isn't a single spirit item on the stall. Is that even possible? Could it be that we're acquiring some kind of spirit? Let's go and take a look. Some good cultivators began to spread the news around, and the news spread farther and farther. Gradually the entire northern district's loose cultivators knew about it and began to approach Su Changfeng's side. On Su Changfeng's side, more and more people are surrounding him. With that, people began to discover what was written on the sign in front of Su Changfeng's stall. Overpaying for a geomancer? Good lord. So this senior is here to hire cultivators. In front of the crowd. A young cultivator at the third level of qi practicing said in surprise, pointing at the words on the sign in front of the stall. Earth Pulse Master. At this point, the crowd, around them, began to clamor. Originally, I thought that this green-shirted cultivator, who was practicing qi consummation, was here to buy or sell spiritual objects, but I didn't expect it to be a search for someone, and the requirement was still an Earth Pulse Master. This moment caused these scattered cultivators surrounding the onlookers to start gradually dispersing. Earth Pulse Master. For most casual cultivators, it was an inheritance that could not be touched, except for some cultivators who had great opportunities to obtain the inheritance of their predecessors, or some cultivators who spent a great price to auction off the inheritance of an Earth Vein Master from elsewhere. Except for that, most Earth Pulse Masters were family cultivators, or clan cultivators, precisely because the inheritance of the Earth Pulse Master is relatively rare and uncommon. Only those clans and sect cultivators with innate advantages as well as acquired conditions had the backbone to be able to cultivate Earth Pulse Masters, and the chances of an Earth Pulse Master appearing amongst these loose cultivators in the Green Forest marketplace cannot be said to be non-existent, but the likelihood is also very low. So at this time, these casual cultivators who had wanted to watch the fun were ready to disperse. There are so many cultivators who have stayed for many years and have never heard of a Geomancer in the workshop, or have that, but not to be known. Su Changfeng looked at the number of scattered cultivators gathered around was almost the same. Already some of them were about to disperse. Also spoke up immediately. Fellow Taoists, much ado about nothing. I have come here today, not for spiritual objects. It's to try to find a fellow Taoist who practiced the skill of an Earth Vein Master, regardless of rank, as long as he or she can explore a first-order medium-low-grade spirit vein. If there is such a Taoist in the crowd at this time, who is willing to accept the employment of the under, as long as one can simply prove the authenticity of the Earth Pulse Master, then I am willing to pay a high price to hire one. Su Changfeng spoke loudly to the crowd in front of him, with a hint of aura mixed in his voice. Letting his voice be strong and penetrating, it dispersed toward the crowd. Elder, I've been setting up a stall in our Green Forest market for over a year now, nor have I heard of any Earth Pulse Master cultivators. Yes, it's not easy enough for us poor casual cultivators to make ends meet. And how could one possibly come into contact with such a profound inheritance? That's right, this fellow Taoist, you're mostly going to run short. In the crowd, a number of cultivators spoke up and it seemed to be certain that Su Changfeng must be running on empty today. Oh, there's no harm in waiting some more hours. I've been here for the last few days and, if there's anyone who knows about Earth Pulse Masters, they can also tell me. And some compensation in spirit stones naturally won't be bad. Su Changfeng himself knows that. Trying to find an Earth Pulse Master in a small workshop like the Green Forest workshop was relatively difficult, and the only way to do so was to utilize some spirit stones to get these loose cultivators to spy for them, and Su Changfeng was prepared to stay for a few more days, hoping that, although the Green Forest market was a small market, but the Green Forest mountain range was close to the border wilderness, and there was a large flow of cultivators coming and going. There might be some Earth Pulse Masters who had entered the border wilderness to explore spirit veins and mineral veins. But although Su Changfeng was tempting these loose cultivators in front of him with spirit stones as bait, the crowd also though their eyes lit up, but also all no one said anything. After all, do not know the news of the Earth Pulse Masters. This spirit stone can't be earned either. Plus the mysterious cultivator in front of him, but he had the cultivation level of qi practicing perfection. If they were to swindle the spirit stones with some fake news, they might anger the other party, and there would be some loss than gained. After all, compared to spirit stones, one's life was more important. Seeing that no one from the group of loose cultivators in front of him reacted in any way, Su Changfeng instantly was also a little disappointed and lost interest. Then he leaned back into the chair, closed his eyes and quietly waited. But as time passed, and most of the day passed, still no one patronized Su Changfeng's stall, and those casual cultivators who watched and loved it dispersed. The area around Su Changfeng's stall also became empty. It was a stark contrast to the surrounding stalls that were acquiring and selling spirits. In this regard, Su Changfeng was not in a hurry, and waited for a few more days. And if there was still no news of the Earth Pulse Master, then he was ready to head to several other large and medium-sized marketplaces in the Anbei province. After another long time, today Su Changfeng left the casualty area by declaring defeat. Quietly, he traveled to rest his feet inside the store of the Qinglin Su family. On the second day, Su Changfeng still did not get what he wanted and found nothing. Day 3, still the same. Su Changfeng, who had been waiting for 3 days with a bitter face, was a bit discouraged, and then he was ready to stay for another day. If there's no news yet, don't procrastinate on wasting time here and head to the other marketplaces as early as possible. Early in the morning of the 4th day, after Su Changfeng came out of the family's store, it was back to his own stall in the northern section of the casual zone. Half a day of bitter waiting, still no result. Afterwards, Su Changfeng was ready to return the stall jade talisman vouchers and leave the Green Forest marketplace, go to the other workshops. At the management office of the scattered cultivation area, Su Changfeng returned the jade talisman, paid the spirit stone, and was ready to leave. Before he left, he was going to head to the family store. Giving a word to the family elders stationed there, he left the Green Forest market. However, right after Su Changfeng left the area of the scattered cultivators, as he approached the direction of the family store in the central zone of the marketplace, he suddenly realized that there was an aura behind him that was following him closely. This time, it made Su Changfeng come to be interested, revealing his own cultivation of practicing qi consummation. Surprisingly, there were also cultivators who had bad intentions towards them. With that, Su Changfeng smiled at the corner of his mouth, and he was leading that aura behind him towards the less crowded ones. A few moments later, in front of a remote street, Su Changfeng stopped his steps and turned around to say behind him, "I don't know what this Taoist friend is up to. This fellow Daoist, I heard that your excellency is looking for an Earth Pulse Master, and I would like to give it a try." Chapter 28, Seeking the Vain Spiritual Treasure, Request for Catch-Up Reading. In the Green Forest Market, in a slightly remote street near the central area, Su Changfeng stopped and, opposite the cultivator who followed behind him, Su Changfeng, who had waited for many days and always had no results, was already bored in his heart. I didn't expect that when he was about to leave, there would still be someone who took the initiative to come up and touch his mold. This caused a trace of anger to rise in Su Changfeng's heart, preparing to teach the other party a good lesson. But when Su Changfeng finished speaking, the man also responded immediately. Speaking, he was not covering up and revealed his figure. And now, Su Changfeng was able to see the appearance of the visitor. The cultivator was a young cultivator, tall and thin, dressed in black and wearing a bucket hat in general with Su Changfeng. With his long hair scattered behind his head, he stood quietly in place, facing Su Changfeng. But even in covering up, there was nothing to hide in front of Su Changfeng. It was easy to see through the other party's face and cultivation. 6th level of Qi training? This cultivation level made Su Changfeng somewhat unable to understand. No, this fellow Taoist, this level of cultivation and you're learning how to tail and rob? However, after hearing what the other party said, Su Changfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that your excellency is an Earth Pulse Master? After understanding the other party's intention to follow him, Su Changfeng's tone softened a bit. If the other party is really trying to do something to get killed, then he doesn't mind teaching the other party how to be a human being. Send it on its way. But at this point, the other party knew that he was looking for an Earth Pulse Master, and said that it was him who wanted to try it out. And now it could make the anger in Su Changfeng's heart dissipate. But based on the other party's own words alone, Su Changfeng naturally couldn't easily believe it. With that, he spoke out to confirm to the other. This fellow Daoist, following rashly is really a bit abrupt. Since I dared to come, I have some skills, but the scattered cultivation area is a mixed bag of fish eyes. Slightly inconvenient, which is why I followed you here. I hope you will bear with me. The black-clothed youth in front of him, his tone was calm, without the slightest panic. The tone in which he spoke to Su Changfeng was also not condescending. Oh, how will your excellency prove it? Su Changfeng asked again. I naturally want to prove something. I just don't know what price your excellency can offer. At what price? That depends on the level of your honor. The two tried each other, neither refusing to let go first. Then why don't we find a secluded place and have a frank talk? The other party doesn't let up easily. Seeing this, Su Changfeng could only invite. Good thing too, with the promise of the young cultivator in black. A moment later, the two arrived at a more remote restaurant. However, Su Changfeng didn't ask for the spirit meal and just quietly looked at the other party. It's always easier to talk here. Can your honor prove it? If it really can prove that the said need not, in my spirit stone since manage enough. Su Changfeng did not immediately reveal his foundation establishment cultivation and continued to hide his cultivation. The tone of speech was slightly more sincere. As he spoke, he also pulled out several hundred lower-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and placed them on the table, so that the other guy can let his guard down. It's so hard to come out with an Earth Pulse Master. If he directly reveals his foundation establishment cultivation, it might make the other party fearful, thinking that they were going to kill and take the inheritance and would not work for them. As for the black-clothed young cultivator, when he saw the spirit stone that Su Changfeng pulled out, the vigilance on his face receded slightly. The mind's guard was relaxed a bit. I come from a Geomancer heritage family, but some years ago, the family was destroyed by the enemy, alone in exile, but also with the family lineage inheritance. Li Feng looked at the mysterious Qi practicing cultivator in front of him, and after knowing the other party's sincerity, with that, he began to lighten up. It turned out that Li Feng is also was mixed in the North District for a long time to get a loose cultivator, practicing Qi's 6th layer of cultivation. Not too weak. Same operator a booth. Only he had been a casual cultivator for a very short time yet, and also for nearly a year. It was only then that he came to the Greenwood Square Market, and he never revealed to the public where he really came from. His true identity was the son of the patriarch of the Xian Shanli family, and the Xian Shanli family, a famous foundation establishment immortal cultivation power within the Anbei province. What they were known for was that mysterious handful of Earth Pulse Master inheritance. Because of this inheritance, the Xian Shanli family was also friends with most of the forces in Anbei province. It's been low-key and smooth, but a few years ago, the Xian Shanli family, suddenly by a group of uninvited guests to the door, the other party ruthless to the extreme, directly as the Xian Mountainly family to extinguish the door, and Li Feng since because of the outside training, looking for spirit mines, to avoid this disaster. The destruction of the Xian Shanli family was a direct shock to the immortal cultivation forces in Anbei province. There was disbelief. There are rumors that the Xian Shanli family got some kind of heavy treasure, and was targeted and therefore exterminated. Others said it was because they had offended a major power and were overthrown by it. But in the end, no one knew the real reason for the destruction of the Li family in Xianshan. And after a few years, the Xian Shanli family was then pretty much forgotten. And Li Feng, who was lucky enough to escape with his life, the identity changed into the only remaining descendant from a destroyed foundation establishment immortal cultivation family, and after becoming a casual cultivator, he could only hide his identity, with the inheritance of the Xian Shanli family's Earth Pulse Master on him. I don't dare to have the slightest leakage for fear of being discovered by my enemies. One can only choose to always keep a low profile and set up stalls, selling the low-grade spiritual items on one's body in exchange for spirit stones, maintaining cultivation. After Su Changfeng came to the North District to take up his stall, Li Feng learned the news, but he didn't dare to show it hastily. With his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi practicing, if other loose cultivators knew that he had an earth vein inheritance, it's not guaranteed that someone will have the heart to take a swing at him. When Su Changfeng first appeared, he was silently observing from the crowd. His stall was also not far from Su Changfeng, and he had been observing Su Changfeng's movements in the latter days. After waiting for many days and realizing that Su Changfeng was actually leaving, he couldn't resist and followed this time. Li Feng, who was holding a breath in his heart to take revenge, became a casual cultivator after. The speed of obtaining cultivation resources also slowed down greatly, and it was a distant possibility that he wanted to raise his cultivation vengeance as soon as possible. It can't be helped. He's too short of spirit stones, and now that he's run into a cultivator hiring a geomancer at a high price, he naturally pressed on. If he didn't take the initiative again, he would have missed this opportunity to earn spirit stones. Oh, in that case, Your Excellency too is a man with a story. Hearing what happened to Li Feng, Su Changfeng felt quite sympathetic in his heart. In this world of immortal cultivation, wonderful and cruel, wonderful because everyone can cultivate, pursuing the path to immortality, but it's also a brutal fact that it's equally cannibalistic. Take the man in front of us, who could have had a bright future. The inheritance of the Earth Pulse Master could have brought him glory and helped him pursue the great Tao, but now it was reduced to a down-and-out loose cultivator who could only be anonymous, hiding around. Then I'll take Your Excellency's word for the time being, and take these spirit stones as a token of appreciation. Your Excellency, take it. However, if Your Excellency doesn't have a bit of real skill, don't blame me for turning the tables. In the last sentence, Su Changfeng's tone carried a hint of threat, making Li Feng understand that, One's own spirit stone is not a good thing to take. That's natural. The means of an Earth Pulse Master naturally has to be performed on the spot in order to reveal the true chapter. However, I have a family heirloom bloodline spirit treasure, made specifically for vein seeking and prospecting. After a regular person gets it, he or she will not be able to catalyze it without the bloodline of my family. Li Feng's words seem to be wary, revealing to Su Changfeng that this spiritual treasure of mine is one that must be activated by a bloodline, and is useless for regular people to hold. And then, with a wave of his right hand, Li Feng took out an object from his storage bag and placed it on the table. Su Changfeng looked at it. It was a disc-shaped thing, cool like a compass. The ancient and aged appearance could not hide the mysterious spiritual patterns engraved on it. Kind of interesting. Chapter 29 Elder, have mercy. Inside the attic of the liquor store, in the corner, Su Changfeng and Li Feng both sat opposite each other. Both of them are wearing a bucket hat and a thin veil to cover their faces, not showing their true colors, each with their own thoughts. On the table, the so-called spiritual treasure that Li Feng took out caused Su Changfeng to look sideways and fix his eyes on it. The ancient and obsolete compass, with traces of spirit patterns faintly visible on it. It gave it a hint of mysterious color overall, like an ancient spiritual treasure eroded by age. It's kind of fun. Su Changfeng looked at the so-called spiritual treasure that Li Feng had taken out, even though it didn't have the slightest fluctuation of spiritual qi. But rushing this appearance, it already made Su Changfeng somewhat believe that this should be a good thing. However, Su Changfeng didn't have any special spells or skills to recognize spiritual objects and spiritual weapons. For the time being, he couldn't find an Earth Pulse Master, so he could only choose to believe in this black-clothed youth in front of him. A dead horse is a dead horse. If you are swindled, at best it is a matter of a spirit weapon. At this point, Su Changfeng was still more humane in his heart. Could it be that this is the vein-seeking spiritual treasure of your family that your excellency is talking about? Su Changfeng eased his tone and there was no response. It's also a fear of reacting too much and making the other person think they're thinking about someone else's stuff again. Spiritual treasures inspired by the family bloodline were useless even if they were brought by themselves. That's right, but this spirit treasure is currently somewhat crippled, and can only be used to search for a first-order spirit vein, and it requires a large amount of spirit stones to catalyze it before it can show its effect. Li Feng spoke calmly, and his words did not seem to be fake. Alright, since your excellency has confidence and has a foreign treasure in your possession, let's take these spirit stones. Come with me. It doesn't matter if you consume spirit stones, as long as you can find a spirit vein. Your excellency will not be shortchanged in terms of spirit stone remuneration either. Fellow Daoist, don't worry. That's natural. Su Changfeng's promise once again made Li Feng's heart settle down a little. His heart was still not completely letting down his guard to trust the chi-practicing perfection cultivator in front of him. But at this time there is no better way. Can only be secretly in the bottom of the heart to give themselves a pep talk. Calm him down. In this immortal cultivation realm, there were indeed some spells that allowed two cultivators to make a blood oath contract. For Li Feng, he had also heard and not seen it. However, since Li Feng dared to come out and make a deal with a chi-practicing perfection cultivator like Su Changfeng who didn't know the bottom line, naturally, he also has some certainty in his deep pockets. It was even that if Su Changji stormed to kill and seize the treasure, he also had a card to save his life. That's what he can be emboldened to do. In front of Su Changfeng, whose cultivation strength was almost double that of his, showing such composure. However, if Li Feng knew that Su Changfeng's true cultivation level was at the early stage of foundation establishment, then he absolutely could not give birth to the dinky idea of conducting this transaction with Su Changfeng. With his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi practicing, he wanted to trade equally with a foundation establishment cultivator. The idea is more or less ludicrous, but for what he knew so far, he was unafraid. After a mental struggle, Li Feng decided to go with Su Changfeng. Now that the family is overthrown and the enemy is still unknown, if you want to quickly improve your cultivation, you need a lot of spirit stones to support it, and all of this requires him to wrestle himself. Afterward, Li Feng put away the spirit stones on the table. Su Changfeng got up, the latter followed closely, and the two of them walked outward. After the two left, at the counter, the owner of the liquor store looked at the backs of the two as they faded away, murmuring. He seemed to be hesitant and indecisive about something. Practicing Qi perfection. Some can't afford to mess with it. This statement also means that he has given up. Just now, after seeing the spirit stones on the table of Su Changfeng and the two of them, some kind of bad thought that rose in his heart. After Su Changfeng led Li Feng out of the wine shop, he first headed to a store in the center of the marketplace. For Li Feng, who had already been mixing in the Green Forest market for a year, it was also recognized at a glance that this was the store of the Qinglin Su family. Although Li Feng was a bit puzzled, thinking that Su Changfeng was going to pick up some spiritual objects after Only then did he take himself to the place where he explored the spirit vein, so he didn't think much about it in his mind. But after Li Feng followed Su Changfeng into the Qinglin Su family's store, it was only then that I realized something was wrong. The cultivator in front of me, who had practiced qi to perfection, entered the pavilion after. Those cultivators inside the store looked toward Su Changfeng. Those people looked at the cultivator in front of them as if they were about to say something. At this time, Li Feng began to be vigilant. Plus, at this time, inside this store, besides the Qinglin Su family, there were no more monks. It's not right. It's very much 8 out of 10. Li Feng held his breath and told himself to calm down and, with that, he touched his hand to the location of the storage pouch at his waist. After that, Su Changfeng walked towards the second floor of the attic, and Li Feng followed closely behind, ready to escape. Once on the second floor, a blue-robed fat cultivator walked up to him. Greetings, matriarch. With that, Li Feng only saw that fat blue-robed cultivator, turning to the black-shirted cultivator in front of him, archly saluted. You guys. Li Feng, who was already alert, instantly reacted. His body dodged and stored his strength to retreat backward, keeping a distance from Su Changfeng. What? The patriarch. If one remembered correctly, the person in front of him was an elder of the Qinglin Su family. But this elder of the Qinglin Su family, addressing this qi practicing perfection cultivator in front of him as a clan chief. At this time, Li Feng also understood. The black-shirt cultivator in front of him who had made a deal with him was actually the patriarch of the Qinglin Su family. But why didn't the Qinglin Su family distribute the announcement openly and honestly when they hired an Earth Pulse Master? Could it be that you want to covet the Earth Pulse Master's legacy in me? What a great move to go dark. Li Feng's heart instantly darkened, and his right hand crossed the storage bag. Then he was ready to use his escape card to vanish outside the attic. Just then, he suddenly felt a powerful pressure that pressed in from an instant. And this pressure came from none other than the black-shirt cultivator in front of himself, who had turned around to face himself. In this very instant, his whole body froze, his limbs unable to move a single bit more. The movement of his right hand also came to an abrupt end. This pressure, very familiar. He seemed to have felt it on the family's oldest ancestor. Tsukiji mighty pressure. The black-shirt cultivator in front of him was the patriarch of the Qinglin Su family, and he was also a foundation establishment cultivator. Finished for the day. Li Feng thought of all the downfalls he could think of. What the brutal end of refining corpses and seizing souls all came back to Li Feng's mind. At this time, Li Feng had all the thoughts. His heart was like a sinking stone, and he only felt remorseful. He wanted to take a shot and coveted people's spirit stones, but he didn't expect to end up like this. It's just that. It's just that. It's all your own fault. He only hated the fact that the blood feud on his body had not yet been avenged, and that he had fallen into someone else's hands today. Looking at the black-shirt cultivator in front of him, Li Feng had only one thing to say. Elder, please let me go. I can hand over the vein-seeking spiritual treasure and the Earth Vein Master inheritance. Chapter 30, The Method of Searching for Veins. All right, Su Changfeng shouted in a lingering voice, chiding Li Feng, who was unable to move from his spot, pulling the latter back from unwarranted fantasies. If Su Changfeng knew the inner activities of Li Feng at this moment, he would definitely spit out a sigh. Can we not have so much drama? You've got that biologically pathetic look on your face. The whole thing is if you've been abducted into a black brick kiln. Under Su Changfeng's rebuke, Li Feng's thoughts were pulled back to reality and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Senior, please don't kill me. I'll say, the vein-seeking spiritual treasure and the Earth Vein Master's inheritance are both told to Senior. I only hope that Senior will leave the boy's thin life behind, and that the thief who destroyed my family has yet to be found. I'm carrying a blood feud, and I'm just looking for revenge. Li Feng's tone was full of the flavor of begging, hoping that Su Changfeng to take the inheritance from him could be. But don't kill him. Come on, if you wanted to kill you, do you think you'd be alive right now? As Su Changfeng spoke, he took off his bucket hat, revealing his handsome face. After Su Changfeng's lingering rebuke, Li Feng, who had recovered his normalcy, looking at the face revealed by Su Changfeng who had removed his bucket hat, could this be the new patriarch of the Qinglin Su family? Surprisingly this young. The matter of the Qinglin Su family's replacement of the patriarch was not publicized in a big way. Maybe it has the reason of Su Shichang's serious injury. As for Li Feng, since he had just arrived at Qinglin Square City last year and had witnessed Su Shichang's looks, that was why he was so surprised after seeing Su Changfeng. Kid Li Feng, meet Senior. As Su Changfeng withdrew his pressure, Li Feng hurriedly arched his hand and bowed deeply, terrified. All right, identifying myself to you also just tells you that this time, my Qinglin Su family and you are cooperating normally. If I wanted the inheritance on you, you wouldn't be able to live until now. For some reason, there is no open recruitment for Geomancers, but you seek your spirit vein. If you can find a spirit vein, you will naturally be rewarded with spirit stones. Think about it, and if you agree, leave the marketplace with me first thing in the morning. Su Changfeng briefly explained, then said nothing more. Afterwards, he and the blue-robed fat cultivator went to the third floor, leaving Li Feng to stay where he was, standing still. After a long time, Li Feng put on his bucket hat and returned within his own residence in the marketplace, thinking carefully about what Su Changfeng had just said. On the third floor of the pavilion, Su Changfeng came to the table and sat down, and the blue-robed cultivator hurriedly poured spiritual tea for him. Elder Shiyu, the news of my search for an Earth Pulse Master must not be spread abroad, and the identity of the kid underneath the. Going forward you cover up a bit too. Also, he's setting up a stall in the area of scattered cultivators, so if you can help, do so. Su Changfeng explained to the blue-robed cultivator, and this blue-robed fat cultivator was Su Shiyu, the sixth elder of the Qinglin Su family. With a cultivation level of the 8th level of Qi practicing, he was mainly responsible for taking care of the Su family's various store properties in the marketplace. When Su Shiyu heard this, he was a bit puzzled. Patriarch, what is that kid's identity? To be able to be specially cared for by Su Changfeng, could it be that he had some special origin? Elder Shiyu, do you know about the Xian Mountainly family? Su Changfeng seemed to be thinking. It's that one that's been exterminated for years, the Xian Mountainly family. Hearing what Su Changfeng said, Su Shiyu was also thinking of a family that was exterminated that seemed to be called by this name. Murphy. Su Shiyu, who had been mixing in the marketplace for many years, his eyes lit up and instantly understood what Su Changfeng meant. Elder Shiyu, this kid's identity is not ordinary, and there's also the possibility that he's a talent. After I verify it a bit, I will know if it is true or not. Su Changfeng waved his hand without elaborating. Understood. Su Shiyu nodded his head in response, the horizontal flesh on his face trembling. Then where is the matriarch taking that brat? Immediately afterward, Su Shiyu asked again. I'll take it for a spin around the Green Forest mountain range to see if I can explore the spirit veins. Su Changfeng briefly explained to 6th elder Su Shiyu, and after drinking a few mouthfuls of spirit tea, just go to your room and rest. Early the next morning, inside the Qinglin Su family store, Su Changfeng was enjoying his spiritual meal when Li Feng's body opposite him bowed slightly. How's the consideration going? Su Changfeng put down the eating utensils in his hands and he looked up at Li Feng, who had stood still for a long time without moving. Elder, I'm willing to search for a spirit vein for you. Li Feng's bowed to Su Changfeng, his body trembling and his tone trembling. Good, then come with me, if you can really help me find the spirit vein. In the future, if you need to sell and buy any spiritual items or if you encounter any trouble, you can come to my Qinglin Su family store. The steward here, I explained. Su Changfeng said, putting on his bucket hat again and walking towards the door. Li Feng paused slightly, but had immediately followed. A drenching feeling of having survived a robbery rose from the bottom of Li Feng's heart. Yesterday, that moment when the Tsukiji pressure imprisoned him in place, he'd even thought about what way to die, but what he hadn't expected was that this newly appointed patriarch of the Qinglin Su family had actually traded with him on an equal footing and had such a kind attitude. However, Li Feng whirled around and thought that in the Green Forest marketplace, the Qinglin Su family's good reputation amongst the casual cultivators was released in his heart. Know what's good for you and suffer less. Maybe we can get on the Qinglin Su family's good side this time, but that's only if he can actually show what he's got. Anything is possible when you find a spiritual vein. A few moments later, outside the Su family store, Su Changfeng and Li Feng both traveled all the way through and left the marketplace. After leaving the marketplace, Su Changfeng took out his own spirit weapon and brought Li Feng to fly through the air. On the flying sword, the latter stood behind Su Changfeng, not daring to utter a word. With the flying swords flying, the two of them rushed very fast, and in 2 hours' time, it was near the territory of the Su family in the Green Forest mountain range. The flying sword landed, and Su Changfeng and Li Feng both landed within a mountain forest. This place was already less than 100 miles away from the Qinglin Su clan. In the distance, the main peak of Qinglin Mountain revealed a giant shadow, lurking beneath the spiritual mist that filled the area, showing a hint of looming. Let's start in this neighborhood, and I'll ask for just one thing. It is sufficient to be able to explore a spirit vein, regardless of grade. Su Changfeng pointed around Qinglin Mountain and gestured at Li Feng. Senior, I understand. But, Li Feng immediately nodded his head in response, and then his words changed and he began to stammer. Just say what you have, Su Changfeng said in a flat tone. That is, this vein-seeking spirit treasure of my family. To search for veins normally, the success rate is not low, but it requires searching all over the place, so it's more of a waste of time. Li Feng hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Oh, so that means there is another way? Su Changfeng heard the meaning of Li Feng's words and came to be interested. There is, but it's just a bit of a drain on spirit stones. Go on. Within the inheritance of the kid's family's earth vein, there is a secret technique called the spirit detecting technique. It is necessary to use a large number of spirit stones, and using essence blood to activate this vein-seeking spiritual treasure will enable it to draw on the aura provided by the spirit stones as a guide. Scouting for spirit vein traces. This method explores a wide range of areas and has a high success rate. Li Feng, in order to win over Su Changfeng, a foundation establishment cultivator. It can be described as revealing all of the old bottoms of one's family heritage. Then let me see it. Spirit stones are enough. Chapter 31, Traces of Spirit Veins. Senior, I have one last request. Li Feng took out that vein-seeking spiritual treasure in his storage pouch and then said again. However, after sensing that Su Changfeng's tone of voice was already a bit changed, Li Feng hastily added his meaning. You can sense it in this mountain range around you. If there's a discovery of an aura anomaly, we'll conduct another spirit detection, and the success rate will increase. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the amount of these spirit stones given by Senior is somewhat insufficient. There's another reason why the kid's cultivation is too low. The number of times you can exert the power of your bloodline is also limited. Hearing this, Su Changfeng suppressed his impatience, and looking at this kid's behavior, should have some skills. Su Changfeng, who was anxious to complete his mission, could only choose to temporarily believe the latter at this time. I hope you don't let me down. After saying that, Su Changfeng urged his spiritual energy and gathered it to his feet, abruptly rising into the air and hanging in the air. As for Li Feng, he also hurriedly retreated to the distance so as not to affect Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng above the mid-air, shielded his ears and cut off the cluttered sounds around him. The divine sense was pushed with all its might and sent out in all directions. As Li Feng said, Su Changfeng was going to use his foundation establishment divine sense to sense the distribution of the aura around him. In the immortal cultivation world, usually if there is a spiritual vein distributed underneath the ground somewhere, then there will be some slight changes in the aura of this place. The change was too subtle, though not absolute, too, but it's also a way for people to find spiritual veins. The land of spiritual veins is very difficult to find because the spiritual veins have spirits and will hide themselves. This highlights the powerful presence of the Earth Pulse Master. Li Feng's move was also in the hope that Su Changfeng would help him narrow it down. As to whether he could succeed or not, Li Feng didn't dare to guarantee it either. While Su Changfeng's divine sense was spreading in all directions, he was also meditating on his feelings, slowly sensing the distribution of the aura around him, and all he had to do was to feel the richness of these auras swimming in the air. A few attempts were made, and nothing was accomplished but to go further into the distance. A mountain range, nothing out of the ordinary. Next one, still no anomalies. With that, Su Changfeng began to carpet search. Other than the thin aura in the air, he didn't notice anything unusual. Could it be that there are no spirit veins in this neighborhood? Su Changfeng ventured this thought, and although he was a bit discouraged, he continued to search. It was common knowledge in the immortal cultivation world that spiritual veins were hard to find, otherwise they would have rotted in the streets long ago. After a few attempts, Su Changfeng did not find any abnormality in a 10-mile radius, so he flew off into the distance and the distance to the other 3 spirit veins occupied by the Qinglin Su family was getting farther and farther away. There are spiritual veins in both places, and surely there won't be any more. After coming down in a circle, there was still nothing to be found. Immediately afterward, Su Changfeng changed directions and headed towards the edge of the Green Forest mountain range. Start searching in azimuths close to the edge of the wilderness. Su Changfeng flew forward, and Li Feng on the ground followed closely. Finally, at a mountain range on the northern fringe of the Green Forest Mountains, near the bordering wilderness land, Su Changfeng stopped in his tracks. He felt a different sensation. The aura here, though still thin, but with a hint of pure breath inside. Only, Su Changfeng didn't know if his feeling was accurate. As Su Changfeng stopped, Li Feng also immediately stepped forward. This is the place. A feeling in the darkness told Su Changfeng to stop. However, the final result would still depend on the vein-seeking spiritual treasure in Li Feng's hand. Yes, Senior, Li Feng immediately answered. The spiritual treasure compass in his hand was already ready. Su Changfeng landed on the ground and retreated into the distance, leaving Li Feng alone in the same spot. Only Li Feng's left hand picked up the compass and crossed it in front of his chest, and immediately after that, he revolved his gong method and, forcing out a drop of essence blood, his chi and blood shriveled up a few points. He then dropped the drop of essence blood on top of the compass in his left hand. Buzz! The moment the essence blood came into contact with the compass, it let out a soft buzzing sound. The the ancient and mysterious spirit patterns within it suddenly flashed brightly as if they were activated, losing a drop of essence blood, although Li Feng's breath weakened by a few points. But at this time, seeing the reaction of the Luo compass, there was also a look of joy on his face. Immediately after that, his right hand continuously took out spirit stones and threw them onto the compass. The spirit stone was crushed by his right hand and turned into pure spirit power, which was instantly absorbed by the compass. The whole thing. In falling in Su Changfeng's eyes, he felt as if the latter was recharging the compass. The change in the compass also made Su Changfeng look forward to the next pulse search. Looking at Li Feng's side, the several hundred lower-grade spirit stones given by Su Changfeng, it had been largely consumed by him. The spirit patterns engraved on the compass grew brighter and brighter. Under the effect of the spiritual power, the aged appearance recedes its ancient color, revealing that divine splendor that belonged to the spiritual treasure. A few hundred spirit stones went down, and Li Feng felt that the spiritual energy within the spiritual treasure in his hand had filled up, and with his cultivation strength, he can only control it to such an extent that so he stopped fusing the spirit stones. At this moment, Li Feng made a unique control spell. The compass in his hand, under his control, began to turn, and the mysterious arcane spirit patterns engraved on it also flowed out. Between the flow of spiritual patterns, the spiritual energy it had just absorbed began to continuously follow the rhythm of the compass's rotation. It dispersed outward along the spirit lines. Li Feng began to walk along the directions given by Su Changfeng, bending over the pallet. At this time, Su Changfeng, who was far away, looked at Li Feng's appearance and, as in those tomb raiding novels he had read in his previous life, those protagonist groups were searching for tombs in the mountains. However, they were merely scouting for directions, while Li Feng, who was in front of them, was making use of the spiritual treasures in his hands to explore the traces of underground spiritual veins. Su Changfeng fixed his eyes on Li Feng. As Li Feng walked, the pure spiritual energy overflowing from the compass in his hand drilled down towards the bottom. This was the secret family technique that Li Feng had mentioned. The bloodline spirit detection technique, using the bloodline as a guide, fusing the power of spiritual treasures, and utilizing spiritual power to strike into the ground, trying to pull the trail of the spirit vein. However, after some attempts, the luster of the spirit pattern of the compass in Li Feng's hand went from bright to dark. It also signaled that Li Feng's drop of essence blood, as well as the spirit stones he had invested, had all been consumed. As for this place that Su Changfeng had pointed out to him, there were no traces of spirit veins probed in the ground, until after the compass in his hand fell completely silent. Li Feng looked up at Su Changfeng with an apologetic face. No, so can we try again? Su Changfeng confirmed Li Feng's state. After all, Li Feng, who was at the 6th level of qi cultivation, the amount of essence blood that could be condensed in the body was not much. Li Feng's breath had weakened a few points after losing a drop of his essence blood. Elder, I'll try again. Li Feng looked determined and said through clenched teeth. As Su Changfeng also threw out a storage bag containing spirit stones to Li Feng once again, Li Feng started once again. When there was no luck in the direction pointed out by Su Changfeng, Li Feng began to head towards the surroundings, forcing out another drop of essence blood. Li Feng continued to search for veins, and when Li Feng walked to a place not far from a depression, the compass in his hand suddenly appeared different. The spirit patterns on the compass suddenly began to tremble as if they had been stimulated by something. The aura emanating from within it suddenly drilled violently into the ground. It seemed to have come across something that attracted it. Li Feng swallowed an elixir and recovered himself extremely quickly, continuing to channel his spiritual energy. Control compass. Under the effect of the compass, a vibration appeared under the soles of Li Feng's feet. As if something strong was about to come out of the ground. Seeing this, Su Changfeng immediately exerted his spiritual power with all his might and laid down a piece of forbidden, enveloping Li Feng with its surroundings. Noticing that Li Feng seemed to have gained something, Su Changfeng also immediately laid down a restriction. Mask the commotion of the place. Inside the prohibition, Li Feng swallowed several pills in succession and tried his best to control the compass to pull the spirit vein. A few moments later, only Li Feng could be heard speaking loudly to Su Changfeng within the confinement. Elder, it's done. It's coming out. Chapter 32, First Grade Medium Spirit Vein. Su Changfeng, who was desperately trying to stabilize the ban he had placed in mid-air, when he heard Li Feng's voice coming from within the confinement, he then rejoiced. It's a solid wave. Su Changfeng likewise clearly felt the abnormal vibrations in the ground. After hauling it out, quickly stabilized the spirit vein. Su Changfeng reminded Li Feng to stabilize the abnormal spirit vein as soon as possible. This is likewise the watchword of an earth vein master. Borrowing the power of the spiritual treasure to pull the spiritual vein out of the ground. This process causes a violent revolt of the spiritual veins and a strong earth tremor. And this is only the first step for the Geomancer to explore the spiritual vein. To be able to find the spiritual vein is only half of the job done. And how to stabilize the spirit vein afterwards is also to test the ability of the earth vein master. Yes, elder. Drink. After Li Feng answered, he once again increased the infusion of spiritual energy and let out a soft drink to refresh himself. In the next instant, he only saw the compass in Li Feng's hand revving faster and shining even more. A strong force pulled at the underground spirit vein, making a final tug. Under Su Chongfeng's order, Li Feng also made a last-ditch effort. Li Feng's spiritual energy was depleting extremely fast under his full strength. The vibration of the ground was also getting stronger, and the underground spiritual vein seemed to be about to break out of the ground. Boom boom! Only a rumbling sound could be heard, resounding within the entire forbidden space. Immediately afterward, cracks began to appear in the ground, and the spirit vein was about to rush out. But at this moment, Li Feng's movement stalled and he stopped pulling. Su Chongfeng in midair also noticed Li Feng's movements. I wanted to immediately speak out and scold the other party to focus and continue to haul. However, he saw a small tripod-shaped artifact fly out of Li Feng's storage bag. Xunling! As Li Feng shouted, he threw the small tripod into the cracks in the ground. With that, he tossed his left compass into the air again. The small tripod went into the ground and the compass rose into the air, echoing each other. Li Feng made a seal with both hands, re-strangling his spell, and his spiritual energy rose into the air. It seemed to connect the small tripod to the compass. A few breaths later, the two established a connection, and a mysterious and obscure aura began to rise. It shrouded toward the underground spiritual vein. The aura resembled a formation and knot, carrying a powerful force of suppression. The underground spirit vein began to resist violently, but it was eventually suppressed and gradually returned to peace. The last trace of luster of the compass receded and returned to its ancient color. The surrounding breath returned to the ground within the small cauldron, and the spirit vein completely calmed and stabilized. Phew! Li Feng breathed a long sigh of relief as the compass returned to his hands, and he ended up immediately sitting down on the ground. The loss of 2 drops of essence blood, as well as having just swallowed several elixirs to forcefully restore his state. The continuous output of spiritual energy had long since exhausted Li Feng to the point of exhaustion, and his breath was shriveled. However, the good thing was that he managed to help the Qinglin Su family explore a place of spiritual veins. This also relaxed Li Feng's tense emotions. Having proved myself in this instance, the next step is to see that whether or not he could get the satisfaction of the foundation establishment cultivator of the Qinglin Su family in front of him anymore. Being alone, becoming a casual cultivator and mingling in the world of immortal cultivation, wanting to build the foundation or even open up the purple mansion. It's really a bit difficult. In that case, might as well hug a thigh. That's good. What grade? Su Chongfeng didn't let go of the restriction, and directly, he landed on the ground and came to Li Feng's side. Feeling that within the prohibition, there was a spiritual chi surging upwards from the ground. Su Chongfeng understood that Li Feng has succeeded, just by looking at the latter's state, which was somewhat poor. It was also evident that Li Feng had paid a small price. Alright, seniors, the grade of this spirit vein is in the middle first rank, but it's not far from the top first rank. Li Feng was ready to get up, but he was waved down by Su Chongfeng. Okay, good job. This is an elixir for healing and restoring your status, so recover as soon as possible. Su Chongfeng threw 2 first-rank upper-grade pills to Li Feng, who was seated on the ground. Thank you, elder. Li Feng received the elixir and hurriedly thanked him. However, he didn't take the elixir immediately, but instead put it away in his storage bag. Su Chongfeng saw this action of the latter, but didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he quickly stepped forward and come to the place where Li Feng sealed the spirit vein. This close-up feeling of the spiritual vein's gushing aura made Su Chongfeng happy. As the system's prompt sounded, the system mission that had plagued Su Chongfeng for a long time. It's finally done. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the quest. Ask the host to find a place with a spiritual vein, and take it for himself. Quest reward, First Order Spiritual Plants. Spiritual Medicine Seeds Gift Pack. Rewards have been issued and automatically deposited into the system storage space. In his mind, the system's prompt sounded, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Su Chongfeng's mouth. The seeds of these first-order spirit creatures rewarded by the system. Su Chongfeng was going to bring them back to the family. Leave it to the family's spiritualist to grow it. However, a question suddenly popped up in Su Chongfeng's heart. That was what to do with this first-order medium-grade spirit vein. The short period of time that he had laid down this restriction would prevent the leakage of the spirit vein's aura. It's a bit of a struggle for long periods of time, and the best way to protect a spirit vein is to lay down a defense array. For one thing, it can prevent the aura of the spiritual vein from leaking. Secondly, It could also enhance the defense of this spirit vein from being easily broken into by others. Looks like a trip back to the family is in order. Thinking of this, Su Changfeng prepared to return to the clan. Let's see if there's a surplus of first-order formations in the collection within the family spirit pavilion. Instead of going to the marketplace to buy it now, it would be better to go directly back to the family to get it. After this place, it must be a family property anyway. You stay here first, I'll go back to the clan to fetch the formation and set up this place. Su Changfeng finished speaking to Li Feng. The latter answered yes, and Su Changfeng prepared to leave. However, right at this moment, Su Changfeng once again stopped in his tracks, his expression frozen for a moment. Ding! At the age of 40, you, through your own tireless efforts, months from the family's breakup, once again, he managed to occupy a land of spiritual veins, and possessed an important foundation to rebuild his family. At this point in time, there were no spiritual creatures growing on this spiritual vein, and in order to avoid wasting the spiritual chi of the vein, as well as preparing all the spiritual materials in advance for the reconstruction of the family in the future, you have decided to start planting spiritual plants and spiritual materials in the land occupied by this spiritual vein. Prepare the spirits in advance for your foundation building. Task: the host is requested to plant the seeds of spiritual plants and spirits on the newly found land of spiritual veins. Reward: first order top defense formation *1. Efficient system. The mission is refreshed again. After looking at it carefully, Su Changfeng Bengbu lived. Well, it's really whatever you want it to be. He had just been worried about how to set up a formation to conceal the spirit vein. Unexpectedly, the next second, the system's new quest was refreshed right after it. Moreover, the mission reward was still the defense formation that Su Changfeng wanted in his heart. It's just that planting these spirit seeds is all that's needed. However, the front foot is happy. The problem of the formation does not need to worry Su Changfeng. But new problems followed on the heels. Su Changfeng hadn't delved into the spiritual planting together, and for the planting of these spiritual seeds, it wasn't understood. So for this task requirement of the system, Su Changfeng wasn't sure that he was casually sowing seeds that, can it be done? Spiritual planters. Su Changfeng pondered in his mind. Then he turned his head to look at Li Feng who was recovering. Can you plant spirit seeds? Chapter 33, Planting Spiritual Plants. Li Feng, who was concentrating on absorbing spiritual chi from the spiritual veins and recovering his own spiritual energy. Suddenly hearing these words from Su Changfeng, his expression froze. Elder, the kid will. Li Feng froze for a moment and immediately answered Su Changfeng. However, his heart was a bit puzzled. Could it be that this senior had investigated me in advance? How did he know that he had just practiced the spiritual plants? Li Feng's heart rippled, but it was then dispelled by him. A little chi practicing 6th level loose cultivator of his own, with no reputation. Nor did he reveal his Xian Shanli family's Earth Pulse Master heritage. It was unlikely that he would attract the attention of the Qinglin Su family. Maybe it's a coincidence. In fact, just as Li Feng thought, Su Changfeng had only asked him in passing, but I didn't realize he knew a little bit about it. You really will? Su Changfeng was a bit stunned. I didn't expect that when I casually asked. This Li Feng would really know. Having already prepared to scatter some random seeds to see if they could fulfill the system's mission. If he couldn't complete it, Su Changfeng was prepared to find a spiritual planter from his family to complete this system task for him. But now that Li Feng said he would, then this problem was instantly solved. Su Changfeng was puzzled. Aren't you in possession of the family's Earth Pulse Master inheritance? Why would you be practicing the spiritual planting Dao again? Elder, it's like this. In response to Su Changfeng's question, Li Feng also stated the reason. It turns out that after he learned that his family had been exterminated, then he never returned to the place near the family's spirit vein and stayed in exile. That was until he chose to settle in the green forest market near the border wilderness and became a loose cultivator who set up stalls. And in order to cover up his identity and origin, as well as to earn himself more spirit stones for cultivation, it was also a choice to practice yet other skill. And the reason why I chose to walk the path of a spiritualist. Cover yourself up a bit. Plus, the green forest market has also opened up a large number of spirit fields. It is used for leasing to the surrounding casual cultivators to grow spiritual plants, from which they collect spirit stone rent. He naturally held the idea that, even after some more time, he was then ready to lease the spirit fields in the green forest marketplace. However, he didn't expect that after helping the foundation establishment cultivator of the Qinglin Su family to find a spiritual vein, just the thing to come in handy. Good, then these seeds are for you. So you can just open up a spiritual field and plant them. The reward will be counted for you along with the spirit stones for exploring the spirit veins. The spirit vein was there, and the spiritual planter was there, and Su Changfeng, who was in a good mood, became generous. I didn't realize that this Li Feng, who might be an orphan from the Li family in Xianshan. So many surprises in a row. So he was going to end it a little while later. After Li Feng had done everything. Just reward this Li Feng heavily. Elder, can you let the kid recover a bit? And when the spiritual energy is almost recovered, just immediately open up a spiritual field for senior and plant spiritual objects. Li Feng, who was in extremely poor condition, also made a small request. And Su Changfeng looked at Li Feng's appearance and then agreed. The latter's current state, wanting to dry, probably won't last long. Might as well let it recover well and do it all in one breath. Su Changfeng then gave Li Feng permission to sit on top of the spirit vein to speed up his recovery. Su Changfeng, on the other hand, had left the restriction he had laid down and checked out the surrounding situation of this spirit vein. Outside the prohibition, Su Changfeng urged his spiritual energy to ascend into the air, his sight circling around. The land of the depression where this spirit vein is located is situated in the remaining part of the Green Forest mountain range. The overall location is relatively close to the border wilderness, so the distance to Qinglin Mountain, the main peak of the Qinglin Su clan, was a bit farther. As for the other three first-order spirit veins of the Qinglin Su family, they were somewhere in between. Overall it shows a 1-3-1 arrangement. Like a sharp blade, it stabbed towards the border. And for this form of the Qinglin Su family, Su Changfeng's mind seemed to be giving birth to the beginnings of a development strategy. But it was just the first sprout. Su Changfeng did not continue to look deeper, but hid it in his heart first. Let it germinate slowly. As for this mountain depression spirit vein, it was located in a hidden place and close to the border wilderness, with several surrounding peaks covering it up. This terrain is perfectly suited to develop it into a medicinal valley specializing in growing spirit medicines, or a large number of spiritual fields were opened up for growing spiritual rice. In this regard, Su Changfeng still preferred it, and he had temporarily given up at the beginning. After that search for the spiritual vein, just traction to the main peak of the Qinglin Su family's plan. Even if we were to pull the first-order medium-grade spirit vein here, to the main peak of the Green Forest, the latter's second-order upper grade was not likely to complete the advancement easily either. Compared to fusing with a second-order spirit vein, Su Changfeng felt that developing this spirit vein, the gains that can be made will be greater. After all, this spirit vein is already not far away from the first-order upper grade, and subsequently, if a batch of spirit stones are invested in after raising its grade to the top grade of the first order, the grade of spirit items that could be planted would also be raised. After all, the favorable terrain environment here is easy to defend and difficult to attack, so it is really a good place. Su Changfeng stayed outside the mountain pass for a long time. On the one hand, observing the surroundings. On the one hand, it is guarding this spiritual vein. And around half an hour, inside the forbidden system, Li Feng's voice came out. Elder, I'm better. Under the use of both the pills given by Su Changfeng as well as the absorption of the spiritual vein's pure spiritual qi, it only took Li Feng half an hour to restore the spiritual energy in his body to its full strength. However, the recovery of essence blood is not as easy as that, and can only wait for the subsequent slow recovery. It's time to regather the essence blood. Okay, let's get started then. Su Changfeng didn't know anything about spiritual plants and issued a direct order. Then he threw Li Feng a bag of spirit seeds and let him have free rein. And then Li Feng started to maneuver. After checking out the type and quantity of spirit seeds in that bag Li Feng estimated the number of spirit fields that needed to be opened up, as well as the division of the areas to be planted. After obtaining Su Changfeng's consent, Li Feng had an additional spirit hoe in his hand. The grade of this spirit hoe was equivalent to the strength of a first-order lower-grade spirit weapon, and it was used to open up a spirit field. More than enough. Li Feng then selected a location and began to swing the spirit hoe, turning over the soil on the ground and clearing the weeds. The spiritual vein here had only just leaked spiritual qi, so the strength of the ground soil wasn't too high yet. It was easier for Li Feng to open up. Soon, 2 acres of spiritual fields were opened up between the swinging of the spirit hoe in Li Feng's hand, and then he planted one of the spirit fields with spirit rice seeds. The other spiritual field was sprinkled with all the first-order spirit medicine seeds. In addition to these 2 spiritual fields, Li Feng, by identifying the types of spiritual seeds, it was found to have a number of fruit trees or other spiritual plants. Instead, Li Feng is not going to plant these within the spiritual fields. Instead, they were planted in a regular pattern at the center of the spiritual vein he had imprisoned. The purpose is also to help these large spiritual plants to absorb the spiritual qi from the spiritual veins as soon as possible, to start germinating, thrive. After doing this, Li Feng cast a simple spirit planter spell the Yunyu technique. Between the Yunyu art casting, the air condensed with a faint spiritual power water bottom drops and under, sprinkled on all the seeds that Li Feng had just sown. Help keep the soil at its roots moist and germinate as quickly as possible. After doing this, Li Feng turned back to look at Su Changfeng in the distance. Elder, the planting is finished. Chapter 34, Concealment Formation. As Li Feng finished sowing the spirit seeds and performing the spirit planting technique, he was also declaring the task that Su Changfeng had given him, rounded out. As for the quality of completion, Li Feng himself did not dare to say, will plant yes, but the survival rate and the subsequent harvesting of the, even Li Feng himself couldn't guarantee it. After all, the time he had been in contact with the spiritual planters course had only been a mere year. Under Li Feng's explanation, the current cultivation of spiritual objects on the spiritual veins in this place, Su Changfeng also had some understanding. A total of 2 spiritual fields have been opened up. Sown on it were the seeds of a type of first-order spirit rice as well as several types of first-order spirit medicines. And besides the seeds sown on the spiritual field, there were seeds of other spiritual plants in the cloth bag. Li Feng took some of them and sowed them to where the spiritual vein aura was leaking. It ensured that these spiritual plants had sufficient aura to help them germinate and grow. The seeds sown by Li Feng were all contained in the cloth bag given by Su Changfeng. Only a small portion was planted. Not all of it. This was also due to Li Feng's low cultivation level, his own lack of spiritual energy as well as time. With only 2 spiritual fields, it was impossible to plant them all. But for this result, Su Changfeng was still relatively satisfied. As long as the system's tasks were completed first, everything would be fine. If it's not possible, then follow up by calling the spiritual planters within the family over further planning and development of this spiritual vein. Well done. Your name is Li Feng, right? I can probably guess a few points of your origin, but don't worry. I'll take your existence as a given. The one who was working for my Qinglin Su clan this time is also just a loose cultivator at the 6th level of Qi cultivation. Su Changfeng looked at Li Feng, who was once again wilting and exhausted. It also gives the latter a peace of mind. After hearing this, Li Feng's heart really settled down quite a bit. We still have to be careful in the future. He had been hiding for many years, mixing with the crowd of casual cultivators, fearing that his identity would be exposed. Now I didn't expect to be seen through easily. Although the Su Changfeng in front of him bluntly said that he would not reveal his identity, it still made him more cautious. In the future, one must not easily reveal one's identity as an Earth Pulse Master. Thank you, Elder. These spirit seeds have already been planted, and the spirit vein has just appeared here. It is the moment when the spirit chi is abundant. The time it takes for the spirit seed to develop shouldn't take long. Li Feng's heart was full of thoughts, but his mouth immediately thanked him again. Alright, just plant it. By the way, this time, the search for spirit veins, plus the sowing of spirit seeds, are all your contributions. The reward you were promised before naturally counts. So tell me, what do you want it to be? Spirit stones or pills? And Su Changfeng asked the latter what kind of reward he wanted. After Su Changfeng finished speaking, Li Feng seemed to be in deep thought. He helped the Qinglin Su family to find a first-order medium-grade spirit vein. According to the market price of an unusual Earth Pulse Master searching for a spirit vein, a large few thousand spirit stones were definitely priced out of the market. But at this time, Li Feng was hesitating whether to choose the spirit stone. Or are they other spirits such as elixirs? The large several thousand spirit stones, although the quantity was quite a lot, but if he used them for cultivation, it should just be enough to support him to cultivate to the 9th level of Qi practicing, or even to perfection. However, if we ask for the spirit stones, we won't get the hard work and favors this time around. It's basically a one-shot deal. In the case of pills, the effect is actually the same as that of spirit stones. Right at this moment, an idea popped up in Li Feng's heart. What he himself lacks now is a place to stabilize his cultivation. That was a lot more than a few thousand spirit stones. So Li Feng was firm in what he had in mind. Senior, the kid doesn't want spirit stones. Now that I'm alone, asking for some spirit stones won't help the family feud that the kid avenged. Since we have helped Senior find this spirit vein, now even though we have just suppressed the spirit, but it hasn't quite stabilized yet, I wonder if Senior could grant my boy permission to keep this spiritual land. One is to help Senior continue to stabilize the spirit vein to prevent too much aura from leaking out, and to look after these 2 acres of newly opened spirit fields. Secondly and selfishly for the kid, think of it as exchanging these spirit stone rewards for practicing on this spirit vein for a while. The time for this is set by the seniors. Li Feng hesitated for a moment and immediately bowed and spoke out his intentions. The face was terrified, and the heart was showing. After all, he'd made too many requests along the way. Su Changfeng heard Li Feng's request and also considered it, though the latter spoke quite nicely. The little heart of it, Su Changfeng was also able to tell at a glance. However, regarding its request, Su Changfeng agreed without much thought. Yes, since you want to stay, I can promise you that, but you must In a short time, b. Stabilize the spirit vein completely. There can be no mistakes. Subsequently, I'll lay down formations, and you'll take care of the spirit fields here altogether. Thank you, Senior. My boy will definitely live up to Senior's trust. Each of the two had their own thoughts in their minds, with the former having the Earth Pulse Master's inheritance on the latter in mind. The latter also wanted to embrace the Qinglin Su family as a big leg, and then Su Changfeng suddenly thought that when Li Feng stabilized his spirit vein on the front foot, it seemed to have thrown a small tripod like a spiritual artifact towards the bottom. He was a little curious about this, and also asked at once, and Li Feng's reply was that it was a special quality spirit weapon, used for suppressing spirit veins. It can help the Earth Pulse Master to suppress and stabilize the spirit vein faster. Su Changfeng understood in his heart and then ended the topic. After resolving the issue of Li Feng's remuneration, Su Changfeng was ready to lay down a formation here. Originally, Su Changfeng wanted to take Li Feng back to Qinglin Square City, see if the latter has anything to prepare for. But Li Feng said that he was carrying his life as well as his belongings on his body. There was also no need to bother Su Changfeng anymore. After all, they're casual cultivators, with no fixed residence and no fixed estate. It's the one that will carry all the important stuff with it. Ergo, Su Changfeng dismissed Li Feng and prepared to see if the system rewarded formation had arrived. The latter, too, went to the foot of the distant mountain, ready to find some wood to build a resting place for his. After Li Feng left, Su Changfeng opened the system panel in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the quest, asked the host to. In the newly found land of spiritual veins, planting spiritual plant and spirit seeds. Quest reward, first order top defense formation. Rewards have been issued and automatically deposited into the system storage space. The system's beeping sound followed, and the rewards had indeed arrived successfully as well. In the next instant, Su Changfeng's hand had an additional ancient and strange disc. The disc was inscribed with subtle array patterns, aura rich and lifelike. In the center of it, there are two big words Lingyin engraved and embedded. Spirit Concealment Formation, a first-order top-tier defense formation. When activated, a concealment formation is laid. It has the effect of concealing the aura and can withstand several full-force strikes from a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The moment he touched the disc in his hand, a piece of information appeared in Su Changfeng's mind. Concealment formations. A pillow comes when you're drowsy. The Unified Sun is really sweet. Chapter 35, Setting up a Formation. Named Castle Peak. Formation together also occupies a high position in the 100 arts of cultivation. Usually formations can be divided into attack, defense, siege, concealment, spirit gathering and so on according to different functions. The miraculous effects of a single formation could be worth 100,000 cultivators. This is where the central role of the formation one comes into play. A burst against an army of 10,000. Of course, the formation has such power. The requirements for a cultivator to become a formation master were also more stringent. More than just talent. You must have a lot of financial resources to back it up. That's why there's a scarcity of formation masters. It was even more scarce than alchemists, spiritual planters, and the like. And formation masters who set up formations usually use spiritual objects as the foundation of the formation, as the core of the entire formation. This type of spirit object, or an attack array set up with a spirit weapon, or with special treasures with special effects, etc. Of course it would be somewhat unrealistic to have the array master do it himself every time he set up an array. Thus, the thing called the array disk appeared. The so-called array disk, which is the foundation of an array formation. It was similar to the spirit artifact that suppressed the spirit vein in Li Feng's previous time. Formation masters choose different spiritual objects and exotic treasures as formation disks. Inscribe the corresponding array spirit pattern on it. This would make it easier for cultivators to use array disks to set up their formations. To use it, you only need to use a large amount of spiritual energy to activate the formation, and then you can release the corresponding formation. As long as it has a spirit stone or a spirit vein to replenish its aura, it would ensure the solidity of the formation. Although it will somewhat weaken the power of the original array, but it is convenient to carry and simple to use. It was easy to disassemble, and even if it scaled back some of its power, it was still strongly welcomed by cultivators. Moreover, if the array disk is not damaged, the array can be laid repeatedly. Of course this number of times is not infinite. Naturally, engraving array disks had become an important means for array masters to amass wealth. Su Changfeng repeatedly searched for more knowledge about formations in his mind. But in the end, it's just getting this little bit of commonly used, shallow information. But these will suffice, as they are. Su Changfeng is ready to use the formation named Spirit Hidden rewarded by the system. With the protection of the formation, Li Feng excited the formation with all his might. It was completely able to withstand the attacks of cultivators below the Foundation Establishment. and even if they were foundation establishment cultivators, they could still withstand them for some time. In that case, Su Changfeng would be able to rest a little more at ease about the safety of this spiritual land. 40 years old. You're months away from the family bust. Once again, he had successfully occupied a land of spiritual veins, and had successfully opened up a spiritual field on it, sowing spiritual seeds. However, at this time, this spirit vein is revealed to the outside world, and there is no array shelter, so security cannot be guaranteed. So in order to avoid the spiritual chi of the spiritual vein from leaking out and inviting strong enemies, you are going to set up a formation here to protect the foundation of this spiritual land. Task: the host is requested to place formations on the spiritual veins he occupies to enhance the defenses of the spiritual land. Reward: second order random grade spiritual weapon *1. Just at that moment, the system mission was refreshed again. After reading the mission reward, Su Changfeng immediately stopped hesitating. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew the restrictions he had placed, and was ready to activate the array disc immediately, only to see Su Changfeng urging his spiritual energy with all his might. His body's spiritual energy began to rise, suddenly pouring into the spirit-hidden formation plate in his right hand. The array disc was affected by Su Changfeng's spiritual energy, and the array pattern began to be stimulated, flashing with gusts of flowing light. A few moments later, the array pattern on that array disc was completely activated, and between the array pattern's operation, there was a great deal of light. Spiritual light shot out in all directions. Seeing this sight, Su Changfeng then threw the array disc right over the mountain pass. Abruptly, a terrifying might shot out from the array disc and covered the sky. It then loomed down from above. The area of the depression in a radius of more than 10 miles was all wrapped up in it, except for the place of the depression where the spiritual vein was located. It also covered several of the surrounding peaks. The might from the array disc poured down from top to bottom, forming a huge curtain of spiritual light that surround the surrounding directions. Above the spiritual power light curtain, subtle formation patterns flowed and swirled, embellishing the light curtain with luster. The moment the formation's spiritual light curtain landed on the ground, it similarly caused the ground to shake. A buzzing sound rippled out into the distance. Hooray! In the Green Forest mountain range, numerous demonic beasts were attracted by the commotion and roared angrily as there was a stampede to get here. However, the spirit concealment formation was only a first-order top-level formation, and with the infusion of Su Changfeng's foundation establishment spiritual power, the array disc was quickly energized to the extreme. The surrounding spiritual light curtains quickly fell to the ground, and then went deeper into the ground. A moment later, the formation's spiritual light curtain penetrated dozens of meters deep into the ground before closing. The moment the spiritual light curtain closed, all the array patterns on the light curtain flashed, and in just a moment, then silence ensued. Subsequently, the might emanating from the entire formation was all gathered together, and the aura blended into one. A few breaths later, the array's aura was all silent, and the compass in the sky above was hidden into the ground. As if it had disappeared, there was no more breath. The first-order top concealment formation, spirit concealment formation, has successfully fallen into formation. And while all the might caused by Su Changfeng's arrangement of the formation dissipated, those first-order demonic beasts that were running towards this place instantly stopped, as if they had lost their guiding direction, and then retreated. The moment the formation landed, the quest completion prompt rang out as it always did. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. The host is requested to set up formations on the spirit vein he occupies. Enhance the defenses of the spiritual land. Quest reward, second order random grade spiritual weapon *1. Rewards have been issued and automatically deposited into the system storage space. On the other side, while Su Changfeng was urging the array disc, Li Feng in the distance stayed where he was and did not move around. It was not until all movement had fallen silent that he rose again and resumed his labors. The scene of setting up a formation was something he had seen a lot of since he was a child, so he didn't act flustered. In this way, this spiritual land has only settled down. Su Changfeng breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as the Tsukiji didn't make a move, this spiritual place is what will keep it safe. This is the formation control spirit card and my voice transmission jade slip, so stay safely within the formation. If you come across anything, send me a message in time. Su Changfeng threw a spirit tablet with a jade slip to Li Feng, reminding the latter that, inform yourself if you come across something you can't solve on your own. Yes, senior. Li Feng bowed and answered. After the array formation was set up and everything was explained, Su Changfeng was ready to leave. Former back. Then what is this spiritual land to be called? Well, let's call it Green Mountain Pass. Su Changfeng looked around at the surrounding peaks, which were full of greenery, and casually said a name. After hearing this, Li Feng did not say much. but only nodded his head in response. After that, Li Feng manipulated the spirit card and opened the formation gap, and Su Changfeng was ready to leave. However, just as Su Changfeng was about to step out of the range of the formation, the system's quest was refreshed again. 40 years old. You're months away from the family bust. Once again, you succeeded in occupying a place of spiritual veins and laid down a formation in the spiritual land. So you once again have a place to live in this immortal cultivation world. But you're deeply convinced that raising your cultivation is your top priority right now. In order to avoid wasting too much time on the care of the spiritual land, so you decided to recruit a cultivator to take care of the spiritual land for you. You are guaranteed to be able to devote your full attention to your practice. Quest, ask the host to recruit a cultivator to become the family's guest secretary and take care of the spiritual land for the host. Reward, First Order Spiritual Plant Inheritance *1. Chapter 36, New Mission Direction. Guest Secretary Candidates. After all the matters concerning the spiritual veins have been finalized, Su Changfeng ordered Li Feng to open up a gap in the formation. And with that, he prepared to leave. But before Su Changfeng flew out of the range of the formation, the system's quest was refreshed. Su Changfeng also instinctively stopped to check it out. Recruiting guest ministers to build a land of spirit veins for themselves? This is to release their time and raise their cultivation with all their might. The detailed information of the mission was at a glance, and Su Changfeng's heart was a few points clearer. The mission requirements for this refresh are that, let Su Changfeng recruit a cultivator to become a guest secretary of the Qinglin Su clan to help him take care of this land of spiritual veins. In this regard, Su Changfeng was also able to understand a few points of the system's intention. The purpose of the appearance of this reverse system was to help the host in the reconstruction of the family. The core of rebuilding the family is the need for a land of spiritual veins as a foundation. But one of the more important factors is the need for the host's cultivation to be able to reach a level where he can overpower his enemies. Based on this, the host can truly realize the reconstruction of the family. Although the root of the spirit vein needs to be realized as early as possible, the cultivation of the host cannot be delayed. So that's what the system's new mission is all about. The host is practicing with all his heart and soul to raise his cultivation level. As for chores like tending to the spiritual veins, they find other people to help the host with them. However, Su Changfeng stopped where he was, and with the help of this task began to think in a deeper direction again. For the establishment of a cultivation family, apart from the need to have a land of spiritual veins as its foundation, more importantly, it still requires monks. Without a large number of cultivators to support this cultivation family, just like an empty shell without a body to support it, it will not be solid for long before it collapses. But according to the system's mission direction, the current Su Changfeng, after the destruction of the Su family in Qinglin, the clansmen cultivators within the family have already died almost to the death, and the few that remain are just a few who traveled outside the ones who aren't in the clan. He's completely alone, without a single member of his clan by his side. The only convenient way to have other cultivators help him was to recruit some loose cultivators to become the clan's guest ministers. This would provide him with some boost in a short period of time and help him cultivate faster. Thinking about this, Su Changfeng guessed that the next system mission was heading towards that. Mostly it's just refreshed in the direction of how to increase the number of cultivators. With this thought growing clearer in his mind, it also made Su Changfeng's heart somewhat mentally prepared for the next system mission. Recruiting loose cultivators to become the clan's guest ministers. It can only solve the problem of the lack of manpower around the host for a short period of time. But at the root of it, we still have to solve the problem of the native cultivators of the Qinglin Su clan. So what's next for the system? I'm going to go. The system won't want me to find a dowmate and turn into a stallion right away. Produce offspring like crazy. Su Changfeng suddenly thought of a rather scary sounding problem. Had she just turned 18 and was about to be reduced to a birthing machine? It's very scary to think about. However, Su Changfeng calmed down for a moment, and then thought, even if he had to rely on him, the host, to be born, it doesn't work for a short period of time, and it doesn't address the root cause of the problem. Only now did Su Changfeng's heart feel slightly more at ease. In the next moment, his thoughts returned to the system's latest mission. And he also turned to look at Li Feng, who was standing in the distance. On the other side, Li Feng, holding the spirit card in his hand, waited for Su Changfeng to walk out of the formation. Just close the formation. In his storage pouch, he carried a large number of necessities, as well as all of his household belongings. He's had enough of the hard times in the marketplace. This made him ready to stay within this spirit vein with peace of mind. Now that he had a spirit vein, he had to use this new spirit vein he had found to cultivate as soon as possible. Enhancement of cultivation. But Li Feng waited for a moment. However, he found that Su Changfeng at the edge of the formation stayed in place for a long time without moving, seemingly thinking about something. However, He didn't dare to easily voice out his inquiries for fear of disturbing this Foundation establishment cultivator. It took all his strength to stay in this spirit vein, and if he caused the latter to get tired of it and drive himself away, it would be a bit of a loss. After waiting quietly for a long time, Su Changfeng never made a move. However, in the next instant, he watched Su Changfeng in the distance turn around to look at him. A moment later, Su Changfeng once again returned to Li Feng's side. Elder, is there anything else you want to explain? Li Feng looked at Su Changfeng, who came over and hurriedly put down what he was holding and bowed with an arch. There's not much to account for, except that there's one more thing I'd like to ask your opinion on. Su Changfeng's tone seemed to carry a reprieve, and after hearing this, Li Feng was a bit skeptical inwardly. Why is this senior suddenly so strange? Elder, Brat wouldn't dare. If there's anything you say, Brat will definitely do it. At Su Changfeng's words, Li Feng was a bit terrified. What do you think of my Qinglin Su family? And how about this spiritual place? Su Changfeng threw two questions to Li Feng consecutively. Elder's strength is profound, and the Qinglin Su family is also among the cultivation forces in the Qinglin mountain range that, the existence of the leader is naturally strong, and the spirit veins of the spiritual land are already infinitely close to the top grade of the first order, and it was just pulled out of the ground by the kid again. It was also right when the aura was abundant. Li Feng did not know the meaning of Su Changfeng's words, but also then was answering Su Changfeng's questions seriously, not daring to be the slightest bit sloppy. Then since you think it's good, are you interested in joining my Qinglin Su clan as a guest minister? It just so happens that this spirit vein has yet to be stabilized, and it also requires your continued efforts to maintain stability, and your salary is also paid together with the standard of my Qinglin Su clan's chief practicing clansman. Think about it. If you agree, you can always stay in this spiritual land for cultivation in the future. Su Changfeng didn't beat around the bush, but directly stated what he had in mind. Originally, Su Changfeng had planned to let Li Feng stay here for a while first, and after he returned to the clan, it would inform those elders of the Qinglin Su clan of the news of this spirit vein, and then the Qinglin Su clan's own spiritual planters came to develop and take care of this spiritual vein. As for Li Feng, by the time the spirit vein had completely stabilized, he would have stayed about as long as he could. Let it go straight away. After all, the situation of a spiritual land is the root of a cultivation clan for the. He couldn't let Li Feng, a casual cultivator, stay here for a long time. However, after the system quest was refreshed, Su Changfeng discarded that latter idea, since it was a solicitation for a guest secretary, the same casual cultivator. The Li Feng in front of him seemed to be the more suitable one. His origin has already been seen by Su Changfeng, the lone family who was forced to become a casual cultivator. The bottom line is still kind of clear. Moreover, the latter also possessed an Earth Vein Master's inheritance whose grade was likely to reach the second rank. It is also sufficiently tantalizing. After Su Changfeng finished speaking, what he didn't expect was that Li Feng was directly agreeing. Senior, I'm willing to join the Qinglin Su clan. Chapter 37 Earthpulse Master Inheritance. Green Mountain Pass Spiritual Land. Within the formation, the spiritual chi of the spiritual vein had begun to slowly spread in all directions. Some places were also gradually starting to rise with spirit mist, the long dormant veins in the earth, after having seen the light of day. It was also the beginning of the display of his aura that had been accumulated for many years. It is also commonly known as the new pulse. But at this moment, Su Changfeng didn't notice this, as he was talking to Li Feng. The latter's joining the Qinglin Su family. Senior, I'm willing to join, Li Feng said with a resounding tone and a firm gaze. This made Su Changfeng actually froze a bit for a while. He did not expect the latter to agree so quickly, almost without thinking. In fact, what Su Changfeng doesn't know is that Li Feng's heart had long had the idea of hugging the thigh of the Qinglin Su family. It had been close to 2 years since his family had been overthrown. These 2 years of misery had long ago been a bit tiresome for him, mixing in the crowd of casual cultivators in anonymity, deeply afraid of being known as his identity. But then, all day long, he thinks about how to earn spirit stones, improve his cultivation, and find his enemies. Avenge this bloodshed for yourself. He didn't want to spend one more day in this kind of fearfulness, so that was why he preferred not to have the several thousand lower-grade spirit stones that Su Changfeng had promised down the line. The reason for wanting to stay in this land of spiritual veins as well. And now, what Li Feng didn't expect was that the patriarch of the Qinglin Su family, who was in front of him, surprisingly, he was taking the initiative to invite him to join the Qinglin Su family, and he was filled with joy and instantly agreed. Li Feng's heart also understood that the Earth Pulse Master's inheritance in his body that, perhaps it was coveted by Su Changfeng, which was why the latter took the initiative to invite him to join. From the time the two came into contact, Su Changfeng hadn't even revealed the slightest intention of coveting the inheritance on him. which was also the reason why he had let down a hint of wariness in his heart. I don't know if I really don't see it, or if I don't plan to do it now, but in fact, although Su Changfeng was a bit intrigued, he didn't go to the extent of being unscrupulous. Moreover, being burdened with the system, these inheritance systems had already begun to be distributed to him through system rewards. Maybe the follow-up will also reward the Earth Pulse Master legacy. At this time, the invitation to Li Feng was only because the system happened to have the task of soliciting guest ministers. So drop by and invite him in. Alright, then you can stay here and cultivate without fear, and stabilize your spirit vein early. After the spirit vein stabilizes, my Qinglin Su clan will start sending people over here to develop this spiritual land. Hearing Li Feng's promise, Su Changfeng did not ask any more questions. Recruiting a loose cultivator at the 6th level of Qi practicing whose family was exterminated to become the family's guest secretary. It's within his grasp. If the latter Qinglin Su family had any plans, Su Changfeng would not be lenient. All matters will be decided by Senior. However, Senior, after all, I do have the existence of a powerful enemy, and joining the Qinglin Su clan, it's likely to cause some trouble for the Su family. In his hesitation, Li Feng voiced his concerns to Su Changfeng. After Su Changfeng heard this, he didn't react in any other way. The latter was only cautioned to stay here and cultivate without fear. After that, Su Changfeng also clearly told Li Feng that the Qinglin Su family would not help him find his enemy, revenge. However, Su Changfeng still gave the latter some hope as he assured that, if Li Feng could try his best to work for the Qinglin Su family after joining them and could make some contribution, in the near future, if Li Feng's strength was able to build the foundation and wanted to take revenge, the Qinglin Su family can provide some assistance. Hearing Su Changfeng's promise to himself, Li Feng was also gladly overjoyed. He repeatedly said that he would do his job seriously after joining the Qinglin Su clan. With Li Feng's nod, he was considered to have officially joined the Qinglin Su family. Becoming a guest secretary of the Qinglin Su family, he would help the Qinglin Su family to take care of the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land for a short period of time in the future. Of course, what was more important in the immediate future was to stabilize this spirit vein as soon as possible. And at this time, the system's mission completion prompt was not late. Su Changfeng's reward also arrived. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the request for the host to recruit a cultivator to become the family's guest secretary. Take care of the spiritual land for the host. Quest reward, First Order Spiritual Planter Inheritance *1. Rewards have been issued and automatically deposited into the system storage space. The First Order Spiritual Planter Inheritance. The Qinglin Su family does have it, so this reward is not so precious. After some thought, Su Changfeng decided to temporarily lend this First Order Spiritual Planter Inheritance to Li Feng. Let it master these First Order spiritual planting techniques as soon as possible. In this way, during this period of time, the latter would be able to help take care of this land of spirit veins for the time being. Moreover, Li Feng's talent of 3 spirit roots, coupled with the profound inheritance of the Earth Pulse Master from his family, there was a high possibility of building a foundation in the future. And what he was doing now was considered an investment for the time being. This is a First Order Spiritual Planter Inheritance. For now, I'll leave it with you for the time being. Grab the time to practice mastery. Senior, this is too precious. The brat wouldn't dare. Looking at the inheritance jade slip handed over by Su Changfeng, Li Feng was somewhat incredulous. The Su Changfeng in front of him not only took himself in and let him join the Qinglin Su family, with a peaceful place to cultivate, he even gave him a First Order Spirit Plant Master inheritance. Such treatment made him feel extremely unreal. Take it, as long as you work seriously for my Qinglin Su family, some resources, you can't be spared. Su Changfeng waved his hand, signaling the latter to take it. Li Feng paused for a split second after receiving the jade slip, as if he was thinking about something. After a few moments, he seemed to have made up his mind of some sort. He only saw that he took the inheritance jade slip given by Su Changfeng, and then there was another jade slip in his hand. Elder, this is the Earth Pulse Master inheritance of my Xian Mountain Li family, but this is only a part of the first rank. It's not very complete, but the kid weeded out some of the bloodline secret techniques. Let's exchange this First Order Earth Vein Master inheritance for Senior Spirit Plant Master inheritance. Li Feng decided to take out a copy of the First Order Earth Pulse Master inheritance after some mental struggle. Handed over to Su Changfeng. The inheritance was handed over, and it was Li Feng himself who breathed a sigh of relief. Instead of constantly worrying about the Qinglin Su family coveting their Earth Vein inheritance, it would be better to hand it over on your own initiative and show some sincerity on your part. Besides, as far as we can see, the sincerity of the Qinglin Su family head is still very sufficient. One is already taking advantage of the situation. Are you sure? The family bloodline secret technique. It's useless for the kid to hand it over. These unusual First Order Earth lineage inheritances. Taking it out isn't exactly a violation of the family's ancestry. Good. Then it's decided. I'm leaving, so stay inside the spirit land and don't go out and walk around freely. There's a problem. Contact me promptly through the sound transmission jade slip. After a while, some clan cultivators from the Qinglin Su clan will come over, and at that time, you just have to cooperate with them. After the two exchanged their inheritances, they ended their conversation. And after that, Su Changfeng left the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land alone, all the way to the family's direction now. Chapter 38 Second Grade Medium Grade Spiritual Weapon. After coming out from the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land, it was already late in the evening and the sky was getting late. But the Qinglin mountain range is so scenic, and the trees flourish among the lofty mountains. There was also a light breeze wafting through the air, which was refreshing, coupled with the aura emanating from the spiritual vein as it is drawn out from the earth. It made the aura content of the surrounding air a few points richer, especially with the appearance of the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land. Settled, Su Changfeng was already in a good mood. At this moment, as soon as Su Changfeng came out, the beautiful surroundings, coupled with the air's faint fragrance of aura, it put him in a more soothing mood. And then, he slowed down his flight speed and slowly flew in the direction of the main peak of the Green Forest. Traveling slowly along the way, he felt the beautiful scenery of the Green Forest mountain range. The Green Mountain Pass spiritual land was hundreds of miles away from the main peak of the Green Forest, and Su Changfeng flew slowly. It was only after 2 hours that Su Changfeng returned to the main peak of the Green Forest. After entering the main peak of the Green Forest, he also did not conceal his identity, even though it was late in the day. In the spiritual field on the mountainside of the main peak of the Green Forest, there were still a number of clansmen who were busy. After these people saw Su Changfeng, they saluted and greeted him. Su Changfeng also made his way back inside his courtyard amidst the greetings of these people. Inside the courtyard, Su Linan happened to have ended his seclusion and was tidying up the pavilion. Looking at the latter's cultivation level, which was on the verge of breaking through the 7th level of Qi cultivation, Su Changfeng encouraged him with a few words. Just send the ladder away. And then Su Changfeng also went to the cultivation room and entered the cultivation state. After all this time, the foundation establishment spiritual energy within Su Changfeng's dantian was already all transformed, and the next thing he did was to start cultivating the amazing green spiritual skill with all his might. And while cultivating, Su Changfeng was also able to clearly feel the amazing green spiritual power that he had cultivated. It was too much stronger than the intensity of the previous red flame spiritual energy, which also made Su Changfeng deeply sigh in admiration that the amazing green spiritual skill was worthy of being a top-level Xian stage technique. Putting aside spiritual weapons, spells, pills, talismans, and other external objects, the thickness of spiritual energy was often an important indicator to describe a cultivator's strength. The strength of your spiritual energy determines how strong your attacks are in battle. Whether the battle lasts or not and so on are important factors in determining the outcome of the war. And in the immortal cultivation world, there are a wide variety of gongfu of various grades. The spiritual energy cultivated was distinctive in its own way, with different attributes and characteristics. Some of them are good at fighting with their spirit power being sharp and fierce. This type of spiritual energy was usually cultivated by gold and fire attribute techniques, and the spiritual energy cultivated by the water and wood technique was gentle and long, suitable for warming up the body. As for the earth attribute techniques that cultivated thick and smooth spiritual energy, these types of cultivators would be good at defense. Of course, none of these are very absolute statements either, except to say that this is the case for the most part. It was also not excluded that there were some water attribute techniques that cultivated spiritual energy that was also lingering and incomparable. Like a tsunami running wild, he had the absolute upper hand in fighting the cultivators. As for Su Changfeng himself, with a fire and wood dual attribute spiritual root, in terms of choosing a gongfu, it also has a saying: if you choose the direction of cultivation with fire as the main and wood as the genus, you will mainly cultivate fire attribute spiritual power. That would be better suited for him to go farther in combat. And another opposite choice, with wood properties dominating then, the spiritual energy cultivated would be inclined to be gentle and long, with some advantages of recovering from injuries and warming up the body. As for Su Changfeng's choice of fire attribute as the main one, he also had the first reason. The Qinglin Su family's collection of Xian-ranked feats was relatively lacking, and among the ancestors of the foundation establishment, cultivators were dominated by the water and wood attributes, in which case he had fewer options. There were no feats with dual attributes of fire and wood, so they had to settle for the next best thing. After choosing that fire attribute inflammatory fire technique as a temporary transitional choice, the subsequent techniques, too, were more of a headache for him. Such a helpless choice made Su Changfeng's cultivation after foundation establishment relatively slow. Moreover, The strength of the spiritual power cultivated was poor in some meanings, so that it was also lacking a lot in terms of strength. If Su Changfeng's previous strength was completely at the bottom of the pile amongst the early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, at this point, then, the change brought to him by the top Xian rank technique, the amazing green spirit technique, was enormous. The current Su Changfeng, although he had just built his foundation for a year, but with a top Xian rank technique to cultivate spiritual energy, he was completely confident that he would be at the forefront of these early foundation establishment cultivators from the immortal cultivation forces around him. Cultivation techniques were one aspect, and the other aspect was the cultivator's external credentials. As the saying goes, if you want to do a good job, you have to make good use of your tools. Spirit weapons were likewise an important component in measuring a cultivator's strength. Just as at this moment, Su Changfeng, who was in the cultivation room, was playing with the spirit weapon in his hand, with a joyful expression on his face. Love it! Second-ranked mid-grade fire and would attribute spirit weapon, amazing green spirit sword. Good sword! Good sword! In the cultivation room, Su Changfeng repeatedly looked over the longsword spirit weapon in his hand. He couldn't stop the joy in his eyes, and his mouth kept praising him. This, amazing green spirit sword, is precisely in the Green Mountain spiritual land. Su Changfeng had completed the task of placing an array on a spirit vein, as rewarded by the system. Su Changfeng remembered that it was a random grade of the second order, and he didn't care too much about it at that time, just focusing on Li Feng to help him accomplish his mission. And at this time, having returned to the Qinglin Su family, Su Changfeng also came to the cultivation room at the first opportunity. He didn't rush to immediately enter the cultivation state, but instead took out the spirit weapon rewarded by the system and checked it out. Originally, Su Changfeng held the thought that it would be good if the system could reward a second-order lower-grade spirit weapon, as long as the attributes fit and the grade was lower. Su Changfeng didn't care. The short answer is, if you give it for nothing, you don't lose money, you just make less of it. But what made Su Changfeng a little surprised was that it was a second-order medium-grade spirit weapon, and it was rare that surprisingly, it was of the fire and wood attribute. That was what made Su Changfeng so surprised. A second-order middle-grade spirit weapon, and also one with attributes that fit so well. For Su Changfeng too, it's completely usable up to the late stage of foundation building. This reverse system is really invincible existence. A host who has perfected practicing Qi. It was too perfect to reward a second-order spirit weapon. Su Changfeng scrutinized the amazing green spirit sword in his hand. It was dark red in color, and the hilt of the sword was engraved with green flame spirit patterns, mysterious and esoteric, natural and lifelike. The blade of the sword was incomparably sharp, and the flame spirit aura on the sword emanated outward all the time. The sizzling breath that belonged to the flame was lingering. Even Su Changfeng felt an intense sizzling sensation come over him, but this would only make Su Changfeng feel even more excited. Following the Xian rank top-level Gongfu, Su Changfeng once again possessed a handy spirit weapon with attribute perseverance. This was a direct boost in strength for him. Chapter 39, Refining Spiritual Weapons. Showdown. The main peak of the Green Forest mountain range. In the back of the mountain, inside the Patriarch's cultivation room, Su Changfeng had already gotten up, holding the dark red longsword spirit weapon in his hand and casually waved it a few times. Shoo shoo. The blade of the sword cut through the air with a sound that seemed to slice through the air. Up and down the body of the sword, green flames tumbled, and the sizzling flames of the gorgeous as hell. At this time, Su Changfeng had not yet refined the spirit weapon. Naturally, he was unable to infuse his foundation establishment's spiritual energy into the spirit sword. But spare me, just by virtue of the amazing green spirit sword itself, it had such power. And then, Su Changfeng slashed the spirit sword across his fingers, and at the instant the spirit sword touched his skin, his finger was then easily cut and drops of blood oozed out. Simply by virtue of its own sharpness, it can cut through the skin of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. It seems that the materials used to refine this amazing green spirit sword are not mortal. Su Changfeng was shocked by the sharpness of the spirit sword, even though he hadn't run his spiritual energy to defend against it just now. But the strength of the body of a foundation establishment cultivator after going through the three major hurdles of foundation establishment was already not low. Being easily broken through the defense by the amazing green spirit sword was also enough to show that the latter's materials were already extraordinary. Su Changfeng was not a refiner and knew very little about refining weapons. The material of the amazing green spirit sword was naturally unrecognizable to him. However, at this moment, Su Changfeng did not dwell on what exactly were the materials used to refine this spiritual weapon. After trying it out, Su Changfeng whirled around and sat down, holding the spirit weapon horizontally with both hands. The reason why a spiritual weapon is called so is because it has some spirituality in itself. in contrast to high-order spirit weapons and magic treasures that directly nurture a spirit. Spirit weapons below the third order of the. Because of the limitations of the refining materials, it wasn't possible to directly give birth to an artifact spirit. But spiritual weapons have spirits, and cultivators want to be in complete control. And in the battle of the heart of the prerequisite, it is the need to use one's own spiritual energy to refine the spirituality in the spiritual weapon, so that the spirituality of the spiritual weapon is attached to one's own spiritual breath. In this way, the cultivator will be able to infuse his spiritual energy into the spiritual weapon. Fully energize the power of your spiritual weapon to help you bring out your full strength in battle. And the next thing Su Changfeng had to do was refine this green amazing spirit sword in his hand. A second order middle grade spirit weapon is still a bit difficult with my current cultivation level. However, my spiritual energy fits with his attributes, and under full refining, the success rate shouldn't be low. Su Changfeng understood that his cultivation level was a disadvantage, but likewise knew that his advantage lay in that its spiritual attributes and the amazing green spirit sword were very much wedded to each other. In this way, Su Changfeng's confidence was still relatively high. As his thoughts turned over, in the next moment, among Su Changfeng's hands, the red-colored amazing green spiritual energy began to flip and rise. His hands were tightly gripping the amazing green spirit sword. The red-colored spiritual energy urged in his hands began to wrap around the spirit sword. From the body of the sword to the hilt, the dark red spirit sword was tightly surrounded and wrapped up by red-colored spirit power. And then, Su Changfeng increased his urging, and the fire on formed by the red-colored spiritual energy, abruptly skyrocketing up. The sizzling aura within the cultivation room likewise began to rise. In an instant, the fire awnings tumbled like a flaming python, wrapping Su Changfeng's divine consciousness. It devoured towards the amazing green spirit sword, as if it was trying to refine the latter. In the next instant, Su Changfeng felt that the amazing green spirit sword, which he was holding in both hands, it began to shake violently, resisting the invasion of Su Changfeng's spiritual energy. However, for the spirit sword that fiercely resisted, it was greeted by Su Changfeng's even more violent spiritual power impact. Red-colored spirit power, dark red spirit sword. Both sides began to stalemate. However, although Su Changfeng's cultivation level was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, his amazing green spiritual power was a top Xian rank spiritual power. The two sides stalemated for roughly a quarter of an hour, and in the end, the amazing green spirit sword lost the battle, as a large amount of red-colored spiritual energy began to crazily drill into the interior of the spirit sword. Su Changfeng's divine sense also established a connection with the spirituality of the amazing green spirit sword, announcing that Su Changfeng had then finished refining the second-order medium-grade spiritual artifact, amazing green spirit sword. The next moment, Su Changfeng then felt a marvelous feeling between himself and the spirit sword in his hand. He held the amazing green spirit sword in his own hand, his heart flowing freely. If his cheap father was not in seclusion to heal his wounds, Su Changfeng could not wait to find it immediately. It was time to cut a deal and try out the power of the spirit sword in one's hand. However, now that there were no accompanying opponents, Su Changfeng could only dismiss this idea for the time being. After that, Su Changfeng had fiddled with the spirit sword for a while before he couldn't get enough of it and put it into his storage bag. Continuing to run the amazing green spirit decree, he cultivated. The night was silent, and the silent night passed away quietly in Su Changfeng's cultivation. The following morning, the light of day broke. Su Changfeng, who had taken his spiritual meal early, ordered Su Linan to notify the several elders who were in the family at the moment. Have them assemble in the family chambers. After ending the refining of the spiritual weapon, while the system's quests hadn't been refreshed yet, Su Changfeng was ready to tell the elders of the Qinglin Su clan about the news of the first-order medium-grade spirit vein in the Green Mountain Pass. Let them arrange for the family cultivators as soon as possible to head to the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land and develop it as early as possible. Early gain. An hour later, next to the family hall, in a slightly shorter attic, inside the Qinglin Su family's council hall, the figures of Su Changfeng and several elders appeared in it. Patriarch, the several elders who are in the clan at this moment are all here. Grand Elder Su Shicheng glanced at a few others before reporting to Su Changfeng. Good, great elder. I have summoned you here today because there is something that I want to talk to you about. After Su Shicheng finished speaking, Su Changfeng paused for a moment and scanned the circle, then spoke. After hearing this, the crowd sat up straight and looked at Su Changfeng, listening attentively. In the past few days, I went out for a trip and had some harvests, so I'm also sharing them with everyone today. A few days ago, I traveled to the workshop on my way to the casually saved a chi practicing loose cultivator who was carrying the earth vein inheritance, and later made some deals with him. In return, With its outpouring, we found a spirit vein in the Green Forest mountain range and the grade of that spirit vein is in the middle of the first rank, not far from the top of the first rank, that place of spiritual veins, in the remaining veins of the Green Forest mountains, near the border of the wilderness, between the mountains surrounding where the mountain pass is, the terrain is good, and I will name it the Green Mountain Pass Spiritual Land, and afterward, I received a portion of the Earth Pulse Master's inheritance from its hands as well. This is the inheritance jade slip. And then there's the fact that I recruited him as a client of the family. Currently, we are temporarily staying within the Green Mountain Pass Spiritual Land to stabilize the spirit vein. Su Changfeng changed the way he encountered Li Feng to a different one. It was also a way for Su Shicheng and the others to be able to accept it a little. The inheritance of the Earth Pulse Master that he had obtained from Li Feng was also told to the crowd. Su Changfeng's words fell, and the crowd froze after hearing them. A few breaths later, Grand Elder Su Shicheng was the first to react. Patriarch, you're saying that you searched for a first-rank medium-grade spirit vein in the past few days that you were out. Su Shicheng's words trembled slightly, and there was some sense of unreality in his tone as he confirmed to Su Changfeng. That's right. Hearing Su Changfeng's once again affirmative answer, the crowd's jaws dropped. The crowd looked at Su Changfeng with shock in their gazes. Chapter 40, Shock After Shock. Development Program. Inside the Family Chambers. What? A first-order medium-grade spirit vein. Old 4? Do you have a problem with your ears? It's a medium-grade spirit vein that's about to advance to the top of the first rank. Blessed be the ancestors. After all these years, my Qinglin Su clan is finally occupying another spirit vein land. Several elders of the Qinglin Su family, their gazes gazed at Su Changfeng. Shocked. Overflowing. The emotion is non-stop. Probably because what Su Changfeng had just said was really too shocking. It was what made the group of elders at this time have such a surprised performance. Once again, from Su Changfeng's mouth, the crowd, though incredulous, learned the affirmative answer. But accept the fact. Clan chief, what's the current status of that first-order medium-grade spirit vein? Grand Elder Su Shicheng, with trembling words, inquired once again. In that land of spirit veins, 2 spirit fields have been opened up so far, and some spirit seeds have been planted. And then the defense array has also been set up. So it's kind of like having some protection. And the Qi practicing loose cultivator I recruited, the clan's guest secretary, is stabilizing the spirit vein. Look after those 2 spiritual fields. Su Changfeng briefly told the crowd about the situation of the Green Mountain Pass Spiritual Land. The crowd got even more excited when they heard it. If Su Changfeng had only said that he had found a place of spiritual veins, the congregation may be concerned about the safety of the spiritual land now. But Su Changfeng's words had made it clear. Spiritual veins were occupied, spiritual fields were opened up, and formations were all set up. This was already equivalent to the fact that first-order medium-grade spirit vein completely belonged to the Qinglin Su clan, although the spirit vein below the main peak of the Green Forest had reached the upper second order. However, due to the number of clan cultivators of the Qinglin Su clan was quite large, together with the various spiritual fields, spiritual medicine gardens, spiritual springs and other spiritual lands, the family's mountain protection array and other aspects, all of them require spiritual veins to supply a large amount of spiritual qi. So the Qinglin Su family could only move some of the cultivators to the other 3 first-order spirit veins. Spare a thought. It's all kind of at full capacity. Now, Su Changfeng had once again searched for a spirit vein. It could help the Qinglin Su family to a great extent. Alleviate this problem. It is entirely possible to transfer another group of cultivators to this new land of spiritual veins. Release some of the pressure on the main Greenwood Peak. Moreover, that spiritual land was only a few hundred miles away from the main peak of the Green Forest. It was completely within the control of the Qinglin Su family. If anything untoward happened, the side of the main peak of the Green Forest could also provide quick support, so that the safety is also greatly improved. There was another very important reason for the crowd to be so shocked. A middle order of the first order, and even before long, a spirit vein that had a high possibility of advancing to the top grade of the first order. The benefit gain that could be brought to the Qinglin Su family was immeasurable. Take the other 3 first-order spirit veins of the Qinglin Su family at present. Among them, that first-order medium-grade spirit vein was able to steadily produce more than 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones per year for the Qinglin Su family. Now, having obtained another first-order medium-grade spirit vein, as long as we invested some spirit stones to develop and construct it, or even raise its grade to the top of the first order, then in the future, within a few years, it would be possible to start generating spirit stone revenue for the Qinglin Su family. Since security is guaranteed, that's good. The group of elders were informed that having already set up the array, there were sighs of relief. And then, Su Shilin, the second elder in charge of the family spirit pavilion, said immediately afterward, "By the way, matriarch, what is the grade of the formation set up there? There's also a first-order upper-grade defense formation within the family spirit pavilion. You see? Yeah, those clans, lately, are not very honest. It's better to be more cautious and be careful for that." After second elder Su Shilin finished speaking, several other elders also began to chime in. Nowadays, that place of spiritual veins, named Green Mountain Pass by Su Changfeng, it has already been treated by the crowd as a belonging of the Qinglin Su family, so naturally, they are concerned about its safety and security. No need. What's set up there is a first-order top-level formation with a hidden aura. It should be enough. It is now imperative that the family should immediately arrange for someone to take advantage of the fact that the spirit vein has just been pulled out of in the land of the new vein. Open up the spiritual fields as early as possible, and plant the spirit species spirit seeds. Su Changfeng reminded the crowd that the protection of the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land was already in place. Now all they had to do was to arrange for a group of clan cultivators as soon as possible to develop and build the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land. Early output of spirit stone revenue is the top priority. Yeah, sure bye. You are more familiar with this mess of affairs, so arrange it as soon as possible. However, this must be done stealthily, and some reliable clansmen selected. Although the development of the new spiritual land is imminent, do your best to keep it a secret, lest those few sniff any wind. As soon as Su Changfeng's words fell, Grand Elder Su Shichang also reacted immediately, instantly to one at the bottom, dressed in a long green shirt, with a thin face. The silent elder said, Su Shibai, the fifth elder of the Qinglin Su family, was at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, although his cultivation was not high, but with the status of a first-order top-level spiritualist, and Su Shichang arranged it to him, since there was a reason. A decade or so ago, the first-rank lower-grade spirit vein discovered by the Qinglin Su family, the Green Bamboo Mountain. At that time, when the development and construction work of that spiritual land was being done, Su Shibai followed the clan elders of the previous generation. Get involved. There is also a lot of knowledge about the construction of some spiritual lands. Now that we're building a new spiritual land, as the most skillful member of the Qinglin Su family's spiritual plant, naturally, it's a well-deserved lead. Yes, Grand Elder. Fifth Elder Su Shibai got up and said with a slight bow to Su Changfeng as well as Grand Elder Su Shichang. One more thing, Shibai, take this opportunity to select some of the family's middle generation. Clansmen with decent talent potential in the middle stage of Qi practicing will go along. The new vein is full of aura, so it's also good for them to cultivate as soon as possible. And now that the new spiritual land has appeared, the family is starting to run a little short on manpower, and they must be allowed to grow up as quickly as possible. That's right, Shilin. On your side, cooperate with Shibai, and do a good job of supporting the spirit stones and spirit goods. Don't be heartbroken about the spirit stones. Perhaps my Qinglin Su clan, with the help of the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land, can be revitalized once again. Su Shichang's successive arrangements were headstrong and quite thorough. It was also an indication, to a certain extent, that Su Shichang was able to sit in the position of Grand Elder. Its usefulness to the Qinglin Su family was indeed unquestionable. And then, the people began to discuss the specific development plan, including the dispatch of personnel, the spirit stone inputs, construction programs, and so on, were freely and enthusiastically discussed. For a while, Su Changfeng was actually somewhat unable to interject. Su Changfeng listened to the arrangement of the people, discussing how to develop the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land, and his heart was relieved. There is a treasure in the family, not to mention that the family has several treasures today. It seems that even if he is sitting on this patriarchal seat, he still only needs to cultivate hard. These matters on the family naturally have them to worry about. Then let's all listen to the arrangements of the Grand Elder and cooperate with each other. No mistakes should be made, and this Earth Pulse Master inheritance, place it within the family spirit pavilion. It's also a way to fill in some of the gaps in the family's skill inheritance. Su Changfeng threw the inheritance jade slip in his hand to second elder Su Shilin. The latter took it without much ado. After all, at this time, the crowd was immersed in the development plans for the Green Mountain Pass spiritual lands. In the midst of a heated discussion about drawing a better blueprint, Su Changfeng sat quietly, drinking spirit tea to himself, very leisurely. However, in the next moment, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Su Changfeng's mouth. The system quest was refreshed again and again. Ding! At the age of 40, in order to avoid wasting too much time on the tending of the spiritual land, that's why you decided to recruit a cultivator to take care of the spiritual land for you, to ensure that you can devote yourself to cultivation. But you are deeply concerned that the current reliance on recruiting guest ministers will not solve the problem of the lack of cultivators. But you suddenly remembered that before the family was destroyed, the family had a number of cultivators who were out practicing and escaped the disaster. Raising your cultivation is your first priority. Task: the host is requested to retrieve the family's stray bloodline clan monks. Give yourself a boost to rebuild your family. Mission alert: list of surviving cultivators of the family, Su Chang'e, totaling 5 people. This quest is a long-term quest, and you will be rewarded for finding one person. Reward: First Order Spirit Rune Master Inheritance *1. Chapter 41, Swaddling Clan's Future? Request for catch-up reading. Next to the family hall, inside the council chamber, Su Shicheng, a few elders, were in the middle of a heated discussion. In response to the development plan of the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land, several people freely expressed their opinions, and then the Grand Elder effectively refined and summarized it based on what the people had proposed. The development plan regarding the First Order medium-grade spirit vein in the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land was gradually being perfected. But the thoughts of Su Changfeng, who was sitting in the main seat, had drifted away long ago. His divine sense gently prodded, checking the system panel for the quest information that had just been refreshed. Before the future family is destroyed, there are even a few more clan members within the family who are still practicing outside. The mission information indicates that when the Qinglin Su family is overthrown in the future, there are still 5 people who survived who are not in the family for various reasons. This left Su Changfeng somewhat unintelligible. When the family was wiped out, it was so sudden that these clansmen didn't get the message. Or have they been so far out in the world that they can't get in touch with their families? It seems that if it were not for the system prompting down, the host after decades, I'm afraid, would not know that there are survivors within the family. There's even a hint for this mission? When Su Changfeng was pondering, he looked at the bottom of the mission information and realized that there was a column of mission tips. It provides a list of several people that the host needs to get back. That's pretty humane. However, Su Changfeng took a closer look at the list. Su Chang'e, Su Changyang, Su Kaiyu, Su Kaishu, Su Zhangwan. The names of the first 2 are not very familiar, though, but Su Changfeng knew that he was a clan member of the long character generation just by looking at his name. What the hell? When he saw the third name, Su Changfeng was a bit clammed up. What the heck? How come the talent generation, the chapter generation are out? Sure, Changkai Zhangxian, the most recent generations of the Qinglin Su family's characters. Su Changfeng was the eldest character, and according to the system, 20 years after he became the patriarch. It was also at the age of 40 that the Qinglin Su family finally came to an end. As far as Su Changfeng knew, the current Qinglin Su family was at a time when the long character generation was emerging. There has been no appearance of the Talent clan yet. It should be known that the children of the Qinglin Su family, only at the age of 6 years old, after detecting the body with spiritual roots, it is only then that you can be given a family character. 20 years. It is reasonable for the talent generation to appear since. But how come the chapter generation have all popped up? Could it be that he himself, in the latter part of his last clan's life, because of the severe shortage of cultivators within the clan, so the clan was encouraged to procreate, which accelerated the turnover of characters. Su Changfeng could only come up with this explanation, which was quite reasonable. No matter how Su Changfeng tried to convince himself, he was unable to decide the outcome of the system mission. Luckily, this is a long-term mission, so I won't have to worry about it for a short while. However, Su Changfeng saw that it was clearly written inside the quest hint that this quest was a long-term one. Find one person and collect your system reward. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this task would have to torment Su Changfeng for a very long time. If you really want Su Changfeng to look for it hard, you won't be able to find it. Vornama, it's not even born. How do you expect me to find it? Forget about forcing the host to die. Is it possible for the host to find 2 clansmen and have them go on a baby-making spree as a whole? Or maybe the host himself? Su Changfeng no longer dared to continue to think about it. The more he thought about it, the more alarmed his heart became. But it's good to know that this early birth reversal system is still relatively user-friendly. No host is really pushed to the brink. Now, the only thing Su Changfeng is worried about, it's this quest to find the family clan members who have strayed outside that should not slow down the overall pace of the system's quests. Most of the current rewards for these chi practicing quests were various skill inheritances that enhanced the family's heritage. By the time the progress gets to the foundation building task, surely a wave of elixirs suitable for the foundation establishment stage would be rewarded. At that time, he would be able to use this opportunity to rapidly raise his cultivation level. But at this time, Su Changfeng can only praying that the system does not appear to have any moths. I'm just looking for someone. I'm looking for someone. As Su Shicheng and the other elders centered around the topic of the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land, Su Changfeng was divinely traveling through the system panel. Thoughts. The two sets of people can be busy with their own lives. Matriarch? Matriarch? At this time, Su Changfeng heard someone call out to him. He then turned back to his senses and, realizing that it was Grand Elder Su Shicheng calling out to himself. Cough. Grand Elder. You guys are done? Su Changfeng coughed awkwardly. Yes, Patriarch. Currently, a few of us have initially planned out the construction plan for the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land based on the construction of the family's other 3 first-order spiritual vein lands, spiritual resources, and other circumstances. This includes, among other things, the cultivation of spiritual objects within the spiritual fields, the spiritual plants, and the spiritual medicine cultivation program, as well as the number of clan cultivators sent and the clansmen who have mastered the inheritance of various skills and so on. But for the specifics, it's still necessary for a few of us to travel to the Green Mountain Pass Spirit Land. Go on the ground and check out the situation before you can finalize your plans. Grand Elder Su Shicheng briefly narrated the results of their discussion to Su Changfeng. And last but not least, the final program that was added. It would not be decided until they had gone to the Green Mountain Pass Spiritual Land to check it out on the ground. This also made Su Changfeng unable to help but marvel at Grand Elder Su Shicheng's rigorous attitude in doing things. The Grand Elder is indeed an important pillar of my Qinglin Su family. Patriarch, you flatter me. It's enough for this crippled and decaying body of mine to make another contribution to the family. As for the Patriarch, he is in his prime, and is indeed the future hope of my Qinglin Su family. Yes, the First Elder is right. This strike by the Matriarch is a first-order middle-order spirit vein. It is truly amazing. That's right, there's also the Earth Pulse Master Inheritance, which is also incredibly rare. After Grand Elder Su Shicheng finished speaking, the other elders also chimed in, praising Su Changfeng. Oh, it's just a bit of luck. By the way, I've already guessed the identity and origin of that casual cultivator and it's quite reliable. There's no need to be overly exclusive, but you can't be too trusting either. Since you're already a guest secretary of the family, why should you help out when something happens? Su Changfeng mentioned about Li Feng again, hoping that these few elders would not overly reject each other. After all, the Earth Pulse Master's inheritance in Li Feng's body was precious enough. With such a talent in the family, in the maintenance of the spirit vein in the future, or in the advancement of the spirit vein, all with a lot of convenience. In response to Su Changfeng's words, all of them also responded, saying that they would keep it in mind. And then Su Changfeng stated that today's proceedings would end here. The crowd chatted a few more times before dispersing and going about their own business. By the way, Great Elder, you stay here first, I'll ask you about someone. After the rest of the elders left, Su Changfeng left Su Shicheng alone. Patriarch, you say? Su Shicheng stopped his steps and looked at Su Changfeng with some doubt. Currently, within the family, among the clansmen of the long character generation, are there any 2 clansmen called Changyi and Changyang? Su Changfeng inquired from Su Shicheng about the 2 long character clansmen prompted in the system quest. Well, Changyi, Changyang. Su Shicheng paused for a moment, seemingly rummaging through his own memory. A moment later, Su Shicheng continued, Changyi was some time ago, a child who has measured his spiritual roots, whose parents are both mortal but who has measured a spiritual root talent of 3 spiritual roots, is currently in the family academy, learn about cultivation. As for Changyang, it seems that there is none. What's the matter? Matriarch, is something wrong with these 2 clansmen? After Su Shicheng answered Su Changfeng's question, he asked cautiously immediately afterward. Oh, nothing, just asking, nothing much, you go about your business. Grand Elder, Su Changfeng dismissed Su Shicheng after a sloppy fight, although the latter had some doubts about Su Changfeng's question. However, he did not look into Su Changfeng's intentions in detail, and then he retired and left. After Grand Elder Su Shicheng left, Su Changfeng picked up the spirit tea on the wooden table and drank it. The feelings are that apart from the first clan member present, several others are still young or unborn. Hope for the future to help the host rebuild the family? The future of the family still in its infancy. Chapter 42, What? The family actually had a victim of the withdrawal stream. Requesting for catch-up reading, Su Changfeng sat alone in the family's council chamber and drank up the spirit tea on the table. No other reason. Just a moment of speechlessness. Luckily it's just a matter of finding someone. There's no cultivation requirement. If this is followed by a quest to raise their cultivation level, then it's not directly for nothing. Although the rewards for many of the quests in this prematurely born reverse system were as good as nothing, Su Changfeng got it easily. But now that the refreshed mission appears to be becoming progressively more abstract, it's almost as if a dog shook its head at the existence of it. It also made Su Changfeng go from enjoying himself at the beginning to gradually starting to get anxious. Guess I'll have to make time to check on the lucky one that's left. After waiting for a long time, the system panel in his head didn't ring with the prompt of mission completion. Su Changfeng began to calculate in his heart. System tasks are not directly completed. It seemed that one needed to meet the young child called Su Changyi face to face before the system could recognize the completion of the mission. Therefore, Su Changfeng was ready to take some time and go to the family's academy to meet the latter now. No matter what, Su Changfeng had to complete this current system mission as soon as possible, even if it was a first-order spirit rune master inheritance. It wasn't very necessary for the current Qinglin Su family. However, Su Changfeng did this in order not to delay the progress of the system mission. Facing the unknown development of the Qinglin Su family in the next 10 years or so, the difficult predicament they were about to suffer, Su Changfeng had to seize the time to refresh the system quest to the foundation establishment level. As soon as possible, he would raise his cultivation level with the help of the system rewards. According to the host's future encounters when the reverse system was activated, when the Qinglin Su family was destroyed, Su Changfeng's cultivation should be at the level of foundation establishment perfection, and he failed to open up the Violet Mansion, and was eventually surrounded and killed, leading to the family's demise. Then Su Changfeng must be the one to seize all the time to raise his cultivation and speed up his progress. If we really followed the time point suggested by the system, Su Changfeng would have to, within 20 years, be successful opening of the Purple Mansion. At that time, with his Purple Mansion cultivation, he will dominate the Green Forest mountain range. The cultivation forces that harbored mischief in their hearts were directly subdued by thunderous means. One force breaks all laws. As long as Su Changfeng's cultivation level was high enough and his strength was strong enough, then the family crisis 20 years later will be gone. Without the appearance of the reverse system, Su Changfeng, even if he had a double spirit root, but with the full support of a foundation establishment power of the Qinglin Su clan, it would be very difficult to successfully open the Violet Mansion within 20 years. In the immortal cultivation world, the existence of loose cultivators who open up their purple mansions and condense their jindans. There are but the numbers are very rare. Most high-ranking cultivators have the background of an immortal cultivation force behind them, gathering the strength of a clan by providing for its cultivation. The likelihood of achieving the Great Way increases, and Su Changfeng likewise realized this problem. At present, the Qinglin Su family can give him very little help. He had to make the Qinglin Su clan grow as quickly as possible, reaching a level that could provide for his own opening of the Violet Mansion. And this prematurely born retrograde system was the opportunity that prompted the rapid growth of the Qinglin Su family. Su Changfeng had to firmly grasp it to defuse the crisis in the near future. For the next few days, Su Changfeng stayed inside the cultivation room, practicing his gong methods. Some sense of crisis made Su Changfeng motivated to cultivate. On the other hand, the Qinglin Su family elders, led by Grand Elder Su Shichang, preparations began in earnest. The potential of the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land was infinite, and any time delayed was wasted. That's why the elders of the Qinglin Su family unanimously decided to invest spirit stones at any cost, develop the Castle Peak Pass spiritual land as soon as possible. In the midst of intense private preparations by all, the Qinglin Su family's team to develop the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land had already taken shape. This team was led by a first-ranked top spirit plant master, the fifth elder, Su Shibai. It consisted of clansmen who mastered various types of skills, as well as a group of cultivators in the middle to early stages of qi cultivation. The team is well equipped with all types of spiritual resources and the personnel are in good spirits. All of them were given a request for secrecy by the elders. When everything was ready, Su Changfeng also met, in private, with this team that the elders had formed. Some verbal motivation was carried out, and it also lifted the spirits of the crowd, which was energized. 5 days later, a party of 20 monks, by the light of the moon, quietly, he left the main peak of the Green Forest and set off towards the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land in the direction of the border wilderness. This time, the team was made up of Su Shichang, the grand elder of the Qinglin Su family, and Su Shilin, the second elder. The three elders of the fifth elder, Su Shibai, led the way. The first two were just following the team to check out the specifics of the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land on the ground. The latter, fifth elder Su Shibai, was the main leader of the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land construction team this time, and Su Changfeng, who was the patriarch, did not follow the group to the Green Mountain Pass again. These small matters, naturally, have the elders in charge. He only needs some time. Just go and see the results. And a few days of cultivation had made Su Changfeng a bit dull, so he then prepared to go to the family academy for a turn, take a break and stop by to see what's going on with the kid named Su Changyi. The family academy of the Qinglin Su family was built at the foot of the side peak of the main Qinglin Peak. This place is secluded and elegant, with lush grass and spiritual plants and a beautiful environment. Just the right thing for children to learn. At the foot of the mountain, Su Changfeng strolled forward to the family academy. From a distance, I could see several lofts in the distance, standing in the middle of a bamboo forest. In the context of its surroundings, it is quite a bit of a paradise. A little closer, Su Changfeng could hear that the instructor in the academy was teaching the writing children to cultivate and practice the introductory method of qi cultivation. The method of qi condensation, which is the introductory method of cultivation, has the following key points. Do you understand? Practice on your own. Raise your hand if you have any questions. Su Changfeng walked in to take a look. The instructor was an old white-robed twilight cultivator of the Xing character generation, was speaking on the stone platform, and underneath sat a dozen children listening attentively. Su Changfeng collected his breath and stood quietly watching. There was no disturbing these children who were studying. Instructor, I have a question. A boy at the bottom raised his hand and spoke. Naigi, what problem have you encountered? Old instructor Twilight asked patiently. Instructor, here's the deal. Su Changfeng, who originally had hesitation, was looking toward waiting until the end of this class, then go up and ask which one is Su Changyi. However, the exchange between the two of them allowed Su Changfeng to see Su Changyi's appearance. 6 years old model, has not yet faded childish face, milky voice, looks very cute. Su Changfeng didn't know when the lesson would end, so he waited quietly on the side. Somewhat bored, he opened the system panel. Previously he vaguely remembered that the mission information had a mission prompt that began to unfold, so he flipped through it. First is the clue information for Su Changyi. Mission alert, surviving clan member, Su Changyi. Main information, cultivator of the Qinglin Su family. Current cultivation level is in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Because he was repudiated by the family of the Taoist couple who had set the marriage contract before the foundation building, he was resentful and left the family in a fit of anger. After traveling outside and building his own foundation, he cultivated alone. Location, Changxingfu, Yunzhou County. Self-constructed foundation. Middle stage of foundation building. This is already on the verge of catching up with me 20 years from now. Why is a clan member with such excellent talent practicing out there alone? Between Su Changfeng's doubts, he continued to look backward. Repent. Running away from home. What the hell? What a niche term that is. Seeing the back, Su Changfeng came to a realization in his heart, and immediately, his face was filled with astonishment. Unexpectedly, in this world of immortal cultivation, the Qinglin Su family even had victims of the withdrawal stream. Chapter 43, Changyi, you must concentrate on your cultivation, and in the future, my elder brother will find you a good Taoist couple. Looking at the round face hung with childishness, the half-meter-tall Su Changyi, he was milking his voice and asking the academy instructor for advice on the questions he encountered about practicing the qi condensation decree. Su Changfeng's face was filled with black lines, and he was somewhat helpless. At this moment, he really wanted to rush up, grab Su Changyi's collar, and just beat him up. With the talent of the 3 spirit roots, as long as one is dedicated to the Tao and concentrates on hard cultivation, foundation building is not a concern. Even the Purple Mansion has a chance to put up a fight. To think that the demoralized and resentful Su Changyi could even attempt to build a foundation on his own. And he was also able to break through the middle stage of foundation establishment at an age of less than 30. This kind of natural talent is truly amazing. If there was no effect of that crap about withdrawing from the marriage, Su Changyi had devoted herself to cultivation with all her heart and soul. I'm afraid his cultivation will definitely be something to look forward to. Maybe the Qinglin Su family of 20 years ago had 2 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. There's every likelihood of surviving that wave. Tell me about you. You don't cultivate properly. You don't pursue the path of immortality that countless monks aspire to, preferring to think about finding some kind of Taoist couple. And yet you've had your heart broken and left home because of a female monk. Listen to your elder brother. The water is too deep for you to grasp the female cultivators in this world. Just follow your elder brother and cultivate well. If a bad woman touches you, elder brother will take her for you. Guaranteed not to mess with your Tao. Outside the family academy, in the bamboo forest, Su Changfeng looked at the young child Su Changyi, who was thirsty for knowledge. In the school hall, it seemed to have made up its mind of some sort. Changyi, have you memorized all that I just said? The old Twilight instructor of the academy spoke in a gentle tone, softly saying to Su Changyi, mark it, instructor. Thank you, instructor. Changyi will definitely go back and practice diligently to condense qi as soon as possible and step into the qi practicing realm. The half-man tall Su Changyi bowed deeply to the academy instructor to show his gratitude. Such a scene made Su Changfeng, who was outside the academy, look at it. In this immortal cultivation world, because of the influence of the heaven and earth aura, Children generally open their minds very early. After testing out the spiritual roots at the age of 6, he began to cultivate. Su Chang'e, at the age of 6 or so, shows such sophistication and intelligence. There is also the good habit of respecting the old man who teaches the lessons. This kind of understanding, after Su Changfeng saw it today, it made him somewhat like this child. With the talent of 3 spirit roots, the speed of cultivation is not slow. And still, after the setbacks of reach such a realm, could it be that he is carrying some kind of exotic treasure? A spiritual body or something like that? Thinking of this, Su Changfeng had a bold guess. After all, the system quest hints that saw Su Chang'e's later experiences, but it's a proper lead role. Withdrawal. That's not the usual script. This made Su Changfeng very suspicious in his heart, and Su Chang'e was very likely to be just as he thought. There is a difference. This little brat is quite pleasing to the eye. It seems that we will have to pay more attention to it in the future. Su Changfeng immediately decided that if he had time in the future, he would definitely pay more attention to this Su Chang'e. If there was really any spirit body or something like that, it would need to be cultivated vigorously. The most admirable thing about an immortal cultivation clan is that the clan members, the cultivators, blossom in all directions. A grand spectacle for each. Throughout the ages, old men have grown old, and the passing of a man is destiny. But within the immortal cultivation clan, there are always new people popping up all the time. This is the way to keep the family reproducing and prospering. The Qinglin Su family, relying on Su Changfeng alone to top it up was extremely difficult. There were only the many cultivators within the family, with 100 flowers competing for the fragrance of each. Only then can the underlying strength of the Qinglin Su family continue to grow stronger and prosper. So Su Chang'e became his target. Such talent. Naturally, it's a good idea to cultivate it. Good boy. Not practicing properly, but indulging in those vegetative things. Don't worry. As the patriarch and elder brother, it's incumbent upon me to help you fend off bad women. Since no one has any questions, that's it for today's lesson. Everyone must go back and cultivate diligently. Don't play around and waste the best time for cultivation. The academy instructor, a white-robed old man, lightly stroked his beard and taught the dozens of children underneath him. Remind them to practice more. Thank you, instructor. The children at the bottom, led by Su Chang'e, bowed in unison to thank the instructor on the stone platform. The crowd then followed the instructor out of the schoolhouse and went home. Seeing that the crowd in the academy had dispersed, Su Changfeng in the bamboo forest also walked towards the academy. Elder Xinghai, today's academy is over? Su Changfeng's aura was astringent, so these few people coming out of the academy hadn't realized his arrival. Oh, it's the matriarch? Su Xinghai heard someone calling his name, and followed the sound of the voice to look at realizing that the visitor was actually Su Changfeng, who had just assumed the position of patriarch. He hurriedly was arching his hand and saluting. Old ancestor Xinghai is discounting kid Changfeng. The old man in front of him, the instructor in the family's academy, was familiar to Su Changfeng. Su Xinghai, of the Qinglin Su family's Xingzi generation of clansmen, was already over 100 years old. However, due to his special cultivation technique, his body was well taken care of when he was young. Although he was already over 100 years old, his body's qi and blood were not decaying to such a serious degree. So the spirits are pretty good at the moment. Su Changfeng's familiarity with the other party was due to the fact that he had just detected his spirit root at that time. When he began to learn about immortal cultivation, the instructor of the academy was Su Xinghai. And when Su Changfeng took over as the head of the Qinglin Su family, it was under the auspices of Su Xinghai that the ceremony of granting the talisman was completed. Everyone, come and meet the matriarch. Su Xinghai greeted the children of the academy and came over to salute Su Changfeng. When those children saw Su Changfeng, they didn't recognize him at first glance. Curious, he looked at the big brother in front of him with some curiosity, but with Su Xinghai's reminder, he also reacted immediately. Greetings, matriarch. A dozen or so children, imitating Su Xinghai's movements in a decent manner, saluted Su Changfeng, and Su Changfeng patiently responded to them and gave a few spirit stones to each of them. Tell them to hurry up and go home now. Old ancestor Xinghai, I'm just passing by, checking out these little guys. These are the future of my Qinglin Su family. Ha ha, what the patriarch said. When Su Xinghai heard Su Changfeng mention these children he taught, his heart was very happy. Old ancestor Xinghai, it's very tiring to teach these little ones. You should go and rest. Good, then you are busy. Matriarch, I'll leave you now. My mental state has really failed me lately. Oh, old age, old age. Su Xinghai laughed and also left the academy. Chang'e, Su Changfeng, on the other hand, called out to Su Chang'e who was in the middle of the crowd. Brother Patriarch, you called for me? Su Chang'e, who was fading away, turned around and ran towards Su Changfeng when she heard his words. That's right, it's calling you then. When Su Changyi ran over again, Su Changfeng wore a smile on his face, and between smiles he bent down and, rubbing Su Changyi's little head. In the next moment, the words came out of his mouth. Changyi you must concentrate on your cultivation. In the future, elder brother will find you a good Taoist couple. Chapter 44, A Little Sense. Closed door. At the foot of the side peak of the main peak of the green forest, in front of the family academy, inside the bamboo forest, Su Changfeng and Su Changyi both looked at each other, and the latter looked at Su Changfeng with a dumbfounded expression. Brother Patriarch, what are you talking about? Su Changyi raised her little head, a puzzled look on her face. And, I don't know what this patriarchal big brother in front of me is talking about, though enlightened early and already in touch with the knowledge of cultivation. But some of the things Su Changfeng had mentioned about Dao couples, the Qinglin Su family naturally would not teach them in the academy. Kidding aside, what immortal cultivation family, from a young age, starts teaching such a thing? Oh, Changyi, you're still young. You'll know when you grow up later. Changyi, be good. Listen to your patriarch brother, cultivate seriously, and become as powerful as me in the future. Su Changfeng realized that what he had just said, the other party was still young and couldn't understand. This was followed by words that guided the latter to cultivate hard, and Su Changyi heard the latter half of Su Changfeng's sentence, cultivating as much as he did. Su Changyi understood at once. Instantly, he nodded his head and said he knew. They, the children, after they had their spiritual roots measured and entered the family academy to begin their studies, from the mouths of many in the family, the faculty, the clan, all had heard stories about the family's new patriarch, Su Changfeng. Though they didn't understand it, an important message was repeated in each of their mouths. That is, to be like the new patriarch, Su Changfeng, a respected and powerful foundation-building cultivator. When I was a child, I aspired to become an immortal, but now I finally have the chance to practice. Su Changyi naturally wanted to go all out. That's why he was the most active in the academy out of the group of juniors. I'll definitely try my best to cultivate, and in the future I'll be as powerful as my patriarch brother. Su Changyi raised her little head and said to Su Changfeng with a serious face, Oh, little Changyi is really something. Su Changfeng, who had been more fond of playing with small children in his previous life, was looking at the Su Changyi in front of him at this time, and the more he looked at her, the more he liked her. And then he also remembered what the Grand Elder had said about Su Changyi coming to the family for the first time. His parents are both mortal in the mundane world. Then he said, Changyi, what are you not used to when you first come to the family spirit mountain? Stay here alone and hang out more with those your age in the family. If you encounter any difficulties, you can go directly to the family elders and just say you're looking for me. The latter, at the age of 6, came alone to the unfamiliar surroundings of the main peak of the green forest. There must be a lot of discomfort, so Su Changfeng was also concerned. Brother Patriarch, the uncles and aunts in the family, my brothers and sisters are all very kind to me. That's fine, go back now, it'll get late later. Okay. Thank you Brother Patriarch for the spirit stones. After simply exchanging a few more sentences, Su Changfeng hurriedly let Su Changyi go back, looking at the tiger-headed Su Changyi's running and jumping figure far away. Su Changfeng would smile. Cultivation of immortality. The road of no return with the sky and the earth and people. A road full of difficulties and obstacles. Insidious and cunning. That is to say, to Su Changyi's family children who have just set foot on the path of cultivation. It's the only way to keep that innocence. During this period of time when he had taken office as the family patriarch, Su Changfeng's heart was still relatively calm. There wasn't a lot of thoughts or feelings about sitting in the position of patriarch, because all affairs within the family are managed by the elders. All he needed to do was to continue with his previous cultivation. But today, the scene inside the school hall made Su Changfeng's heart quite emotional. The family's Xingji generation ancestor Su Xinghai at the age of 100 years old still hold on to the position of the family academy instructor. Su Shichang, Su Shilin, and Su Shichang, the Shitzi generation clansmen, were already the top pillars within the family, and the new generation's eldest character, Su Changfeng, also walked up to the stage. Many of the long-worded clansmen have already begun to show their talents. There was also a portion of the clan members at the bottom of the long character generation who were gradually moving towards the path of cultivation. The current 3 generations of characters of the Qinglin Su family seem to be working for the prosperity of the entire family. This kind of inheritance between the old, middle and young generations made Su Changfeng understand at once that this sense of generational inheritance within a cultivation family like the Qinglin Su family, Su Changfeng had a lot of feelings in his heart, and also in this instant, understand that he, as a part of the Qinglin Su family, and even more so, as the patriarch, all the people who bore on him. He needed his family behind him, to support him in his cultivation. But the clan needed him just as much to lead the clan cultivators within the clan and work together to add to it. After leaving from the family academy, Su Changfeng went around the main peak of the green forest. After looking at it, he went back into the cultivation room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. The host is asked to retrieve the family's stray bloodline clan cultivators to provide assistance in rebuilding the family. Quest reward, First Order Spiritual Talisman Master Inheritance *1. Rewards have been issued and automatically deposited into the system storage space. Su Changfeng, who had just settled down and was ready to continue his cultivation, suddenly heard the system mission completion prompt. And then, another inheritance jade slip appeared in Su Changfeng's hand, now rewarded by the system's quests. Alchemy, Spiritual Plants, the First Order inheritance of the 3 immortal cultivation techniques of talisman making had all arrived. This is already a gradual improvement in the passing on of skills for a family that is being rebuilt. However, for the Qinglin Su family at this time, these 3 skill inheritances, and just the alchemy one, completing the second order inheritance within the family, the rest was of little use. And then, Su Changfeng's divine sense moved and opened the system panel, checking the mission information. At the age of 40, in order to avoid wasting too much time on the tending of the spiritual land, that's why you decided to recruit a cultivator to take care of the spiritual land for you, to ensure that you can devote yourself to cultivation. Progress towards completion, 20%. Mission alert, list of surviving cultivators of the family, Su Changyi, totaling 5 people. This quest is a long-term quest, and you will be rewarded for finding 1 person. Reward for the next stage, Xian rank lower grade water attribute technique *1. Looking at the progress and rewards and the mission information had been updated, Su Changfeng's heart was also in the right place. This task cannot be accomplished for the time being, so it will have to be put on hold for the time being, waiting for the birth of the remaining 4 to have any hope of completion. However, Su Changfeng was also unmotivated to cultivate at this time. After all, within the system, before the new quests had been refreshed, his heart was unsettled, unable to meditate, and he could only keep praying in his heart that the system quests were refreshed. Kung Fu! After waiting for a long time, Su Changfeng finally was able to hear the familiar voice again. The mission refreshed. Ding! After much effort, the host has managed to retrieve a stray family monk. In this way, with the rest of the family and others like me to help you, you are full of expectations for the future reconstruction of the family. Confidence. However, you are deeply concerned about the lack of cultivation and the embarrassment of your financial resources, which makes it difficult for you to speak out. So you began to concentrate on your training, practicing your alchemy skills to improve your strength and earn more spirit stones for your family. Quest, please have the host cultivate the gongfu to the state of minor accomplishment. And he had raised his alchemy skill to the top of the first rank. Quest reward, 5,000 lower grade spirit stones. After glancing at the mission information, Su Changfeng left a sound-retaining jade slip for Su Linan. With that, he also entered a state of seclusion. Chapter 45, Small Achievement of the Successful Technique. Whoa! A few days later, the main peak of the green forest, the back of the mountain, inside the patriarch's courtyard. In the cultivation room, Su Changfeng's silhouette sat cross-legged within it, his hands clasped together and spread out on his knees. The aura within the cultivation room was so dense that it rose into a mist that lingered throughout the space. Exhale, inhale, exhale. The breath between Su Changfeng's gulps was not even, as if he was breathing along a specific pattern. Between the continuous changes of the seals of his hands, a large amount of spirit mist within the cultivation room was induced to converge towards him. Immediately after that, the spirit mist that surrounded Su Changfeng's body was again crazily inhaled by his dantian. Inside the dantian, the incoming spirit mist was being continuously refined by it was eventually condensed into a drop of spiritual energy liquid that converged into the dantian. In this scene, it was Su Changfeng in the middle of his cultivation, running his gongfu, constantly performing the absorption of spiritual qi as well as the condensation of spiritual energy in the dantian. The spirit mist was also the very same second-order upper-grade spirit vein underneath the main peak of the green forest, under the effect of the spirit gathering formation, gathering a large amount of aura, eventually compressing it continuously and turning it into mist-like. It is also more convenient for cultivators to absorb and transform. On the main peak of the green forest, there were quite a number of cultivation chambers like Su Changfeng's that had been arranged with spirit-gathering arrays, but there are fewer than 5 rooms that are as effective as this. These 5 cultivation rooms are all arranged with this second-order spirit-gathering formation. Again, it was constructed where the aura of the spiritual vein was leaking, the final level of aura concentration that can be achieved. The cultivation effect is at the top of the list of second-order cultivation rooms. And these 5 cultivation rooms are only for the use of foundation establishment cultivators. Only foundation establishment cultivators were also qualified to open and use it. Therefore, the only 2 people in the Qinglin Su family who could currently enjoy this kind of cultivation room were Su Changfeng and his cheap father, Su Shichang. With such conditions, Su Changfeng naturally seized the time to cultivate and enhance his cultivation, the realm of minor accomplishment of Gongfu, and the upper grade of the first rank of alchemy skill. Both want to complete. The difficulty is not small. After the end of the cultivation of a method, Su Changfeng was ready to take a rest and recover some of his divine sense. Keep practicing again. And Su Changfeng was so hardworking because of the new mission refreshed by the system. It was the need for him to cultivate his Gongfu to the minor achievement realm, as well as raise his alchemy skill to the upper first rank. The latter required a large amount of first-order elixirs to pad the bottom, allowing Su Changfeng to engage in a large amount of elixir practice, ultimately learning from their experiences between constant failure and success. Successfully helped his skill level in the alchemy Dao to reach the top of the first order. That's why Su Changfeng went all out to cultivate first for this retreat, raising the realm of the top Xian rank technique, the amazing green spirit technique, to the minor achievement realm. There are 2 reasons for this, one being that the latter requires a great deal of elixir to support the. Currently, the Qinglin Su family is investing heavily in the development of the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land. This year, the family's finances should be the deficit, so the plan of a first-order upper-grade alchemist, Su Changfeng, was ready to slow down later. Everything will be considered after the successful development of the Green Mountain Pass spiritual land. The second reason was that, after Su Changfeng had been deeply touched inwardly a few days ago, understanding the heavy burden he was carrying, he wanted to raise his cultivation urgently. Although the current cultivation level of the early stage of foundation establishment has been stabilized, however, the fundamental underpinnings of foundation building still need to take a lot of time to be compacted. It was wanting to break through into the middle stage of foundation establishment, if not with the power of the elixir. Without a few years of time to settle down, it's mostly impossible to break through easily. But nowadays, one's own kung fu is a bird in the hand. The gongfu was from the introductory to the small completion level, and it was also of considerable help to his strength enhancement. And in these few days, Su Changfeng couldn't even be bothered to consume the spirit meal every day, cultivating his gongfu with all his might. After a short rest, Su Changfeng felt some of his divine sense recovered. Immediately afterward, he plunged back into cultivation. Tireless, it only stops to rest when its divine sense is weakened. For the rest of the time, Su Changfeng stayed within the cultivation room. Cultivate gong methods, absorb aura, rest, restore divine sense, and continue cultivating. It's simple and brutal and repeats itself over and over again. Su Changfeng's high perseverance from his 2 lifetimes, coupled with this body's dual spirit root talent, the combination of the 2 had created Su Changfeng, a foundation establishment cultivator who was less than 18 years old. This cultivation speed, even if it was placed in the northern cloudy mortal cultivation world, the area of Anbei Fu, it's all about being able to rank. And now, Su Changfeng had put this perseverance into the cultivation of his gongfu, coupled with his not-so-weak enlightenment. Su Changfeng, who was in seclusion this time and was fully cultivating his gongfu, almost every day has a significant harvest. In this way, Su Changfeng, who was in closed-door cultivation, continued to make progress. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a month's worth of time had slipped away. In the cultivation room, Su Changfeng was still sitting upright, the familiar hand seals of his hands constantly changing. His breath was also waxing and waning. Looking closely, Su Changfeng's process of running the gongfu was more than a month ago when it becomes progressively smoother and more skillful. Suddenly, the speed of Su Changfeng's hand seal formation increased. The speed at which the different seals were converted was equally fast. In the next moment, Su Changfeng was like a bottomless pit of aura within the cultivation room. It began to surge toward him in a frenzy, and the target of these auras was Su Changfeng's Dantian. However, it appeared to be that these auras were surging towards Su Changfeng's Dantian on their own, but in reality, the one who started it all was Su Changfeng. Its functioning gong method was helping him to frantically absorb the aura within the cultivation room. As a large amount of aura entered Su Changfeng's Dantian and reached a certain level, it's almost as if it's getting to the limit of what it can take. Abruptly, Su Changfeng once again accelerated the speed of his hand seal changes. A powerful force rose from within Su Changfeng's Dantian. It began to compress the aura that entered it. These auras were constantly compressed and condensed, turning into drops of red-colored spiritual energy that it flowed toward the sea of spiritual energy. The entire process lasted for more than 10 breaths. After Su Chongfeng's last hand seal change ended, the last drop of red-colored spiritual energy fell into the Dantian's spiritual energy, after which, everything within the Dantian returned to calm. Phew! The amazing green spirit technique has finally reached the minor accomplishment realm. Feeling the amount as well as the speed of the spiritual energy that had been refined this time, Su Chongfeng, whose fatigue was evident on his face, the corners of his mouth were finally upturned. A month of intense cultivation day and night had long since made Su Chongfeng exhausted, but now the good news that the Gongfu has successfully stepped into the realm of minor accomplishment, it made Su Chongfeng's mood become joyful. Phew! Got up and stretched a great deal, and for a moment, the fatigue was gone. Su Chongfeng, who hadn't been in contact with the outside world for a month, decided to end this seclusion. Now that his father was in seclusion and he was the only one left to build the foundation, naturally, he could not stay in seclusion for a long period of time. He was about to walk out of the cultivation room when he suddenly sensed that in the sound transmission jade slip of the cultivation room, with a lingering note from Suriname, Su Chongfeng's divine sense probed into the jade slip and checked it out. However, Su Chongfeng, who had finished checking the message left on his voice, his face instantly looked out of place. The mood was also instantly bad, because something bad has happened to the family. Chapter 46, Trail of the Robber Cultivator. Suspicion. In the cultivation room, Su Chongfeng's divine sense withdrew from the jade slip, his face full of gravity. After placing the jade slip back into its original position, he immediately got up, opened the door to the cultivation room, and walked out. Outside the door, Su Linan stood guard, and when he saw Su Chongfeng come out, he stepped forward and made a gesture to open his mouth. Lin Nan, I've seen the Jade's simple reminder. How many days? Without waiting for Su Linan to speak, Su Chongfeng was the first to ask. Matriarch, 3 days ago, the Grand Elder came over and saw that you were still in seclusion. After leaving a message, he left in a hurry. Su Linan reported truthfully. As for Su Chongfeng, after hearing this, his expression became even more grave. Then he walked towards the outside of the attic. Inform the Grand Elder that I'm out of the gate, and that all elders will gather in the family council hall. Outside the attic, Su Chongfeng's figure was far away, but his voice floated in from afar. Upon hearing this, Su Linan also immediately headed outward, quickly walking towards the residence of the Grand Elder. Preparing to follow Su Chongfeng's arrangement, he informed the elders to go. This is the business of Sulin, naturally very familiar. Half an hour later, in the council chamber next to the family hall, Su Chongfeng as well as Grand Elder Su Shichang and several other elders appeared among them. Patriarch, the several elders in the clan are all here. Su Shichang looked towards Su Chongfeng, who was on the main seat with a somewhat gloomy expression, and immediately said, Elder Shiyu, what exactly happened? Tell me. It's just a short message in the message. That's why Su Chongfeng wanted to understand the specifics of the matter. Yes, here's the thing. And then, Su Shiyu, who was a participant in the matter, told the whole story. Su Chongfeng also listened attentively. It turned out that the misfortune that the Grand Elder was talking about was a caravan of merchants from the Qinglin Su clan that was transporting spiritual goods. Something happened on the way to the workshop. To be precise, they met a group of robbing cultivators that the other party had looted the large amount of first-order spirit goods that the caravan was carrying. This caravan, it was a large merchant fleet that the Qinglin Su clan had to transport spiritual goods to the Qinglin marketplace every quarter. What was carried was a large amount of first-order spirit materials produced by the 3 spirit lands of the Qinglin Su family. It will be used for the consumption of the Su family's stores in the Qinglin market or stored in the stores, waiting to sell. That's almost a quarter of the year's spiritual output. Now that the caravan has been robbed, and all the spirits have been lost, it can be said to have hurt the aorta of the Qinglin Su family this year at once. Without this batch of spirit goods, the Qinglin Su family's spirit stone earnings this year would definitely drop by a large margin. 6th Elder Su Shiyu said while Su Chongfeng looked at the latter. He noticed that Su Shiyu's breath was a bit depleted. Most likely he had suffered a considerable amount of injuries, and Su Chongfeng was refining the key information based on what Su Shiyu had told him. This time, the caravan was personally escorted by Su Shiyu, the 6th elder of the Qinglin Su family, who was in charge of the family's caravan as well as the various affairs of the marketplace. In addition to Su Shiyu, who was at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, the team was equipped with 2 late-stage Qi cultivators, as well as a dozen or so Qi practitioner early to middle-stage clansmen accompanying him. With a team configuration like that, it's not exactly luxurious, but it's not weak, either. After all, they were carrying the name of the Qinglin Su family. If they were to walk around the rest of the Anbei province, this strength might not be much of a guarantee. But here in this neighborhood of the Green Forest mountain range, with the name of the Green Forest Su family in Unusual forces and robber cultivators naturally didn't dare to easily develop a covetous heart. The name of one of the 4 major foundation building forces was still very good in the vicinity of the Green Forest mountain range. But now, the Qinglin Su clan's procession for transporting spiritual objects was actually at the doorstep of their home. It was robbed by a group of cultivators of unknown origin. To an ordinary person, this is exactly like touching a tiger's whiskers. Even Su Changfeng, who heard the news at this time, thought so at first. Although at this time, Su Shichang of the Qinglin Su family, who was in the middle stage of foundation establishment, was closed down. But after all, there were newly minted foundation establishment cultivators appearing. Even if it's weak, but at least it's a foundation building power that stood for hundreds of years. There really is an ungrateful robber cultivator who dares to provoke. Elder Shiyu, how are the team losses? Su Changfeng was also the first to care about the casualty losses of the team. All of the spirits transported by the party were looted and plundered, and no one of the clan's cultivators died. But basically, they all suffered some injuries on their bodies, and a few of the clansmen were over-injured and are still being treated. Su Shiyu's tone was low, and there was a hint of guilt in his words. The originally spirited blue-robed fat cultivator had now become depressed. The family's merchant fleet was under his own responsibility, and this time, transporting spiritual goods. He had, in order to make sure that nothing went wrong, the personal escort. But I didn't expect to run into such a disaster. Shiyu did not do his job well, so I asked the clan to chastise him, the clan leader as well as all the elders. After saying these words, Su Shiyu's tone completely lowered and it was as if the last breath of spirit that had sustained him had given out. The tragic results at this point are a little hard for him to accept, and he understands that the one is primarily responsible. Elder Shiyu doesn't have to be like this. No clan members dying is a good result. Spirit stone possessions are nothing more than things outside the body. As long as one lives, sooner or later one will earn them back. Su Changfeng looked at Su Shiyu's withered appearance and spoke out to comfort him, but then he asked about the people coming from the other side. Elder Shiyu, that group of robber cultivators, what is their strength? More than twice our number in all but above us in strength. The leader of the group has a perfect cultivation of practicing qi. There are 5 people in the late stage of practicing qi, and the strength of the rest of the cultivators is not weak either. Su Shiyu thought back to that time, when the group of cultivators suddenly appeared. After Su Changfeng heard this, his heart also instantly understood. The strength of the other party, far above Su Shiyu and the others, was not able to defeat the other party, and the spiritual objects were looted. Nature is understandable. However, what made Su Changfeng not understand was that the other party was so strong that it was entirely possible to leave most of Su Shiyu's team behind, or even exterminate them. But there were no deaths among the clan cultivators of the Qinglin Su clan. It's just that most of them are injured, with varying degrees of severity. Such suspicions made Su Changfeng somewhat puzzled. If we exclude Su Shiyu and the others who escaped from the battlefield at the last minute, that leaves only one possibility. That is, the other party's goal was the spiritual objects that Su Shiyu and the others were escorting, not to kill anyone. In that situation, why did no clan member not appear to die? Could it be that the other party stayed their hand? Su Changfa inquired again. The patriarch really did anticipate the situation, and after the other party made their move, they left no stone unturned against us, but it seems to be deliberately avoiding hitting us. Instead, they immediately chose to withdraw after controlling the spirits. We tried to give chase, but we couldn't help the other side, and most of the clansmen have been seriously injured. Lost the fight. No pursuit. Su Shiyu recalled in his mind and told everything that happened at that time. And when Su Changfeng heard this, he pondered in his heart and instantly realized, as if he had thought of something. Chapter 47, Speculation. Method of response. In the council hall, Su Changfeng listened to the report of the 6th elder Su Shiyu, and his thoughts kept turning over and over in his mind. Countless thoughts bubbled up. The family caravan was robbed. There's a lot of suspicion. It made Su Changfeng speculate in his heart what the truth of the matter was. Elder Shiyu, is it possible to tell a thing or two about those robber cultivators? Su Shiyu was, after all, a personal witness to this scourge. Therefore, Su Changfeng still wanted to learn, from its mouth, more information about that group of robbing cultivators, to verify whether the conjecture in his mind had credibility. When that group of robber cultivators touched their hands, they could tell that most of them had reservations. Moreover, I fought with that chi practicing perfection cultivator in the lead several times and was easily suppressed by him. And, while I'm no match for him, I can feel that the opponent still has quite a few reservations. Unlike an unusual chi practicing perfection, Su Shiyu recalled the details of his fight with the chi practicing perfection cultivator opposite him at that time. He had been at the 8th level of chi practicing for almost 10 years. Although he had not been able to break through to the 9th level of chi practice, the foundation of chi practice was already solid enough, and even against some cultivators at the 9th level of chi practice, it can also resist 1 or 2, but when facing the other party, a casual strike completely suppressed him. It made Su Shiyu very suspicious that the other party might not be an unusual chi practicing perfection cultivator. There is even a possibility that the other party is not a chi cultivator. Instead, it was a foundation building cultivator. After Su Shiyu finished speaking, Su Changfeng carefully sifted through the key points. In fact, not only the person concerned Su Shiyu's heart has this kind of speculation, even Su Changfeng, after hearing the situation he described, this thought also rose in his heart. Moreover, Su Changfeng analyzed from a higher level that the other party might not be just a simple robber cultivator. Their goal wasn't simply to loot that batch of spirits either. According to Su Shiyu's description, the one who struck out was most likely a foundation establishment cultivator. The batch of spirits from the Qinglin Su family could be transported by way of a merchant fleet. Basically, they were all first-order spirit creatures at the chi practicing level. These spirits, even if they are quite numerous, for a foundation establishment cultivator, is not very attractive. Therefore, Su Changfeng guessed that the main purpose of the other party's strike this time that there's a big chance that it's targeting the Qinglin Su family. It could even be said that it was to test the Qinglin Su family. Elder Sagong, do you think it's possible that someone is out to test us? After Su Shiyu finished speaking, the crowd was speechless and silent, each contemplating. At this time, Su Changfeng turned his head and looked at Grand Elder Su Shicheng. When Su Shicheng heard Su Changfeng's words, he paused slightly, then looked at Su Changfeng and the two men's eyes locked. What the patriarch said has great possibilities. Su Shicheng naturally understood the meaning of Su Changfeng's words. Qinglin Su family, the news of the injury of Su Shicheng, a mid-range foundation establishment, around the Qinglin mountain range. It's no longer a secret. After his abdication, Su Changfeng took office. Although the Qinglin Su family had released the news that the family had produced another newly promoted foundation establishment. However, after the top pillar of the middle stage of foundation establishment is injured, even if a newly promoted foundation establishment is filled in, but it's always a sign of weakness. The four major foundation establishment forces in the Green Forest mountain range, all of which had mid-foundation establishment cultivators sitting in their ranks. That's why the apparent balance is maintained. And if anyone's family was the first to have a late foundation establishment cultivator, or even a mid-foundation establishment cultivator fall, it's what's going to upset that balance. And at this time, this situation of the Qinglin Su family does make it appear, on the bright side, that it's quite a bit weaker. Father has not come out of his seclusion, and there is only one newly advanced Tsukiji who has yet to show his face. So look at it this way. It's also true that it can give some thoughts to people who are interested in it. Su Changfeng pondered in his heart and spoke to the group of elders. The crowd remained silent as they listened, and they had a mind to do nothing in such matters. One could only be at the mercy of the decision-making arrangements of these two, the patriarch and the grand elder. That's it then. Things I know. Elders say Chang stays, elders say you go down, and with a few other elders, pacify the injured clansman, and there should be no shortage of spirit stone compensation. This matter is not your fault. There may be something else in it. I will discuss it with Elder Shi Chang. Come up with some response. Seeing that the crowd was a bit frustrated, Su Changfeng was then dispersing the crowd. Other matters within the family, these elders might be able to take on one or two, but when it comes to something big like this on a family level, basically, it was Grand Elder Su Shicheng who conferred with the family's foundation establishment cultivators to come up with a solution, now that Su Shicheng is in seclusion. Therefore, the only one who could conduct deliberations with Grand Elder Su Shicheng was Su Changfeng. Even in Su Shicheng's heart, Su Changfeng had immersed himself in cultivation all these years and was not deeply involved in the world. Faced with this situation, it was still up to him and Su Shicheng to come up with a response. After the crowd left, only Su Changfeng and Su Shicheng were left in the council chamber. Matriarch, this matter, how should we respond? Su Shicheng was the first to speak, inquiring about Su Changfeng. After all, despite what Su Shicheng thought in his heart, Su Changfeng was, after all, a member of the clan, and the respect that should be given to Su Sai-sung has to show it. Elder Sagong, who has been in charge of the family's affairs for a long time, and it's been paired together with my father to work together for years. I'm sure Elder Sigong already has a solution in mind. But now, my father has not come out of seclusion, and though I am yet young, but since I'm sitting above this position, I still have to be of some use. Now that this situation has arisen, it's nothing more than someone wanting to test the attitude of my Qinglin Su family. If you are faced with a group of robber cultivators of unknown strength, all of whom do not dare to make a response to the silence. That will naturally confirm what they have in mind. Therefore, I, the Qinglin Su family, must make a response to show our attitude. Moreover, father has been in seclusion for a long time, and I, the new clan leader, newly minted in the foundation building, it's about time to show your face. Su Changfeng Yang spoke at length about the solutions he could think of. When Grand Elder Su Shicheng heard this, his expression stiffened slightly. The patriarch in front of him seemed to be a bit different from what he had thought in his mind. This young man, not yet 20 years old, had such an old-fashioned and calm mind. And, as much as he could think of in his mind, the response to that is, it was not far from what Su Changfeng had said. This made Su Shicheng, for Su Changfeng was impressed. Su Changfeng's ascension to the position of clan chief was forced by circumstances. Su Shicheng was injured and in seclusion. The Qinglin Su clan had to introduce a new foundation establishment cultivator to become a front, and many of the family affairs are run by them, the elders. There was no hope that an uninitiated brat could be of much help. However, at this time, Su Changfeng's thoughts were calm and sophisticated, and coupled with the fact that some time ago, he had plotted for the clan to create this new first-order middle-grade spiritual land in Green Mountain Pass. The combination of the two was already causing Su Shicheng's heart to completely change its perception of Su Changfeng. What the patriarch says is true. Means must be taken. And, as Saicho has failed to show up for a long time, you must step up to the plate. Let these surrounding forces see that my Qinglin Su family's foundation building heritage has not been broken. Chapter 48 Foundation Building Celebration. Preparation. Inside the council chamber, Su Changfeng and Su Shicheng sat opposite each other. When Su Changfeng heard Su Shicheng's words, he opened his mouth and said, Elder Shicheng thinks so too? That's right. As the patriarch said, that's the only way to deal with it nowadays. Although Shicheng is not coming out, the momentum of my Qinglin Su family cannot be weakened. Su Shicheng nodded his head in response, and in his words, he was all but certain of what Su Changfeng had said. Good. Then Elder Siga will make arrangements to release the news that, just say that my Qinglin Su family's merchant fleet has been harassed by robbing cultivators, and that we are now offering a high bounty. If you provide information about the robbing cultivator, regardless of your identity, you will be heavily rewarded. Su Changfeng understood how to react against the Qinglin Su family, and the first step that it has to be to issue a statement. If you dare to make a move against my Qinglin Su family, then you must be prepared for retaliation. Of course, this is just the first step. Everything still needs to be done by Su Changfeng himself to go down and show his foundation establishment cultivation. This is to deter those who have ulterior motives around them. Yes, matriarch, I'll release the news inside and spread it in the marketplace as well. Su Shicheng nodded in response. And then, Su Shicheng once again asked, Patriarch, have you thought about how to step forward? There's only one thing left to do at this point, and that's to hold a celebration banquet for my foundation building, and the ceremony of the last family patriarch too. This will justify inviting the surrounding cultivators to come and watch the ceremony. Now that a few guesses have been made as to what happened, it also made the annoyed Su Changfeng breathe a sigh of relief in his heart and took a sip of spirit tea to slow down his mind. I had thought that the future predicament of the Qinglin Su family, as mentioned in the system, would come a little later. Give him some time to react. But what Su Changfeng didn't expect was that there would be trouble at his door so soon. He strongly suspected that this was the first signs of a precursor. Also, as in the past, the patriarch of the family succeeds it's possible to invite other forces to come and watch the ceremony. And the surrounding cultivators who succeeded in building their foundations are also holding some celebratory banquets, notifying all around what the patriarch thinks is a good idea. Grand Elder Su Shicheng once again affirmed Su Changfeng's idea. But, matriarch, with your strength, can you cope? After all, that cutting and fighting part should be unavoidable. Immediately, Su Shicheng seemed to have thought of something, and there was some worry in his words. There's no harm in it. If only early-stage foundation establishment cultivators make an appearance, it's naturally manageable. In response to Su Shicheng's worries, Su Changfeng gave him a peace of mind. Su Changfeng also understood that Su Shicheng was worried that at that time, at the foundation establishment's celebration banquet, in the cutting and fighting session, Su Changfeng's strength as a newly minted foundation establishment might be at a disadvantage. And the cutting and fighting session. There was already a saying that newly minted foundation establishment cultivators and veteran foundation establishment cultivators would spar with each other to show their strength. So when the time comes, once someone brings it up, Su Changfeng can't avoid it. Besides, Su Changfeng was just going to use this celebration banquet to display the power of his cultivation. It's the only way. However, at this time, after Su Changfeng had gone through the baptism of the system, his Gongfu spirit weapon was greatly changed. With his strength growing quite a bit, He was naturally not vain about the so-called fighting cuts, because he felt that his current strength, compared to some of the older early Foundation establishment cultivators, it's not too far off. After all, with the addition of a high-grade spiritual weapon and a high-grade gong method, then let Su Changfeng's foundation grow in strength. And then, after his tireless efforts over the past few months, he's already mastered the two in a basic way. It was naturally a big boost for his strength. If the matriarch is confident, then this time, it will be necessary to make certain forces that cut the outstretched claw off itself. Although Su Shicheng still had some uncertainty in his heart about Su Changfeng's strength, after all, it had just been a year since he had built his foundation, and he was probably just familiarizing himself with the strength of the foundation stage. However, Su Changfeng's words of faith made Su Shicheng also have to choose to believe the latter. Elder Sagong, these two initiatives are only a temporary solution to increase the bounty. The murderer must be found. Also, have Elder Shiyu organize the family merchant clansmen to recall the cultivation level of their respective opponents, spiritual power, spells, and body shape, among other information. Summarized, if I can find a trace, I'd rather be wrong than wrong. Su Changfeng, who was still in a somewhat gloomy mood, suddenly had a lingering tone. The aura of his body also burst out somewhat involuntarily. Such a situation made Su Shicheng also a little alarmed, understanding that Su Changfeng was really a little angry. As for Su Changfeng, the extermination reversal system told him that in 20 years, the Qinglin Su family will go down under his leadership. Such a result was absolutely unacceptable to him. This was equivalent to having pronounced the verdict that he, Su Changfeng, was a loser. His family was wiped out. He lost all his cultivation and became a monk. Definitely the worst ending a family cultivator had ever experienced. Yes, matriarch, I'll arrange it. If the patriarch is not too sure, then the family spirit pavilion's handle of magic treasures can also be utilized a bit. When Su Shicheng was about to leave, he hesitated for a moment and ventured a sentence. No harm done. It's just a foundation building celebration. It's not like it's a life and death fight. Elder Sigong doesn't have to be so nervous. Su Changfeng also understood Su Shicheng's worry. After all, the older a person is, the more cautious their style of acting. After Su Shicheng left, Su Changfeng also returned within his cultivation room. Now that the gong method was small and the spirit weapon had been completely refined, although the strength had increased quite a bit, but for insurance purposes, Su Changfeng was prepared to study the offensive and defensive spells that accompanied the Gongfu Green Amazing Spirit Decree to increase his strength some more. Just like that, Su Changfeng, who had finished explaining everything, once again went into seclusion. Just as Su Changfeng was once again in seclusion, the elders of the Qinglin Su family also acted. The first thing was that the Qinglin Su clan had issued bounty announcements in the surrounding area as well as in the Qinglin marketplace. A bounty was offered for the murderer of the looted spiritual objects, and a generous reward of spirit stones was promised. And the bounty announcement likewise indicates the tough attitude of the Qinglin Su family. If the murderer is found, when it is destroyed by thunder. When this announcement came out, it directly shocked the many surrounding forces as well as a large number of casual cultivators. I didn't expect that someone would really dare to make a move against the Qinglin Su family's merchant fleet, and there has been speculation about the true identity of the killer. And before the aftermath of the shock of this announcement had worn off, the Qinglin Su family, on the other hand, sent out another invitation. There were two items in the invitation. One was the foundation establishment celebration of Su Changfeng, the newest foundation establishment cultivator of the Qinglin Su clan. The second was the celebration ceremony for Su Changfeng's assumption of the position of head of the Qinglin Su family. The invitation also mentioned that in a month's time, on the 8th day of October, at that time, the Qinglin Su family will set up a banquet at the main peak of Qinglin, inviting all the surrounding forces, big and small, to come and observe the ceremony. This news made these cultivators even more boisterous. Some time ago, the news that the new patriarch of the Qinglin Su family had taken office was not a secret, but the new patriarch has yet to make a public appearance. This made many cultivators maintain a skeptical attitude in their hearts. And now, the Qinglin Su family was finally going to announce it to the public, and it also made their hearts highly anticipated. Looking forward to meeting this newly minted foundation establishment cultivator named Su Changfeng, as well as the new patriarch of the Qinglin Su clan. What exactly is the style? The invitations were then sent to all the major immortal cultivation forces around the area. The Qinglin Su family was also preparing for the many matters of this celebration in a tight schedule. All quiet. 1 month later. Chapter 49. Guests arrive. Receive gifts. October 8th. This day, from early in the morning, when the morning light broke through, people began to gather up and down the main peak of the green forest. Talking noises were intertwined and lively, but looking at such a pomp and circumstance, It was even greater than the scale of the clan meeting of the Qinglin Su family. The entire family hall was decorated with fairy music, lights and colors, being full of joy, and it's soothing to look at. The foundation establishment celebration and the last patriarch ceremony celebration ran into one another, and it was the middle of the year in which the Qinglin Su family, the grandest of joys. Many of the clan cultivators of the Qinglin Su clan had smiles on their faces and were in high spirits. Walking between them, each one is busy. Some people cleaned the dirt from the floor, and wave after wave of people carried spiritual food and set it toward the table. Looking closely, the entire main peak of the green forest, the open space before the family hall had all been packed up. Several long, flowing tables were set up. The long table was filled with spiritual food and rice, spiritual wine and fruits, all of which were delicacies that emitted fragrance. The aroma of the food, when combined with the light fragrance of the aura, makes one's appetite increase just by looking at it. Wanted to swallow it and savor it, but these long tables outside the great hall, the spiritual meals and rice, the wine and fruits that were placed there, all of them are first-class spiritual objects. Although all kinds of spiritual food grade are first order, but each has its own high and low, different colors and styles. It's quite a layered look to go with the opening. This is also because, according to the plans of the Qinglin Su family, this open space outside the Great Hall, what would be entertained were the representatives of the guests of these Qi practicing immortal cultivation forces around the Green Forest Mountain, aimed at Qi practicing cultivators. The first order spirit meal, the grade is not to mention, completely sufficient, and there's all kinds of spirit wine, spirit rice, spirit fruits, everything. It was also the same way of highlighting the heritage behind the Qinglin Su family. Changxin, set it up more neatly, don't get flustered and lose your bearings. Shurian, once again count the number of types of spiritual meals and check them against the list. Don't make a mistake. In the open space in front of the Great Hall, a slender, black-shirt middle-aged cultivator. He was directing the incoming and outgoing clan cultivators of the Qinglin Su clan, reminding them to pay attention to the work in their hands. And this cultivator was none other than the second elder of the Qinglin Su family, Su Shilin. Although it is mainly in charge of the family spirit pavilion affairs, but encountered this kind of event, Su Shilin could only be carried out to be responsible for the preparation of these matters. In this way, the various matters outside the Great Hall, under the direction of Su Shilin, it's organized. As time went on, towards the end of the 6th hour, all matters came to a close, came to wrap things up, and the progress within the Great Hall was likewise ready. Inside the main hall, there were 4 spirit platforms in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and north. These 4 places to be entertained could be the guests of the remaining 3 major foundation building forces, as well as the position of the main character, Su Changfeng, who is directly north of the main position. Due to the differences in the ancestral systems of the families as well as their modes of management, the guests of the 3 major base building powers that, in the case of the heads of the clans, not all of them would necessarily be foundation establishment cultivators, but with these 3 foundation establishment forces, it was a certainty that a foundation establishment cultivator would arrive without any surprises. After all, this was Su Changfeng's foundation building celebration. Plus there was the inauguration celebration of the new patriarch of the Qinglin Su family. The other 3 foundation establishment forces, it was impossible for this kind of face not to be given to the Qinglin Su family. And these 3 forces, regardless of the status of the incoming foundation establishment cultivators, the treatment that they received, all of them need to be configured according to the standards of foundation building cultivators. Second order spiritual rice Xianyu spiritual rice, and nearly 10 second order spiritual meals of various types. It was accompanied by a pot of second order spirit wine and a plate of second order spirit fruits. This configuration would not only show the respect and importance of the Qinglin Su family to the 3 forces, deeper still, it represented the financial strength of the Qinglin Su family as well as its pattern. Inside and outside the Great Hall, the inputs of various spiritual meals at both locations. Even Su Changfeng was surprised when he heard Grand Elder Su Shirqing's report and was instantly nonplussed. Good lord, this whole celebration, it directly cost thousands of inferior spirit stones. Will this be too costly? However, Su Shirqing's paragraph was also able to slightly balance the stunned Su Changfeng, and Su Shirqing's passage also reminded Su Changfeng of one of his own more classic phrases from his previous life. There's no such thing as a gift that doesn't come with the cradling seat. After everything was ready, a group of clansmen cultivators of the Qinglin Su family, each has its own role based on pre-assigned tasks. Those who greeted at the gate of the main peak of the Green Forest and led the way from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside on both sides, as well as the banqueting place which is divided into sited seats depending on the power of the visitor. Everything is well organized and structured. With the passage of time, it has reached the moment of the 6th hour. and the sun is high in the sky. Knock! Dang! Dang! At that moment, in front of the family's main hall, 9 salutes rang out in the sky. The sound was loud and clear. Su Shicheng, the grand elder of the Qinglin Su family, appeared in front of the large hall on the mountainside and announced in a loud voice, "The auspicious time has come. Today's celebration. Begin! Open the door and welcome the guests." As Grand Elder Su Shicheng's words fell, the protective array of the main peak of the green forest opened a sizable gap at the foot of the mountain out. Afterward, under the leadership of Grand Elder Su Shicheng, the group headed towards the mountain gate. Today, the Qinglin Su family officially opened its doors to welcome guests. Not long after, a large number of cultivators' figures gathered outside the mountain gate. Nanmo Su family, 3 guests, presenting gifts, 300 lower-grade spirit stones, 2 middle-grade spirit stones, 10 plants of first-order spirit medicine. Congratulations to Senior Changfeng for achieving the Foundation Establishment Avenue, and the road will be smooth thereafter. And I hope that the Qinglin Su family will prosper and survive forever. Mo Linzhang family, 2 guests, presenting gifts, 500 lower-grade spirit stones, 10 first-order spirit talismans. Congratulations to Senior Changfeng for achieving the Foundation Establishment Avenue. The immortal path is evergreen, and the path is smooth. Lin Lu, 3 guests. As the representatives of the cultivators from the various forces stepped through the mountain gate, the clansmen of the Qinglin Su family, also began to announce the congratulatory gifts they had presented. Then someone will lead them to the right place to sit and wait until the festivities begin. And these forces that arrived first were basically the Qi practicing immortal cultivation forces of the Green Forest mountain range. More than 20 Qi practicing forces in the Qinglin mountain range had all received invitations from the Qinglin Su family. So they were there in full force and carried all kinds of congratulatory gifts. All of them were first-order spirit items as well as lower-grade spirit stones, with very little difference in value. However, these are the kind of goodwill they need to show. After all, the Qinglin Su family was deservedly one of the 4 great overlords within the confines of the Qinglin mountain range. As the practicing forces continued to arrive, and continued for some time, the last practicing force, it is also coming. North Rock Chen family, 3 guests, presenting gifts, 300 lower-grade spirit stones, 2 middle-grade spirit stones, 10 first-order pills. Congratulations to Senior Changfeng for achieving the Foundation Establishment Avenue, and the road will be smooth thereafter. And I hope that the Qinglin Su family will prosper and survive. And as the clan cultivator of the Qinglin Su clan finished speaking, today, all the Qi practicing forces invited by the Qinglin Su clan had arrived. And next, to make an appearance are the cultivators of the other 3 major foundation building forces in the Green Forest mountain range. Chapter 50 Nanshanshan family, all arrived. The main peak of the Green Forest. In front of the mountain gate, Grand Elder Su Shicheng led several clansmen from the Qinglin Su clan, is greeting guests who have come to give gifts. At this time, an hour had already passed since the Qinglin Su family opened its doors to guests. During this period of time, more than 20 Qi practicing forces in the Green Forest mountain range had already arrived, and the gifts brought by the families have been registered as much as possible. The various types of spiritual objects were not stored in storage bags, but rather, they were held within some specialized gift boxes, and it was neatly stacked on a dedicated table off to the side. The Qi practicing immortal cultivation forces that participated in the celebration this time, after receiving the invitation from the Qinglin Su family, whether they were willing or not, but they were going to sell this face of the Qinglin Su family and send someone to attend. The reason for this was for no other reason than the fact that the Qinglin Su family was one of the dominant foundation establishment forces in the Qinglin mountain range. These Qi practicing cultivation forces, wanting to survive here, to put it bluntly, it was to live off the noses of these foundation establishment cultivation forces. And now that you're here, the Qinglin Su family is providing you with good food and drink, and even letting you observe the ceremony. Then it's only logical that gifts should be brought. Usually, many Qi practicing forces will confer a bit in advance, and according to the tradition of the past, perform preparation of spiritual objects. It is the default rule that the values of each are similar, but we can't rule out the possibility that some Qi practicing forces will take this opportunity to, showing loyalty or attitude to the Tsukiji forces. In this way, even for a short period of time, no benefits can be gained. But in this way, to exchange the goodwill of the foundation building forces, to achieve the purpose of friendship. Just for example, 7 or 8 of those 20-odd Qi practicing forces, the gifts they prepared were very generous. This also had the reason why they were already close to the Qinglin Su family. In response, the Qinglin Su family arranged them to lean forward. It also shows a close care for them. Grand Elder Su Shicheng looked at the various types of spiritual objects that were laid out on the table next to him. The heart is always somewhat comforted. the spirit stones spent by the Qinglin Su family in preparing for this celebration. It was basically equivalent to a year's worth of spirit stone earnings. However, such expenses are inevitable. After all, it's a grand celebration that happens once in a decade or so. They must also be spending a lot of spirit stones to show that it belonged to the underpinnings and facade that a foundation building power should have. Now, finally, we can get some of our money back through the gifts of the forces. And that's just these chi practicing forces. The main event was still to come with the next appearance of the other 3 base building forces. They must have second-order spirits in their gifts, so that the likelihood of getting your money back is much greater. At this moment, Su Shicheng suddenly looked into the distance and, feeling the scent in the distance gradually became clearer and clearer. Within a few breaths, a flying boat could be seen in the distance flying towards the mountain gate of the main peak of the green forest. In the next moment, the flying boat stopped at the entrance of the mountain, and several white-shirted cultivators jumped off the flying boat. Immediately afterward, the flying boat was collected into a storage bag by one of the cultivators. Su Shicheng saw the visitor and instantly recognized the identity of the other party. Shin family, South Mountain. 5 guests, presenting gifts, 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones, 10 middle-grade spirit stones, 3 second-order spirit medicines, 5 second-order pills, and dozens of first-order various kinds of spirits. I hereby congratulate Senior Changfeng for achieving foundation establishment, and for the success of his path thereafter. A group of cultivators came to the front, headed by a middle-aged looking cultivator, with the rest following behind. However, the leader of the group did not speak, or a sword-browed cultivator behind him reported the gifts they brought. The Qinglin Su family's group of clan members and cultivators immediately went forward to receive the spiritual objects, and Su Shicheng also took a few steps forward, arching his hand in return. Late Su Shicheng meets Senior Nanfeng. Su Shicheng first bowed to the cultivator at the front of the group and bowed directly. The crowd of the Qinglin Su clan and the onlookers of the cultivators, seeing Su Shicheng's actions, followed and bowed. And then, Su Shicheng turned to the other cultivator in the Shin clan's group and arched his hand. Thank you, Family Master Shin, for this favor. Elder Nanfeng as well as the Shin family master. This way please. And the cultivator at the head of the group, who Su Shicheng called Senior Nanfeng. It was the early-stage foundation establishment cultivator of the Shin family in South Mountain, Shin Nanfeng. The other one was the contemporary head of the South Mountain Shin family, Shin Qingshan, with a qi practicing perfection cultivation. Shin Nanfeng nodded gently and did not speak. Shin Qingshan, on the other hand, responded with a smile. Thank you, Elder Shi Chang. After that, a group of cultivators from the Shin family in Nanshan, guided by Su Shicheng himself, toward the family hall on the mountainside. When they arrived at the main hall, they allowed the crowd to take their seats. At this time, Su Changfeng had also sat down, and both sides sat on one side and began to communicate. After that, Su Shicheng apologized and exited the great hall, heading towards the mountain gate beyond. And the reason why Su Shicheng paid this much attention was because of the Qinglin Su family and the Nanshan Shin family. The two families are on good terms with each other and are still friends. After Su Shicheng went to greet the other two forces and left, inside the family hall, Su Changfeng chatted with Shin Nanfeng of the Nanshan Shin family. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Changfeng, achieving foundation establishment. With such juvenile talent, the path will be bright thereafter. Shin Nanfeng looked at the opposite side of the Su Changfeng who belonged to the Qinglin Su family position. The latter's appearance at such a young age caused Shin Nanfeng to be somewhat alarmed. This guy can't really be 20 years old yet. He had long since heard that the Qinglin Su clan's newest foundation establishment, as well as Su Changfeng, the new clan chief, had. He is the son of Su Shicheng. He and Su Shicheng were of the same generation, and now that he saw that Su Shicheng's son was already foundation establishment, become Taoist friends with him, it made him sigh repeatedly in his heart at Su Changfeng's excellent talent. Elder Nanfeng, you're joking. In terms of cultivation, you are a senior, and in the future, if Changfeng encounters problems in cultivation, there's still more to come from you. In his early years, Su Changfeng had followed his father, Su Shicheng, to the Shin family in Nanshan, to attend a banquet. Having seen Shin Nanfeng's face, it was quite familiar. Moreover, the relationship between the two families was still quite cordial, which was why Su Changfeng showed such a kind attitude. Nowadays, since they are both foundation builders, there is naturally no distinction between seniors and juniors. Let's call each other Taoist friends. Shin Nanfeng waved his hand and said to Su Changfeng, in the immortal cultivation world, regardless of age and birth, the one who has attained the highest level of cultivation comes first. Since Su Changfeng had already succeeded in building his foundation, naturally, there was no such thing as age or size. The two, that is, They get along as peers and friends of the way. Fellow Daoist Changfeng, please. Fellow Daoist Nanfeng, please. Su Changfeng also responded to Shin Nanfeng, and the two addressed each other. The two men then each picked up their glasses, signaled the other, and then drank it all down in one go. The goodwill in it does not seem to be faked. On the other hand, Grand Elder Su Shichang returned to the mountain entrance, waiting for the arrival of the other two base-building forces. After waiting for a long time, until it was almost noon, the other two forces joined forces. Blackwater Yang family, 5 guests, presenting gifts. Yen Shanli family, 5 guests, presenting gifts. With that, after the representatives of the two families read out the gifts brought by their own families, under Su Shichang's leadership, he headed towards the family hall. At this moment, numerous power cultivators were converging on the mountainside of the main peak of the Green Forest. The guests had arrived, and the Qinglin Su family celebration ceremony for today was about to begin. Chapter 51, Arrogant Temptation. The guest representatives of the Blackwater Yang family and the Yen Mountainly family, two foundation establishment immortal cultivation forces, led by Su Shichang, the grand elder of the Qinglin Su family. He arrived at the family hall. Su Shichang then withdrew to the side within the great hall, ready to wait for Su Changfeng to issue an order after. Just start presiding over this celebration. We, the two families, congratulate the Qinglin Su family for producing another newly promoted foundation establishment. Congratulations! I wonder what this friend of the road calls himself. As soon as the cultivators of the two families entered the great hall, they then took their seats according to the arrangement of the Qinglin Su family. The two families were adjacent to each other, sitting opposite the Qinglin Su family and the Nanshanshan family. As soon as he sat down, the leading cultivator in the Blackwater Yang family's team, taking the lead, he arched his hand at Su Changfeng, who was on the opposite side of the main seat. Su Changfeng looked at the cultivator who was speaking, with black hair and black robes, a slim figure, and an extremely thin face that, the facial bones stick out and don't hang on to much meat. Yang Tianxin, with a cultivation level at the early stage of foundation establishment, was the family head of the Blackwater Yang family of this generation. Having been in the current realm for more than 10 years, he was a veteran early foundation establishment cultivator. For the foundation establishment cultivators sent by the other 3 foundation establishment forces in the Green Forest mountain range, Su Changfeng also only had an impression of Shin Nanfeng of the Nanshanshan family. As for the other 2 foundation establishment cultivators that came, Su Changfeng had only heard their names and had never met them. Su Changfeng looked at young Tianxin, who suddenly spoke without making a sound, waiting for the latter's next reaction. And at this moment, Yang Tianxin, after finishing, just looked at Su Changfeng, although its face was smiling, the smile that appeared at the corners of its mouth, in Su Changfeng's opinion, more with a few moments of sneering mockery, and looking at the smile on his face again, it was more like a very disdainful expression. Yes, brother Yang, this Taoist friend looks so young. I'm sure he's also some kind of gifted. The qualifications are excellent natural talent now. This kind of talent really puts us to shame. After young Tianxin finished speaking, on the other side, the foundation establishment cultivator of the Yen Mountainly clan, followed closely in agreement. Li Ziang, Yen Mountainly family's supreme elder. His cultivation level was similarly at the early stage of foundation establishment, a cultivator from the same period as young Tianxin, and likewise a veteran foundation establishment cultivator. The two of them, young Tianxin and Li Ziang, looked at Su Changfeng as they spoke though, but after one glance, the two men looked at each other and smiled. The whole scene seemed to be the two of them talking and laughing. Not in the slightest did he place Su Changfeng, who was seated on the main seat, in his eyes. Inside the hall, the crowd was silent, with only the laughter of the two echoing. For a while, the atmosphere was a bit off, and naturally, the surrounding crowd of cultivators from the Qi practicing forces were holding their breaths and concentrating, not daring to utter more than a few words. When the crowd saw this scene, many thoughts bubbled up in their minds. Could it be that the Blackwater Yang family and the Yen Mountainly family, the two families had joined forces to attend the Qinglin Su family's celebration? It was to take on the Qinglin Su family in public. This also made these cultivators nervous in their hearts. On the contrary, on the side of the Qinglin Su clan, there were all the clan cultivators including the Grand Elder Su Shichang. There was an inner gnashing of teeth, mentally cursing the two foundation establishment cultivators who were talking and laughing in front of them. I'm not giving you any face. Even Su Changfeng's mood fluctuated for a moment. Today is the celebration of two major events for his Qinglin Su family, and I didn't realize that these two families, surprisingly, it's anticlimactic, especially the one from young Tianxin, who even asked Su Changfeng what his name was. Almost as soon as he came up, he was, pompously, a mockery. This made Su Changfeng a little angry. 2. Watch out for laughing so loud you won't be able to close it later. But although the two men ignited that trace of anger in Su Changfeng's heart, Su Changfeng cursed angrily in his heart, but still maintained a bland expression on his face. I am Su Changfeng. It's an honor for my Qinglin Su clan for the two Taoists to come all the way here. Please bear with me if the hospitality is not good. Su Changfeng's body sat straight, and as he spoke, he was as bland as could be. It seemed that the two had just chosen to ignore the rude words and actions of the two. Let you two bounce around a bit. I'll beat you into submission later. Su Changfeng secretly slandered in his heart. As for Yang Tianxin and Li Ziang, they saw that Su Changfeng seemed to have no reaction. There was no expression of unmoved anger or unpleasantness. This reaction from Su Changfeng caused the two Yang Tianxin to be a bit surprised. The two of them came in and put on such a show. It was to test this newly minted foundation establishment of the Qinglin Su clan. Take this opportunity to test the waters and see how the latter reacts. In this way, they could also roughly guess the current situation and attitude of the Qinglin Su family. If the other party is tough and angry, it shows that the Qinglin Su family has a strong bottom line. 80% of the middle stage of foundation establishment. Su Shichang's injury is estimated to be no longer a big problem, and he may be watching them in the dark. But right now, the attitude of this newly minted foundation establishment of the Qinglin Su clan seemed to be a bit of a softener. In this way, Yang Tianxin and Li Ziang, both of them, looked at each other with a silent look that, knowing what is in the other person's mind, the two nodded darkly, as if they had accomplished their goal. Oh, no offense. Your family has taken the trouble. Fellow Daoist Changfeng, young and talented, and now in the position of the previous clan head, the future is promising. Yang Tianxin withdrew the demeanor she had just displayed, and her tone returned to a bit of normalcy. This also eased the atmosphere within the great hall slightly. The hearts of those present were also relieved. And then, Su Changfeng asked Su Shichang to start hosting this celebration. Su Shichang then loudly announced the beginning of the Qinglin Su family's current celebration. The entire ceremony of the celebration, which was overall simpler and to save time, was, so take some of the hassle out of the process. Again, it's all about enhancing the viewing experience for these guests. The two celebrations, dominated by the ceremony of the matriarch's inauguration, lasted a quarter of an hour and were declared over. This caused Su Changfeng, today's protagonist, to have an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his heart. It was probably the usual ceremonial rites that he had to perform in his previous life when he got married. All in all, it's just a walkthrough for a brief viewing. The most important part of holding these ceremonies is still the collection of gifts, and the feast for the guests mainly. What Su Changfeng did not expect was that in this world of immortal cultivation, there was such a tradition. With 2 lifetimes under his belt, his heart has long been rippling, and he didn't mind the trouble, mainly because the festival had other purposes, and at the same time receive a large number of spiritual objects. What's not to like? With Su Shichang announcing the completion of the ceremony, the viewing came to an end. A group of cultivators, too, began the session of tasting the spiritual meal. After all, the gift is given, and if you don't eat some back, it's really a blood loss. Inside the great hall, it was quiet, and the 4 foundation establishment forces were at peace with each other. Each savored the spiritual food delicacies in front of them. Outside the great hall, those Qi practicing forces were a bit more lively, tasting spiritual meals, mutually acquainted cultivators, friendly exchanges. It was a great time to drink and have fun. We've all come here with one purpose in mind, something between the 4 major base building powers. It has nothing to do with them. Might as well eat and drink well and earn back some spirit stones and lose less. In this way, the whole scene lasted for half an hour. Inside the grand hall, Yang Tianxin suddenly got up and looked at Su Changfeng. Fellow Daoist Changfeng, nowadays, even though you have just built your foundation not long ago, you have outstanding natural talent. I'm sure the strength is extraordinary. I wonder if I can show my face, spar a few moves and exchange a few. Chapter 52 Fighting Session. Out of the box. The main peak of the green forest. Inside and outside the family hall. Originally, a group of cultivators from the forces were happily engaged in a spiritual meal tasting session. They talked to each other and praised the hospitality of the Qinglin Su family. However, he did not expect that Yang Tianxin, the long silent Blackwater Yang family foundation establishment cultivator, had popped up again. Fellow Daoist Changfeng, today's ceremony of observance has already ended, and the taste of the spiritual meal is really good. The Qinglin Su family is worthy of being the leader of my Qinglin mountain range. The depth of its foundation is truly incomparable. Not in the matter of the fighting and dueling that I just mentioned. What does fellow Daoist Changfeng intend to do? Before Su Changfeng could respond, Yang Tianxin continued. Although it is full of words of praise, but the tone is filled with the meaning of ill will. There was even a sense of aggressiveness and oppressive aura. forcing Su Changfeng to agree. First, he bragged and held the Qinglin Su family and Su Changfeng in high esteem. Then he would force Su Changfeng to have to make the choice of fighting and sparring with him. It's not a top-young strategy, but it's a good one to call it. According to the tradition of the immortal cultivation world, high-ranking cultivators usually held a cultivation promotion celebration, is going to be in the middle of the celebration, with a session similar to the preaching of the word asterisk asterisk. It aims to talk about some cultivation techniques as well as methods. This will help the juniors to comprehend something faster. Mentioning the later generation of cultivators is also considered to be a blessing for the immortal cultivation world. And when the foundation establishment cultivators held their promotion celebrations, they would mostly engage in some kind of sparring and fighting session, to show off their strength. Or maybe he was proving that he had indeed built up his foundation and was not receiving a gift from you for nothing. However, these are not absolutes. It's all up to the person concerned as to whether or not they have these links. No one can coerce it. In other words, if Su Changfeng was unwilling to carry out this session, then today, his foundation building celebration and the celebration of his last patriarch, once the group of cultivators had finished savoring the spiritual meal, the end could be announced. However, Yang Tianqin would not let the day end so smoothly. Their two families came together today, originally stored the intention to test, for momentum, although Su Changfeng was a bit soft on the front foot, it didn't hold them accountable for making a racket right off the bat. However, in order to be on the safe side, Yang Tianqin and Li Ziang would have to do it themselves, test some of Su Changfeng's true strength. Su Changfeng's spiritual root talent hadn't revealed a bit of news so far, but to be able to successfully build a foundation at an age of less than 20, enough to say that his talent can't be bad. Try to find out some details, they can also make a response. Otherwise, if we let Su Changfeng grow up, then the balance pattern of this green forest mountain range, it might just break. One of the two majored in the water attribute and the other in the earth attribute. After some deliberation, for today's sparring fight, they decided that Yang Tianqin would be the one to make the move. So at this moment, it was up to Yang Tianqin to strike again. Yang Tianqin's words aroused the anticipation of the cultivators present. A fight between foundation establishment cultivators was not something that could be seen often for them. Now there's an opportunity. It was not a bad trip to witness the process of fighting between the two foundation establishment cultivators of the Qinglin Su family and the Blackwater Yang family. Plus, the Qinglin Su family and the Blackwater Yang family have never dealt well with each other. Occasionally there's a little bit of all friction. This time, the fight between the two was absolutely wonderful. Ha ha, fellow Daoist Tianqin, today's spiritual food and wine are still to your liking. Since I've eaten and drunk enough, I can't refuse fellow Daoist Tianqin's request. Can't take care of it, isn't it? And as a matter of fact, why should there be this link either? For Yang Tianqin to jump out and call out once again, Su Changfeng naturally accepted it gladly. There would have been no escape from the cutting and fighting session, but he wouldn't have stood up and said it himself. I, Su Changfeng, want to fight you, hit you in the skin. It was a bit hasty to do so. So it's still up to the outside guests to make this request, and then it's a logical progression. At this moment, Yang Tianqin's action was simply giving Su Changfeng a step up. Su Changfeng naturally had no reason to refuse. Fellow Daoist Changfeng is indeed a refreshing person. Then, let's have a sparring session between us. Exchange 1 or 2. Yang Tianqin got up, and in a smiling moment, his lingering aura couldn't help but radiate outward. The Qi practicing cultivators present suddenly felt this aura and were shocked. The gap between the Qi practicing stage and the foundation establishment stage was large, although it could not be called a chasm. But in front of the foundation establishment cultivator, the Qi practitioner cultivator barely had a fighting chance. And when Su Changfeng saw this, he similarly waved his hand, and a strong aura burst out, and, dispersing the aura emanating from Yang Tianqin. Fellow Daoist Tianqin, outside our mountain gate please, don't hurt today's guests over the matter of cutting. Su Changfeng stood up, and after dispelling Yang Tianqin's aura, he spoke with a smile on his face and in a peaceful manner. Yang Tianqin was surprised by this hand of Su Changfeng's, the breath that he himself had just released, though only a trace of it. But his deep spiritual energy deposits at the early stage of foundation establishment were already not weak. However, Su Changfeng had indeed dispersed his aura in one go. This really made Yang Tianqin a bit surprised. The newest Tsukiji these days are so fierce. However, even though Yang Tianqin was shocked, his expression only froze for a moment. After that it's back to normal. He suppressed the tinge of uneasiness that had risen in the back of his mind in an instant. Regardless of what kind of undercard Su Changfeng had, today he had to go out and try to find out. The arrow had to be fired. Good thing too. Please. Yang Tianqin's demeanor recovered, and after he finished speaking to Su Changfeng, he flew towards the door, and Su Changfeng also got up and walked outward. the two of them together headed beyond the mountain gate. Inside and outside the family hall, the many cultivators were secretly pleased with the exchange between Yang Tianxin and Su Changfeng's words as well as their chi just now. Such a good show that it made them feel instantly, it's worth coming today. Afterwards, he watched the figures of Yang Tianxin and Su Changfeng exit the mountain gate. The crowd abandoned the remaining spirit meals on the table and gathered together on the mountainside. Looking out the distant mountain gate, the two figures hanging in the air facing each other, the crowd's hearts were filled with anticipation. Cultivators of other powers, anticipating this touch and go, exciting, and a fight between Foundation Establishment cultivators, and all the cultivators of the two families, the Qinglin Su family and the Blackwater Yang family. On the other hand, they were expecting their own Foundation Establishment cultivator to win. This makes their faces shine. The main peak of the green forest, outside the mountain gate, the two of them, Yang Tianxin and Su Changfeng, hung in the air facing each other. The flamboyant young man in green shirt and green robe, and the middle-aged cultivator in black shirt and black. They represented the two families and the two generations of foundation-building cultivators respectively. Now, they were about to fight, proving their respective strengths in a test. Fellow Daoist Changfeng, you're still late in building your foundation, so you'll be the first to make a move. Yang Tianxin stood with his hands behind his back, pretending to be cloudy and indifferent. Humph, old thing, in such a hurry. That's okay, you'll see in a minute. And when Su Changfeng heard this, he let out a cold laugh in his heart. After Su Changfeng finished his words, a dark red spirit sword appeared in his hand, with a majestic and fiery momentum. In Yang Tianxin's shocked expression, he blasted and chopped towards the latter. Fellow Daoist Tianxin, my sword is a bit fast, so you have to catch it. Chapter 53, Winning with All Your Might. The main peak of the green forest, outside the mountain gate. Su Changfeng's words had just fallen, and the second-order medium-grade spiritual weapon, Amazing Green Spirit Sword, it just rushed out of the storage bag. Su Changfeng held it in his hands, and his aura instantly rose. Without waiting for Yang Tianxin to react, he directly blasted out with a sword. Amazing Spirit Sword, second-order mid-grade. Coupled with that Xian rank top-level technique, Amazing Green Spirit Technique, the two are simply a perfect match, instantly making Su Changfeng's breath all over his body. All natural. Fusion. This sword was 50% of Su Changfeng's strength. There was a taste of testing, but also the idea of chopping the latter back with a sword. As for Yang Tianxin's side, facing Su Changfeng's chopping and tumbling of the fire mane, the sword's momentum rushing to the head of this sword, a few moments of bad luck instantly rose in his heart. Although he had sensed the depth of Su Changfeng's aura within the great hall of the Qinglin Su family, the strength is not bad, but even so, a newly minted foundation establishment may not even have fully transformed his foundation establishment's spiritual energy, and how could he be his own opponent? This also made Yang Tianxin's thoughts of contempt still exist despite his heart being alert, so that was why he stood with his hands behind his back and let Su Changfeng strike first. This kid, his strength is this uncomplicated. Could it be that there is something fishy in it? Yang Tian's heart was in a flash, thoughts surging up. However, in the face of this lingering strike from Su Changfeng, he could only make a move to fend it off as soon as possible. Only Yang Tianxin's foundation establishment aura was also instantly released, and there was an additional blade-like spirit weapon in his hand. Second-order lower-grade spiritual weapon, Black Underworld Blade. The body of the Black Underworld Blade is black, engraved with a mysterious water pattern, and also exudes a biting aura. However, this spirit blade was a lot weaker than the aura of the green Amazing Spirit Sword in Su Changfeng's hand. It was also an instant that the difference in grade between the two was revealed. Humph, just pretending. Black Sticks Chop, an attack spell, slashed out by the blade of the black spirit knife in his hand. He charged swiftly towards the sword light that Su Changfeng chopped at him. Su Changfeng's greenish-red sword awnings contained a lingering fire momentum, like a flaming python rushing out, and Yang Tianxin's black blade light, which implies a shocking water momentum, the next moment collided with each other. Boom! The moment the two attacks came into contact, the spiritual energy exploded with a loud roar. Within the formation, a group of cultivators at the mountainside of the main peak of the green forest saw this scene. All of their faces were filled with shock. I'll go. A fight between these two foundation establishment seniors is really not bad. Yeah, just for a moment. I even felt a subtle fluctuation in the Qinglin Su family's formation. This is too strong. With the protection of the formation, he just saw a black blade light and a greenish-red sword aura collide together, producing an explosion of spiritual energy light. However, there were cultivators proficient in the way of formations who perceived more carefully. Noticing that the formation on the main peak of the green forest seemed to have been affected for a moment, there was a subtle fluctuation that appeared. The Qinglin Su family's formation was less of an upper second-order existence, Now that the place where the two were fighting was close to the formation, it was causing an impact on the formation. This also made the crowd clearly realize the power of a foundation establishment cultivator. And as the spiritual explosions created by the collision of spiritual energy dispersed, Yang Tianqin and Su Changfeng each took a few steps back. The timely start of spiritual protection also allowed both of them to not be affected too much. One detail that no one has noticed, however, is that the Yang Tianqin had retreated a little further than Su Changfeng. This meant that in the exchange just now, it was Su Changfeng who had some upper hand, and both sides were at 50% strength, and after some sparring, the highs and lows were immediately determined. Fellow Daoist Changfeng, the spirit sword in your hand is quite good. Yang Tianqin had instantly discovered what was wrong in the exchange just now. Su Changfeng's spiritual strength seemed to be above his own. Moreover, the greenish-red spirit sword in its hand emitted a might that was above the spirit sword in his own hand. At least second-order middle grade. Yang Tianqin also instantly realized that the move he had just sparred with his opponent, the reason why he fell into a downward spiral, this kid, his feats, and spirit weapon advantages were all above his own. Hoping that the Qinglin Su family had spent all their spirit stones and armed themselves to this kid's body. Heavenly Mind Taoist friendly eyesight. But next, I'm going to go all out. Amazing Green Chop. A killing move belonging to the companion spell of the Amazing Green Spirit technique. Under Su Changfeng's all-out effort to condense his spiritual power. Chop out with all your might. This time, Su Changfeng used to be very forceful. Feats and spells, spiritual weapons, and already the strong spiritual energy within the Dantian. All of them were fully energized by Su Changfeng. Abruptly, the green amazing spirit sword in Su Changfeng's hand chopped towards Yang Tianqin. Su Changfeng's foundation establishment might exploded with full force, and the spiritual energy within his Dantian was fully infused. The greenish-red sword body emitted a buzzing and trembling sound, and the mysterious spirit pattern on it was stimulated to the extreme. The auroras appear. A few breaths later, the sword fully coalesced into shape, and the crimson fire python figure that reappeared in the air. Only, the figure of this fire python was bigger than the previous one, and between the boiling of the fire-ons, the aura is even stronger. Su Changfeng waved the spirit sword in his hand, and the greenish-red spirit power dispersed outward, stirring the free aura in the air around them. In the next moment, the fire python rose up into the sky, devouring towards Yang Tianqin. Humph. Fellow Daoist Changfeng has a big mouth. I just don't know if the strength can match your mouth. Seeing this, Yang Tianqin let out a cold snort and couldn't think about it in time. Without any false hesitation, the black spirit saber in his hand was likewise condensing its attack with all its might. Facing Su Changfeng's terrifying attack, Yang Tianqin didn't dare to be sloppy and careless, and could only resist with all his might. In an instant, Yang Tianqin's attack was condensed and completed. The depths of the veteran foundation establishment cultivator manifested itself without a doubt. Between the slashes of the black spirit saber, the shocking water momentum similarly transformed into a water python with an extraordinary aura. This time, both of them went all out. Everyone wants to fight for a win in front of everyone. The fire python's fiery flames fluttered. The water python's watery waves rippled, each taking one side of the sky. A stark contrast. This splendid sight also delighted the crowd watching the battle from the mountainside of the main peak of the Green Forest. Although both sides were still only at the early stage of foundation establishment, each had ghosts in their hearts. All of them went all out. The battle that was presented was an eye-opener for these chi practicing cultivators. Both of them are leaving no stone unturned in going all out. So who's going to die? It was up to the next collision of these two attacks to see which was stronger or weaker. The two giant pythons of spiritual energy, both carrying a strong aura, devoured towards each other. Boom! This collision was like two cannonballs in Su Changfeng's previous life crashing into each other halfway through. It was even more powerful than the previous spiritual explosion. With great might, it crushed the surrounding mountains, rocks, grasses and trees into fragments and struck their dust. Mixing it up and wrapping the two up. After a long period of silence, the dust dispersed, revealing the figures of the two men. At this moment, Yang Tianxia was blasted onto a mountain wall, his breath confused. Su Changfeng, on the other hand, only took a few steps back and stood steadily. Fellow Daoist Tianqin, the days of my foundation building are still broken, so please forgive me for not being gentle with my hands. Su Changfeng looked at the wretched Yang Tianxiao in the distance, still wearing a smile, and said blandly. And then Yang Tianqin came out from the mountain wall and tried to calm his physical state. Yang Tianqin, who had been caught in the aftermath of Su Changfeng's fire python attack, it seems to have taken a hit. Ahem. Between coughs, blood flowed down from the corner of Yang Tianqin's mouth, and his breath was a little shriveled. He hesitated for a moment, as if struggling. Though, He gritted his teeth and looked at Su Changfeng, arching his hand. Fellow Daoist Changfeng, I've lost. Chapter 54, The Minds of the Parties. It works. The main peak of the Green Forest, outside the mountain gate. The fight between Su Changfeng and Yang Tianxin had already ended. After Yang Tianxin came down from the stone wall, he stood not far from Su Changfeng. This was followed by the utterance of admitting defeat. Fellow Daoist Changfeng, I've lost. But looking at his facial expression, after struggling for a long time, perhaps, it was only then that he finally gritted his teeth and decided to say the words to admit defeat. After these words were said, Yang Tianxin's entire body seemed to be deflated down. Before the fight began, Yang Tianxin was full of confidence. Before he left, another Tsukiji of the family gave him the task of, be sure to probe the bottom of this newly minted foundation establishment of the Qinglin Su family. This way they can follow up with a timely response. And Yang Tianxin's first step after coming to the Qinglin Su family had been successful. In the face of his boisterous verbal provocations, this foundation establishment cultivator of the Qinglin Su clan didn't make much of a reaction. This showed that Su Shichang, the mid-foundation establishment of the Qinglin Su clan, had more than likely not fully recovered yet. This guess also made Yang Tianxin drop the guard in his heart, and the fighting session afterward is very necessary. This would allow you to find out exactly what level of strength your opponent had. A newly minted foundation builder, a year's worth of practice, and then some. It was also impossible to be his opponent who had already settled at the early stage of foundation establishment for more than 10 years. However, for insurance purposes, the fight segment that should be there is also a must. The original intention was to ruthlessly suppress Su Changfeng in the fight, then use verbal humiliation a bit more, both to show their strength in front of these immortal cultivation forces in the Green Forest mountain range, raise the status of the Blackwater Yang family in their hearts. It was also a way to ruthlessly humiliate the Qinglin Su family and get a wave of fulfillment. So, with that in mind, a confident public invitation was made for this fight, but the present result was something he could not accept at all. 2 moves, just 2 moves, with 2 swords, he was defeated, the kind that doesn't put up a single fight at all, whether it was from the strength and substance of the spiritual power, or in the superiority of the spiritual weapon. The opponents are above themselves. It can be described as crushing on all fronts. It also made the arrogance within him completely shatter. At this moment, he lowered his head, not wanting to look at Su Changfeng in front of him again. Fellow Daoist Tianxin, I'm sorry, I told you, my sword is fast. Su Changfeng put away the amazing green spirit sword. The next sentence completely shattered Yang Tian's heart. After a moment of silence, Yang Tianxin was silent. Then he turned around and walked away without a hint of hesitation. Shameful, unsightly, embarrassing. In an instant, all the emotions came flooding back, making it impossible for him to accept the truth in front of him. After Yang Tianxin left, Su Changfeng looked at the other party's back and snorted. If it weren't for the fact that I'm in full view of everyone, I wouldn't be able to keep my hands off of you, even if I couldn't kill you, but it will also surely waste you. If, indeed, what happened to the family caravan was done by you, the Blackwater Yang family, then I, the Qinglin Su family, it won't stop. For the existence of the Blackwater Yang family that ventured out to provoke, Su Changfeng took it very seriously. This was perhaps the very first step in the destruction of the Qinglin Su family by a group of forces 20 years later. The beginnings of the seed must be snuffed out in time, lest, 20 years from now, it really brought some trouble to the Qinglin Su family as well as Su Changfeng. Immediately after, Su Changfeng secretly swallowed a recovery elixir and refined it. After that, he was flying towards the main peak of the Green Forest with a relaxed face. On the other hand, on the mountainside of the main peak of the Green Forest, the group of cultivators were somewhat bewildered by what was happening outside the formation. They couldn't hear the conversation between the 2 foundation establishment cultivators, Su Changfeng and Yang Tianxin. All that could be seen was the sight of the destruction caused by the 2 sides as they each made 2 moves and blasted each other up. And then it was to see that Yang Tianxin, who had turned up, didn't look back and turned around. The crowd was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. And the remaining few Qi practicing cultivators of the Blackwater Yang family at the forefront of the group of cultivators, seeing that his foundation building ancestor was already gone. Even though they didn't understand what was happening, their own foundation establishment cultivators were gone. They also stopped hesitating and were ready to leave. Without uttering a word, the group quickly walked towards the mountain gate of the main peak of the Green Forest. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Yin Mountain Li clan also left under the leadership of Li Ziang. As he exited the mountain gate, he met up with Su Changfeng, and then, Li Ziang let out a smile and left with an arching hand to apologize. After leaving the mountain gate, he glanced back at Su Changfeng with a lot of emotions in his heart. The Qinglin Su family has produced a genius. newly promoted to foundation establishment for a year. He defeated young Tianqin, who had been building his foundation for more than 10 years, in 2 moves, although occupying the advantage of a spiritual weapon. But the attack that erupted with strong might was real. Even Li Ziang was calculating in his heart that if he were to fight Su Changfeng, even if he was good at defense, the winner might be unknown. And they who were friends with the Blackwater Yang family were in the same boat with them. Now although the two sides have not formally torn their faces apart yet, today young Tianqin's approach to it's already slapped the Qinglin Su family hard in the face. And naturally, as a fellow traveler, he couldn't escape. However, after witnessing the fight between Su Changfeng and Yang Tianqin, at this moment, Li Ziang's heart had only one thought in mind. That is, he, the Yan Shanli family, would have to carefully consider his position between the two sides. With the cultivators from the Blackwater Li family and the Yan Mountain Li family gone, it was only gradually that the crowd of cultivators watching the battle came back to their senses. What just happened? That's the end of it? It had only been not even a quarter of an hour, and the two men's cutthroat fight was over? The result was what everyone in the room was expecting, an exciting end. Scorching each other's fights is an entirely different outcome. This newly promoted foundation establishment cultivator of the Qinglin Su family was actually this powerful. At this moment, this thought popped up in the bottom of all the cultivators' hearts. Some people looked at each other in disbelief. Others sighed inwardly, but no one dared to make a noise, because at this time, Su Changfeng was already back at the mountainside. Keep eating and drinking, everyone. Just a little hiccup, leaving behind a sentence. Su Changfeng stopped paying attention to the cultivators present. Instead, he looked at each other with Shin Nanfeng, a foundation establishment cultivator from the Shin family in Nanshan. Then together they walked into the family hall. All right, everyone continue. There's enough spiritual food and wine today. After Su Changfeng went in, Grand Elder Su Shicheng also came out at the right time and interrupted the crowd. A renewed vibrancy. Subsequently, a group of cultivators from Qi practicing families returned to their positions and continued from the previous session. And within the great hall, Su Changfeng and Shin Nanfeng raised their wine cups and drank freely once again. It seemed to have forgotten what had just happened, but everyone's demeanor seemed to be that they hadn't recovered yet. Just now, with the elegance of those two swords of Su Changfeng, Yang Tianqin fell and fled, as well as Su Changfeng's easy casualness after he turned around. This one scene stayed deep in the depths of the hearts of the crowd. And what the people had heard, the despondent rumors of the impending decline of the Qinglin Su family. At the moment, the smoke clears,